Deok-soo's wife and one of his close friends were fooling around while pretending to grab something. It turned out the two of them had been secretly having an affair behind their spouses' backs. Right then, Deok-soo's wife barged in and caught them red-handed. While Man Seok and the two women were fighting, Deok-soo showed up too. Deok-soo rescued his wife from the fight, but Man Seok, instead of being ashamed, was worried about whether his friend's wife was hurt, right in front of his best friend and his own wife. As a man, nobody can stand being cheated on by their wife, so the two childhood buddies started fighting over a woman. Man Seok, the one in the wrong, was knocked to the ground, but still loudly declared that his friend's wife meant everything to him. That night, Deok-soo signed the divorce papers. His wife left a hair clip for their daughter and then left. The friendship between Deok-soo and Man Seok also ended there. Deok-soo presented evidence that Man Seok was involved in corruption and declared he would bring him to justice. Man Seok wasn't scared at all, claiming Deok-soo was just taking personal revenge and slandering him. However, right after Deok-soo left, Man Seok was attacked by a group of men in black and knocked unconscious. Deok-soo wanted to comfort his grieving daughter, but he heard a loud explosion behind him. He rushed into the burning building to try and save Man Seok, but the fire was too intense. Not only couldn't he save him, but he was also arrested by the police as a suspect. Man Seok's wife mistakenly believed that Deok-soo had set Man Seok on fire to get revenge for stealing his wife. Deok-soo was too shocked by the tragedy to explain anything. After Deok-soo was taken away, Man Seok's wife sold his only daughter to get revenge. The little girl, Go-eun, was renamed Da-young by her new mother. Da-young lived like a servant in her new family. Luckily, she was very smart and quick-witted, and secretly saved up some money when her adoptive parents weren't looking. And she ran away when she was in high school. 10 years passed, and the grown-up Da-young met the man of her dreams. At her wedding, her best friend, Se-ran, personally walked her to the car. Unexpectedly, Se-ran, the bridesmaid, accidentally fell into the arms of the groom. Lost in happiness, Da-young thought it was just a small accident, but she didn't notice the change in the way the two of them looked at each other during the embrace. After returning from her honeymoon, Da-young received a call from the police. Da-young was a little suspicious of the truth before her, until the police presented the DNA test report. At that time, she believed the man in front of her was her real father. Hearing that Da-young's father's name was Deok-soo, Se-ran suddenly changed color. Ever since she was little, her mother had always told her that if it wasn't for Deok-soo killing her father, her family definitely would have been able to send her to college. Not being able to go to college because of difficult family circumstances was a lasting pain in Se-ran's heart. Having to struggle with life from an early age had made her experience all kinds of bitterness. She just never expected that all of this was caused by her best friend's father. Seeing Da-young and her father hugging and crying tears of joy, the hatred in Se-ran's heart deepened even more. A few days later, Da-young invited Se-ran to come over. Carrying this secret with her, Se-ran got completely drunk. Da-young innocently asked her husband to take Se-ran home. On the way, Se-ran cried and lamented why Da-young could live so happily, while she couldn't be with the person she loved. Her lament made Sang-chul, Da-young's husband, mistakenly believe that the person she loved was him. Sang-chul kindly took off his coat and put it around Se-ran. Seeing Se-ran leaning on his shoulder, Sang-chul's heart beat wildly. He had to try to look away to restrain his throbbing heart. After that private encounter, Sang-chul became even more attracted to Se-ran. Seeing Da-young and her father getting along better and better, Se-ran's desire for revenge grew stronger. She decided to take out all her resentment on Da-young and destroy her happiness. A few days later, Se-ran staged a scene where she was being harassed by street thugs. She had carefully calculated the time when Sang-chul would pass by that street, wanting to play the damsel in distress. However, she miscalculated. Sang-chul was too cowardly. When he saw her being harassed, not only didn't he step in to help, but he even tried to run away. Reluctantly, Se-ran had to change her strategy, chasing away the thugs and then dragging Sang-chul into a dark corner. In the dark alley, Se-ran took the initiative to kiss Sang-chul to seduce him. Sang-chul gave in, and the two of them fell into each other's arms. Da-young finished cooking but still didn't see her husband return, so she went outside to look for him while calling his phone. Unexpectedly, she heard her husband's phone ringing from a nearby alley. She hesitated and approached. At this time, the two of them were entangled with each other, unaware of the danger approaching. Da-young took step after step towards the cheating couple. At a crucial moment, her father turning around caught her attention, causing her to give up her search. Hearing his wife and father-in-law, Sang-chul broke out in a cold sweat. This also made him sober up instantly. If he wasn't careful, this forbidden game would make him lose everything. So he told Se-ran that there would never be a next time. Se-ran, who was determined to get revenge, wouldn't let Sang Chul off so easily. To divide their family, she pretended to be a weak, innocent flower, and accepted Da Young's invitation to come over. Sang Chul, to avoid contact with Se Ran, made an excuse to make a phone call and hid in the bedroom. Se Ran didn't give up, pretending to go to the bathroom and then sneaking into the bedroom. Sang Chul panicked when he saw Se Ran suddenly appear. However, the nature of a scumbag made him unable to resist Se Ran's temptation. With just a few words, he caved and got closer to Se Ran. Se Ran, wanting revenge, was even bolder than Sang Chul. She told Da Young that she had someone in her heart. When Da Young asked who it was, Sang Chul said that person was especially kind, considerate, handsome, and caring. The innocent Da Young had no idea that her best friend was lusting after her husband, and even encouraged her friend to bravely pursue love and hold on to that man. The cunning Se Ran, seeing that she and Sang Chul were already having an affair, began to change her strategy. She deliberately cried in front of Sang Chul, saying that she had loved him at first sight, but she couldn't destroy Da Young's happiness. So she decided to break up and end this ambiguous relationship. Sang Chul believed it, and couldn't bear to let Se Ran down. Seeing Se Ran turn her back and leave, Sang Chul's heart was in turmoil. Se Ran had anticipated that this scumbag wouldn't give up on her. Sure enough, Sang Chul called Se Ran back. Under Se Ran's intentional seduction, she and Sang Chul took it a step further, engaging in intimate relations. Just when Se Ran thought she could easily make Sang Chul leave Da Young, some unexpected news happened. Da Young was pregnant. The moment Sang Chul found out, the joy of becoming a father overwhelmed everything else. He was eager to share the good news with friends and family. Da Young personally told Se Ran the good news, thinking that Se Ran would be happy for her. Unexpectedly, Se Ran gnashed her teeth in anger. She was afraid this child would ruin her plans. To regain some ground in front of Da Young, Se Ran could only brag about how well her new boyfriend treated her, enjoying the secret joy of stealing her best friend's husband. Sang Chul had to make a choice between his family and his lover. After a long period of deliberation, he decided to choose his family and children, and break up with Se Ran. So he immediately called Se Ran. Seeing the phone number calling, Se Ran had guessed what Sang Chul was thinking. She deliberately answered the phone in front of Da Young, and asked Sang Chul directly if he was missing her. This left Sang Chul speechless on the other end of the line. All the carefully prepared words vanished. He stammered on the phone and flirted with Se Ran. Hearing Se Ran express her love for her boyfriend, Da Young sincerely felt happy for Se Ran, hoping to meet him one day and check him out for Se Ran. Se Ran smiled on the surface, but in her heart she thought evilly that one day she would openly bring Sang Chul in front of Da Young as her boyfriend. In her next date with Sang Chul, Se Ran saw through this scumbag's true colors. So she played hard to get, saying that she wasn't greedy for Sang Chul, and even less wanted to wrong Da Young. They just needed to keep their current relationship a secret. The greedy Sang Chul thought that doing so would have it both ways, and continued to be entangled with Se Ran. Seeing that she had been messing around with Sang Chul for so long, but still couldn't shake Da Young's position in his heart, Se Ran became increasingly dissatisfied. To ignite everything, she deliberately asked Da Young out to eat, saying that she wanted to introduce her boyfriend to Da Young. Sang Chul and Da Young had no idea that they were falling into a trap set by Se Ran, but no one expected that an unexpected incident would occur. On the way to the restaurant, Da Young encountered a thief stealing a lady's purse. The girl, full of righteousness, joined passersby to capture the thief. However, when she helped the lady up, the lady suddenly fainted. The kind-hearted Da Young took the lady to the hospital. At this time, she had no idea that the lady in front of her was her own mother who had abandoned her years ago. The lady, Hei In, felt very fond of Da Young. This made her temporarily forget the sadness in her heart and gain some relaxation. It turned out that after Hei In had an affair and divorced, she quickly drove away her current husband's wife, becoming a successful mistress. But a life of luxury was not easy. Her husband spent all day hanging out in bars, flirting with women outside. She could only watch helplessly without being able to do anything. Her husband's children often mocked her, because she had intruded into their family like that years ago. So what she was suffering now was just karma. Once, while bringing money to chase away her husband's mistress, Hei In happened to meet Sang Chul's mother. From then on, the two often went out for drinks together, confiding in each other. But Hei In's husband was too promiscuous, and she was always sad in her heart. This had exhausted her, leading her to faint when she encountered the robber on the street. Knowing that Da Young was the one who saved her, Hei In felt very favorably towards her. So, she asked Da Young her name. Although her father often called her Go Un, Da Young was used to her current name. So she told Hei In that her name was Da-young. This made her miss the chance to recognize her real mother. Si-ran's plot was foiled by Hae-in's unexpected appearance. Da-young went to Si-ran's house to apologize, but she saw a money tree plant that was exactly the same as the one at her house. Seeing Da-young's surprise, Si-ran added fuel to the fire, saying that the plant was a gift from her boyfriend. The innocent Da-young had no idea that Si-ran's boyfriend was her own husband, and even remarked that Si-ran's boyfriend's taste was very similar to her husband's. To make amends, Da-young took the initiative to invite Si-ran to bring her boyfriend to her house. Si-ran agreed immediately, but Sang-chul, after hearing the news, was scared out of his wits, and immediately contacted Si-ran, questioning what she was trying to do. But Si-ran hung up the phone, not giving Sang-chul a chance to refuse. Si-ran arrived on time. Da-young asked her why she didn't bring her boyfriend. Suddenly, a smell of food made her nauseous, and she rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Seeing Si-ran's reaction, Da-young asked her if she was pregnant. This question stunned both Si-ran and Sang-chul. Only Da-young was excited to share her pregnancy experiences with Si-ran. Si-ran had no mind to listen to what Da-young was saying, because this was never part of her revenge plan. This unexpected turn of events confused her. Sang-chul took the opportunity to lead Si-ran outside, questioning her why she was treating him like this. Sang-chul's anger made Si-ran see through this scumbag's true colors. He said sweet words of love to her, but he didn't even accept her child. Seeing Sang-chul demand a breakup, Si-ran angrily declared that she would make their relationship public. Sang-chul was frightened at this point, and hurriedly softened his voice to coax Si-ran, saying that his feelings for her had never changed. He was just going along with the circumstances. People change according to circumstances. If it were her, did she think she wouldn't do the same? Although Si-ran felt that Sang-chul was despicable, she finally succumbed to his sweet words, and temporarily made up. It's just that she still had a glimmer of hope, hoping that the vomiting just now was only because she wasn't feeling well. But sadly, the pregnancy test clearly showed 2 lines. She was really pregnant. What was done, Si-ran had no way back. Moreover, this child gave her even more reason to attack Da-young. She had to quickly carry out her revenge plan. In another development, Hae-in accepted Sang-chul's mother's invitation to come to his house and happened to discover that the girl who saved her was the daughter-in-law of this family. At the same time, Si-ran frantically called Da-young, announcing that she was coming over to get some fruit. Sang-chul trembled when he heard the news. He was afraid that his relationship with Si-ran would be discovered by Da-young. But Si-ran, with the mentality of, if the net breaks, the fish die, vowed to reveal everything in front of Da-young. Si-ran arrived at the house with a fiery aura. Taking advantage of everyone sitting down at the table, she announced shocking news. "I'm pregnant. Your husband and I are in love, and I'm pregnant." Everyone was stunned by the unexpected information. Da-young even fainted on the spot. But it was all just Sang-chul's imagination. Just thinking about Si-ran getting closer and closer, thinking about the images that had just flashed through his head, his cold sweat poured out. He was afraid that everything would get out of control. To stop Si-ran, Sang-chul hurriedly made up the excuse that the company had an urgent matter. Unexpectedly, in the elevator, he ran into his father-in-law and Si-ran. After taking the items from his father-in-law and seeing him off, Sang-chul began to settle accounts with Si-ran, questioning her if she wanted to expose everything. Si-ran didn't hide anything, declaring that she had fallen in love with Sang-chul, and only if the net broke and the fish died would she have a chance to be with him. Unexpectedly, Sang-chul told her that no matter what happened, he would never leave Da-young to choose her, telling her to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Si-ran realized at this point that Sang-chul had never valued her from the beginning. In his eyes, she was just a toy to pass the time. Hearing that Sang-chul wasn't afraid of her threats, and was determined not to break up with Da-young, even if the secret was exposed, he would beg Da-young for forgiveness. Si-ran's mind was completely twisted. She vowed to make Da-young taste the pain of losing everything, not only to avenge her father, but also to find every way to steal Da-young's most precious things. The next day, Si-ran called Da-young, saying that she had unfortunately had a miscarriage. Then she met Sang-chul, saying that she would let go of everything to go abroad and start a new life. From then on, Si-ran completely disappeared from the lives of Da-young and Sang-chul. But just as Da-young was about to give birth, Si-ran, with a large pregnant belly, secretly reappeared. It turned out that Si-ran hadn't gone abroad, but was hiding in a secret house, monitoring Da-young's every move, planning to strike on the day Da-young gave birth and kill the baby. Coincidentally, on the day Da-young gave birth, Si-ran also showed signs of labor, and was taken to the same hospital as Da-young. After giving birth, De-young suffered postpartum hemorrhage and needed emergency treatment. This created an opportunity for Se-ran. Se-ran took advantage of the quiet night to sneak in to find De-young's daughter. But when she was about to strike, the sky suddenly broke out in a storm, causing her to run away in fear. So Se-ran changed her plan, playing a bait-and-switch tactic, using her own daughter to swap with De-young's daughter, and finally abandoned De-young's child in front of a church. Se-ran thought that she had done everything secretly. But when she was discharged from the hospital, she dropped her medical record book at the hospital. The nurse couldn't contact Se-ran, so she called her mother. Mi-sun looked at the medical record book, confirming it many times, seeing that the name on it was indeed her daughter's. And at this time, she knew what had happened to her daughter. Arriving home, Mi-sun questioned Se-ran about the child. At that moment, the news reported about a newborn baby abandoned in front of a church last night. Unfortunately, the child had died due to a high fever. Se-ran's initial intention was only to abandon De-young's child, but unexpectedly it led to the death of the baby. Mi-sun mistakenly thought that Se-ran had abandoned her own biological child. She had no idea that Se-ran was even more insane than she imagined. Se-ran panicked, crying and wailing miserably. But very quickly after that, she blamed all the guilt on De-young's father, believing that she did so to avenge her father. Looking at the photo of her daughter on her phone, Se-ran vowed that she would come to her side soon. Meanwhile, the birth of his daughter made Sang-chul repent. He promised to give De-young and his daughter a happy life. On the day their family happily left the hospital, Se-ran stood from a distance, her malicious eyes staring at them. She vowed to destroy De-young's happiness and take back her daughter. 5 years later, on the way to take her daughter to school, De-young accidentally bumped into Johan, whom she didn't like. The two had had conflicts many times, and this time was no exception. Due to De-young's collision, the ring that Johan intended to give his girlfriend fell into the sewer. Johan and Sang-chul worked for the same company. He had seen Sang-chul and Se-ran together, mistakenly thinking that Se-ran was Sang-chul's wife. So when he saw De-young coming to find Sang-chul, he mistook her for the mistress. At this time, he again sarcastically mocked De-young for destroying other people's families. De-young ignored his inexplicable hostile attitude and tried to help him retrieve the ring. Unexpectedly, she accidentally pushed the ring further down. The misunderstanding between the two deepened, but they couldn't have imagined that there was an even deeper connection between them. It turned out that the baby reported to have died in front of the church 5 years ago was not De-young's daughter, who had been abandoned by Se-ran. In fact, De-young's daughter had been adopted by Johan, who wanted to hold on to love. It's just that in the end, his lover still couldn't overcome the pain of losing a child, and left Johan. Se-ran felt that the time was ripe, and decided to return to disturb De-young's life. So she lied that she was about to return to the country. De-young took her daughter to the airport to pick up Se-ran. Se-ran appeared with a fancy, successful look, and devoted all her attention to De-young's daughter. Se-ran's return made the old scumbag return to his old ways. Seeing Se-ran more seductive than before, the fire in Sang-chul's heart reignited. Just as he was about to greet Se-ran happily, Se-ran walked right past him, heading towards another man. Sang-chul ate from one bowl, but looked at what was in another. Seeing Se-ran dating another man, he hurriedly texted her, while glaring at the other man with a hostile look. Seeing that Sang-chul had taken the bait, Se-ran pretended to reluctantly agree to meet him. Sang-chul turned into a well-behaved dog, wanting to rekindle their old love. Se-ran both hit and rubbed, saying that the two of them were the past, telling him to look forward. The more Sang-chul couldn't get it, the more itchy he felt in his heart. He had no idea that everything was in Se-ran's plan. Se-ran's purpose was to replace De-young's position, both to take revenge and to return to her daughter. De-young was completely unaware of Se-ran's malice. To welcome Se-ran back to the country, she invited Se-ran to her house for dinner. Se-ran's mother, according to her daughter's arrangement, lied that the house was leaking water, so that De-young would let Se-ran stay at her house for a few days. Sang-chul was overjoyed, looking forward to being able to get close to Se-ran and confide in her. Se-ran spared no expense to buy expensive gifts for Sang-chul's mother. This made De-young's father vigilant, reminding De-young to be wary of others. But De-young didn't suspect anything at all. On the contrary, she thought that her father was overthinking things. Sang-chul couldn't restrain his desires, secretly sending ambiguous text messages to Se-ran in the room. On the surface, Se-ran didn't pay attention, but when night fell, she sneaked into De-young's bedroom. Looking at De-young, who was sleeping soundly, a hint of malice flashed in Se-ran's eyes. Initially, she intended to expose the secret that had been buried for so long, but she always thought that she had killed De-young's child. So she changed her plan, deciding to steal her husband and take back De-young's daughter. Deok-su, who often came to Bong Yu's restaurant to deliver vegetables, happened to meet Mi Sun working here. Mi Sun demanded that he pay for her husband's life. Deok-soo told her that the police had determined that Man Seok's death was not related to him. He had been vindicated, asking her not to slander him. He also questioned whether Mi Sun was related to Da Young's mysterious disappearance more than 20 years ago. Mi Sun was guilty and didn't dare admit it. Deok-soo warned her that he would definitely investigate the truth, and at that time he would not spare the murderer. Si-ran received a call from Sang-chul again. This scumbag still shamelessly wanted to rekindle their old love with her. The time hadn't come, so Si-ran would certainly not agree so easily. Just at this moment, Da-jung, when leaving the house, discovered that she had forgotten her phone, so she turned back to get it. She happened to hear Sang-chul's conversation with someone else. Da-jung pushed the door open and walked in, thinking that the person talking on the phone with Sang-chul was the scumbag who had made Si-ran pregnant 5 years ago, and loudly declared that she would take Si-ran to find that guy to settle accounts. Si-ran stopped Da-jung, admitting that the scumbag saw that she was successful and wanted to come back. But she didn't say that the man was Sang-chul, Da-jung's husband. When Da-jung advised her to break up with that guy, Si-ran hinted that the man loved her, and she would never let go. Seeing that her best friend was determined, Da-jung couldn't persuade her any further, only reminding Si-ran not to let herself be hurt. Unexpectedly, the one who was about to be hurt was her. To deal with Da-jung when traveling with Da-jung's family, Si-ran deliberately dripped 2 drops of a strange liquid into her coffee. Her action was seen by Song-yi, Da-jung's daughter. Si-ran didn't panic, whispering in Song-yi's ear that there was something dirty in her mother's coffee. She was helping to remove it. This was a secret between the two of them, not to be told to anyone. Song-yi believed it, so when she saw her mother drinking coffee, she didn't stop her. Very quickly after that, Da-jung showed symptoms of difficulty breathing, hugging her neck, and painfully collapsing to the ground. The old father panicked and took his daughter to the hospital. Sang-chul intended to follow, but was stopped by Si-ran, telling him to stay and take care of their daughter. It turned out that Si-ran's purpose was to chase away all the irrelevant people, so that their family of 3 could enjoy the joy together. Si-ran and Sang-chul happily took Song-yi out to play, completely unconcerned about Da-jung's life or death. But even so, Si-ran still hadn't achieved her goal. To steal Sang-chul back into her hands, she was both hot and cold. One day they would happily go out to play, the next day she would be indifferent, wanting to draw a line between him and her. Sang-chul's pitiful conscience had completely disappeared under Si-ran's enchantment. He pulled Si-ran back, after 5 years, once again betraying his wife. Da-jung's stupidity made Si-ran even more emboldened. Physical relationship with Sang-chul was not her ultimate goal. So, at the dining table, she deliberately stretched out her leg to provoke Sang-chul. Sang-chul was so fascinated that he began to imagine living with Si-ran, and at night, he became even more disgusted with Da-jung sleeping next to him. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant hired a new manager. Da-jung looked at Johan, who had had many arguments with her, and felt very dissatisfied in her heart, even questioning his ability right there. The two of them were always like oil and water, neither willing to give in, but they didn't know what kind of connection they would have in the coming days. The midwife who delivered Bong Yu's owner was seriously ill. Before she died, she revealed a shocking secret. The son that the owner gave birth to years ago didn't die. The owner was both surprised and angry and began to search for her son's whereabouts. At the same time, Sang-chul, thirsty, took advantage of his work hours to secretly date Si-ran. Unexpectedly, the scene of the two of them standing together was caught by Da-jung's father. Da-jung's father, carrying suspicions, headed towards the alley where Sang-chul and Si-ran were dating. So by the time he got there, the two of them were no longer there. He slightly suspected that he had seen it wrong, but he couldn't have imagined that while he was still hesitating about this matter, the cheating couple was already discussing their future. Sang-chul guaranteed that this time he wouldn't abandon Si-ran like he did 5 years ago. Sang-chul had been completely fascinated by Si-ran's seductive appearance, promising to give her time, because he still had a daughter, so he wanted to minimize the impact of the divorce. Si-ran, after getting an inch, wanted a foot and kissed Sang-chul, using action to express her thoughts. Sang-chul and Si-ran were secretly in love. At the same time, Da-jung smelled perfume on her husband's clothes. This scent was very familiar to her. This made her immediately have a bad feeling, but she was too foolish and didn't connect it to Si-ran. On the contrary, Si-ran couldn't help but tell Da-jung that she and her boyfriend from 5 years ago had gotten back together. Si-ran's announcement was indeed a blatant provocation, but Da-jung was too foolish and didn't hear the hidden meaning in her words. Since the time Deok-soo caught Sang-chul and Si-ran together, He had started paying attention to all of Sang Chul's actions. Heaven didn't disappoint those who tried, and he finally witnessed Sang Chul and Se Ran going into a hotel. Sang Chul quickly received a text message from his father-in-law. This scumbag was so scared that his soul flew away. Se Ran wanted to take this opportunity to lay all her cards on the table, replacing her best friend and becoming Sang Chul's wife. She also promised to treat Sang Chul's daughter like her own. Sang Chul was extremely touched, but he had no idea that his daughter had been switched since she was born. The woman in front of him was the biological mother of his daughter. Sang Chul weighed the pros and cons, and still didn't want to make their relationship public at this time. Sang Chul pretended to be scared and stepped out to meet his father-in-law. Deok-su punched Sang Chul straight in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. At this time, Se Ran, who had been standing on the sidelines all this time, slowly stepped out. Se Ran turned her head, looking at Deok-su with hateful eyes. Deok-su was confused, unable to guess that Se Ran was doing all of this because she considered him the enemy who killed her father. Returning home, Se Ran immediately contacted Sang Chul, making an appointment to meet him at the hotel in the evening. Sang Chul agreed immediately. After that, Da-young, who was at work, also received a text message saying that her husband and another woman were in a hotel somewhere. Da-young, distraught, went to the hotel. In the room, the cheating couple was hugging intimately. Se Ran stared at Da-young as she stepped closer, but she only hugged Sang Chul tighter, letting herself be licentious. Only at this time did Da-young realize the true face of her best friend. Sang Chul wanted to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. Da-young slapped him. Se Ran watched the good show, unable to restrain her laughter. After many years of plotting, she had finally waited for this day. At the same time, Johan started to worry because Da-young hadn't returned for so long, because he had seen Da-young's distraught face when she went out, guessing that something had happened to Da-young. Da-young woke up and walked out of the hospital by herself. In her head, she kept replaying what had just happened. Even now, she couldn't believe that her husband and best friend had betrayed her. But the harsh reality had let her know that it was all true. Da-young stormed into Se Ran's house, questioning her why she had destroyed her family. Da-young couldn't hold back any longer, picking up things on the table and throwing them straight at Se Ran. Da-young used the affair of the two to force Se Ran to compensate her 10 billion won. Se Ran sneered at Da-young's naivety. She didn't have any money. But after Da-young gave up her husband, she would treat Song Yi as her own daughter and treat her well. Just at this moment, Sang Chul and his mother suddenly appeared. The mother-in-law didn't hesitate to give Se Ran a slap, grabbing her hair and dragging her. Deok-su still didn't know that his daughter knew the truth, feeling pained for his daughter's marriage. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant saw that Deok-su seemed different and asked him if he wasn't feeling well. Deok-su couldn't confide in anyone and could only lie that he was okay. During the conversation, the owner asked about Deok-su's background. Deok-su recounted what he had experienced in Busan as a child. This gave the owner a strange feeling, because she had also given birth to her son in Busan. But Deok-su then said that the teacher at the orphanage had told him that his mother had come to visit him. But after she remarried, she didn't come anymore. This statement extinguished the hope that had just ignited in the owner's heart. Deok-su also said that if it wasn't for the teacher saying so, based on the identifying features, he would have thought that he was the owner's son. Da-young looked at her sleeping daughter, starting to think about how she would resolve this broken marriage. At this time, Sang Chul suddenly woke up, unilaterally cutting off contact with Se Ran. Se Ran was angry, afraid that Sang Chul would abandon her to choose Da-young. Da-young completely tore off her mask, accusing Sang Chul of being seduced by Se Ran in front of everyone. After returning home, Se Ran called Sang Chul, but Sang Chul refused to answer the phone. At this time, Se Ran's mother had guessed that the baby that Se Ran had given birth to years ago was Sang Chul's child. She went to find Sang Chul to settle accounts. Mi-sun gave Sang Chul a slap, feeling indignant for what Se Ran had suffered over the years. At this time, Se Ran also chased after them. Initially, she intended to conceal the matter of giving birth, but then she suddenly changed her strategy, wanting to pretend to be pitiful to gain Sang Chul's sympathy. So, she told Sang Chul that because she loved him so deeply, she had given birth to the child. But she didn't want to destroy his family, so she had abandoned the baby at the church. Unexpectedly, the baby had died of a high fever. In another development, Da-young was with Hae-in. Hae-in, after learning about Da-young's situation, comforted her, telling her to treat her like a mother and cry to her heart's content. Only at this time did Da-young pour out all the grievances in her heart. After that, Hae-in asked Da-young why she was estranged from her mother. Da-young recalled the scene of her mother abandoning her as a child. Clearly, both of them shared the same memory, but now they had both changed their names. so no one knew that these two women who were destined to meet were actually mother and daughter. Da-young asked Sang Chul how he wanted to resolve their marriage. Sang Chul didn't want to divorce and was still attached to Se-ran. Under Da-young's coercion, he then revealed that Se-ran had given birth to his child years ago, but the baby had unfortunately died. It was because of this that he couldn't abandon Se-ran. Da-young was in extreme pain, and only when talking on the phone with her father did she feel a little warmth of family affection. But she didn't tell her father about what she had experienced. Similarly, Deok-soo was also secretly concealing the secret for his daughter's happiness. Mi-soon didn't care about the complicated love affairs of the three of them. She greedily only wanted to recover the damages for her daughter from Sang Chul. Sang Chul shirked responsibility, saying that his salary wasn't enough to support two families. Clearly not wanting to take responsibility, having endured too much pressure all this time, Da-young fainted on her way to work. Fortunately, Johan saw this scene. Johan took Da-young to the hospital, but after waking up, Da-young insisted on going back to work. However, working together with Mi-sun would certainly not be peaceful with her. Sure enough, Mi-sun shamelessly asked Da-young to take the initiative to give up her husband to her daughter, saying that Se-ran had abandoned her child years ago in order to maintain family happiness for Da-young. Da-young retorted, if Se-ran was thinking of her, she shouldn't have gotten pregnant in the first place. Mi-sun was hit where it hurt, angrily grabbing Da-young's collar, intending to hit her. Fortunately, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant showed up in time, and the weak Da-young was able to escape. To resolve the trouble for her son, Sang Chul's mother took the initiative to meet Se-ran. Se-ran appeared with a bouquet of flowers in her hand. Her intention to please her mother-in-law was all too clear. She vowed to treat her mother-in-law better than Da-young, and would love Song-yi even more. Moreover, she earned more money than Da-young, so choosing to be with her was clearly wiser. The mother-in-law was not fascinated by her, saying that she would not agree to Sang Chul divorcing Da-young to bring a vixen into the house. She hoped that Se-ran would voluntarily withdraw, returning peace to her son's family. Se-ran rejected the mother-in-law's request, continuing to pretend to be pitiful by exploiting the death of the child, and also saying that in the future, the mother-in-law would definitely accept her as her daughter-in-law. The mother-in-law couldn't hold back any longer, scolding her as a wicked woman, grabbing the bouquet of flowers on the table and throwing it at Se-ran. In her heart, Se-ran was filled with resentment, but on the surface, she still pretended to be pitiful, trying to squeeze out a few tears for her mother-in-law to see. Leaving the house, Se-ran called Sang Chul, calling him "my love," while sobbing and complaining about being bullied. Se-ran intended to go find Sang Chul, but after taking only a few steps, she was stopped by Deok-soo. Deok-soo once again warned her not to approach Sang Chul, or else he would expose her despicable behavior, causing her to be ruined and discredited. Meanwhile, Johan had been helping the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant find her son's whereabouts. After reviewing countless documents, he finally found a related organization, obtaining their contact information. But no one expected that the person who answered the phone was Se-ran. Se-ran said that her father had passed away when she was 5 years old. Initially, she didn't want to pay attention to this meaningless identity confirmation call, but when she learned that the other party was from Bong Yu's restaurant, she immediately agreed to go there for a DNA test tomorrow. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant learned of her son's whereabouts, and hurriedly found Johan to verify. Although he didn't want to make the old woman sad, Johan still had to tell the truth. Her son was no longer alive, and the person they contacted was her granddaughter. The old woman couldn't believe this harsh truth, and could only blame heaven for being too cruel to her. After returning home, Se-ran told her mother about the identity confirmation. The two of them raised their glasses to celebrate, because Se-ran was about to become the heir to Bong Yu's restaurant. Se-ran even started to imagine herself overthrowing Da-young and taking back her husband and daughter. The next day, Se-ran went to the orphanage to take a DNA test. She pretended to be nostalgic, asking where her father's old room was. The caretaker said that she didn't know. Se-ran went to the office, and happened to overhear a conversation between the director and an old woman. Not Man Seok, but Deok-soo, Sin Deok-soo. It turned out that the old woman used to be an employee at the orphanage, and she had taken care of both Deok-soo and Man Seok. Once, Man Seok wet the bed, and the old woman had taken Deok-soo's clothes and given them to Man Seok to wear. Therefore, there was a photo of Man Seok wearing Deok-soo's clothes. It was also this that had led Johan, who was looking for the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant's son, to mistakenly think that Man Seok was her son. The sudden truth broke Se-ran's beautiful dream. She didn't want to believe that the wealthy owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was actually Da-young's grandmother. She absolutely couldn't allow this to happen. Therefore, she stormed into the office, and just as the director was about to call Johan to tell him the truth, she snatched the phone away. Se-Ran told the director that she was the granddaughter of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, deliberately misleading the director, requesting that she not reveal this matter before she had the results of the DNA test. The director believed Se-Ran's words and in the end didn't tell Johan the truth. Se-Ran was still uneasy, and taking advantage of the old woman going out, she threatened the old woman not to reveal this matter to anyone. The old woman was scared, her mind in a panic, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Having finished, Se-Ran went to find the doctor doing the DNA test, trying to find a way to prevent the doctor from contacting Johan when the results were available, but to contact her first. After that, she brazenly went to Da-Young's house, wanting to find Da-Young's personal belongings to do a comparative DNA test. Unexpectedly, Da-Young was at home. Da-Young thought that Sang Chul had contacted Se-Ran again and rushed to give Se-Ran a slap, then dragged her out of the house. Se-Ran held the toothbrush she had just stolen, unable to restrain a sneer. Although she had been slapped, she had achieved her goal. Next, she would play a bait-and-switch tactic, replacing Da-Young and becoming the granddaughter of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. Deok-su learned that the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant had found her family and presented flowers to congratulate her. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was extremely happy, saying that she wanted to give Deok-su a gift. Unexpectedly, when she stood up, she accidentally bumped into Deok-su, causing the water in the glass to spill on him. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant found Deok-su a new set of clothes. When Deok-su took off his wet clothes, a very noticeable black birthmark was revealed on his shoulder. Just as the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was about to push open the door and enter, Se-Ran's mother suddenly appeared. She claimed to be the daughter-in-law of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. The successive unexpected events almost caused the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant to faint. Deok-su, hearing Mi-sun's words in the room, also felt unbelievable. He and Man Seok had grown up together, but he never expected that the son of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was actually Man Seok. At the same time, Se-Ran also arrived at the gate of Bong Yu's restaurant. She took the DNA test results from the delivery person. As long as she swapped Da-Young's results with her own, everything would be in place. But before she could act, Johan suddenly snatched the envelope. Se-Ran was startled, because the results in this envelope determined her fate. Johan recognized Se-Ran. At this time, he still thought that Se-Ran was Sang Chul's wife. Se-Ran covered up by taking advantage of Johan's inattention, quickly snatching the envelope back. But she was disappointed, because the envelope didn't contain the DNA test results, but only work documents. At this time, she saw another delivery person coming out of Bong Yu's restaurant. She immediately guessed that the DNA test results might have been delivered to someone else, so she hurriedly ran inside. The caretaker was holding the envelope and about to open it when Se-Ran's mother saw her. She then introduced her to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, saying that this was the daughter of her son, her biological granddaughter. The unexpected event caused the caretaker to stop. At this time, Deok-su, having finished changing his clothes, also stepped out of the room. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant wanted to introduce Se-Ran to Deok-su, but Se-Ran spoke first, questioning Deok-su if killing her father wasn't enough, and what he wanted to do to her grandmother now. Seeing that the situation had reached this point, Mi-sun also cooperated with her daughter, rushing to hit Deok-su. The two women grabbed Deok-su's collar, forcing him into a corner. Deok-su couldn't hold back any longer, shouting that he was wronged. In the chaos, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant had a heart attack and was helped by the caretaker to rest in her room. This created a perfect opportunity for Se-Ran. She secretly approached the cabinet and, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, switched the two DNA test results. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant looked at the DNA test results, completely believing that Se-Ran was her biological granddaughter. The two grandmothers and granddaughters hugged each other and cried bitterly. Unfortunately, one person was sincerely happy to have found her family, while the other was pretending, stealing another person's life. Da-Young had no idea what was happening, and after thinking carefully, she decided to divorce Sang Chul. Sang Chul shamelessly said that the love affair between him and Se-Ran was like a gust of wind, and when the wind stopped blowing, he would return to his original position. Da-Young didn't want to listen to his shameless justifications any longer, and insisted on a divorce. Se-Ran and her mother surrounded the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, asking about her with concern. To compensate the two women, the owner gave them a considerable sum of money. Mi-sun was overjoyed, while Se-Ran appeared indifferent, because her goal was to become the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. To get her mother's help, Si-ran revealed the matter of falsifying the DNA test results to her mother. She said that her father was not the son of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, but Deok-su was. Mi-sun was heartbroken, because the meat that had come to her mouth had fallen out again. But after hearing Se-ran's perfect plan, she rekindled hope, deciding to help Se-ran turn the false into reality. As long as they got Bong Yu's restaurant, even if their identity was exposed one day, they would have nothing to fear. The two women discussed, and the first plan was to incite the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant to drive Deok-su away. The next day, while the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant and Deok-su were drinking tea, Mi-sun again falsely accused Deok-su of being the one who killed her husband, even adding fuel to the fire, saying that Deok-su had pushed her husband into the burning fire, locking the door so that her husband had no way to escape. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was shocked, almost fainting. Deok-su intended to step forward to support her, but was pushed away by Se-ran. At this time, the caretaker, having heard the news, ran over, but received a call from the director of the orphanage. Hearing the caretaker call the director, Se-ran's heart almost jumped out of her chest. If the director revealed the secret that the old woman had revealed, she would be exposed immediately. Therefore, she snatched the phone away. To silence the director, Se-ran gave her a large sum of money, requesting that she keep the secret of the real and fake grandchildren a secret. At the same time, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was brainwashed by Mi-sun and Se-ran, thinking that Deok-su was the one who killed her son. So she decided to no longer care about Deok-su, and from now on would devote all her time to her real family. Therefore, she gave the two women another large sum of money, and also appointed Se-ran as the representative of Bong Yu's restaurant, with full power to handle everything. A wild pheasant flew up to a high branch and turned into a phoenix, which made Mi-sun extremely smug. She immediately went to find Sang-chul's mother, mocking her for being blind and missing out on a wealthy daughter-in-law like Se-ran. After returning home, Sang-chul's mother recounted this to Sang-chul. Sang-chul began to change his tune, because Da-young listened to her mother-in-law's advice, and also didn't want her daughter to experience an unhappy childhood without a mother like she had. She decided not to divorce. Not divorcing was originally the result that Sang-chul had been wholeheartedly begging for, but when Se-ran's identity changed, Sang-chul felt that Da-young's existence was truly an eyesore. Se-ran knew that Johan considered her to be Sang-chul's wife. She was afraid that after the two of them worked together, Johan would sooner or later discover her true identity. To avoid trouble, she took the initiative to find Johan, saying that she and Sang-chul were in love, and although they weren't husband and wife yet, they would get married sooner or later. At this time, Johan understood that he had misunderstood Da-young all this time, and that Sang-chul's mistress wasn't Da-young, but Se-ran. Se-ran wanted to use her name as the representative of Bong Yu's restaurant to fire Da-young. Da-young saw through her intentions. She was afraid that her story of destroying other people's families would be known by her grandmother, so she wanted to strike first. But Da-young would absolutely not let her succeed. The two women exchanged words and got into another verbal battle. Soon after, Sang-chul, the main character in the two people's argument, unexpectedly appeared. Da-young wanted to see who her husband would stand by, while Se-ran took the initiative to step forward and hug Sang-chul tightly. Se-ran deliberately put on a show of affection, with Sang-chul in front of Da-young. Sang-chul, from beginning to end, had no intention of refusing. This made Da-young understand that this scumbag had changed his mind after learning of Se-ran's family background. Da-young sadly shed tears. Ever since discovering her husband's affair, her heart had been shattered. Now, she told herself that she had to let go of others, and also let go of herself, and from now on only live for her daughter. Arriving at the gate of her house, Da-young unexpectedly saw Johan. It turned out that Johan had come to apologize to her, apologizing for misunderstanding her all this time. Just as the two of them were talking, a cyclist almost ran into Da-young. Johan quickly grabbed Da-young. This scene was caught by Da-young's mother-in-law. Deok-su was falsely accused by Se-ran and Mi-sun, and forced to quit his job at Bong Yu's restaurant. After Deok-su left, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant wanted to transfer Se-ran's household registration to her house, and also wanted to make a will, leaving all her assets to Se-ran. Johan advised the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant to go to the orphanage to learn about her son's growing up process. This made Se-ran and Mi-sun extremely worried. What worried Se-ran even more was that the story of her seducing Sang-chul was exposed. Currently, the only way to hide this matter was to quickly marry Sang-chul. To achieve her goal, Se-ran again sought out Da-young, deliberately provoking the relationship between her and Sang-chul. Young guessed that Se Ran was so eager because she definitely had a secret, so no matter what Se Ran said, she wouldn't agree to a divorce. Not succeeding with Young, Se Ran turned her attention to Johan. She used the excuse that her grandmother had heart disease and couldn't be agitated, requesting that Johan not mention her affairs in front of her. Johan had heard the conversation between Se Ran and Young. He clearly understood Se Ran's personality and sarcastically mocked her for smearing lipstick on her dirty desires to make them look like love, calling it a shameless act. At the same time, he also made a condition that if he was to keep the secret, Se Ran had to promise not to make things difficult for Young in the future. Last time, because Young's mother-in-law had appeared, Johan hadn't had time to properly apologize to Young, so he again asked Young out for dinner. Unexpectedly, Sang Chul listened to his mother, thinking that Young was having an affair, and forced Young to divorce. Young didn't realize her husband's intention to cling to Se Ran, and tried her best to explain her innocence. The mother-in-law also scolded her for being loose, completely forgetting that her son had had an affair, causing another woman to become pregnant. The two threw her luggage outside, demanding that Young leave empty-handed. Young still wanted to knock on the door to explain, but she didn't know that the mastermind behind everything, Se Ran, was sitting inside, enjoying her success. It turned out that the matter of falsely accusing Young of having an affair and forcing her to leave empty-handed had all been planned by Se Ran. This despicable mother and daughter wanted to take advantage of Se Ran's identity to rise to become wealthy, so they listened to Se Ran's every word. Young didn't want her father to worry about her, and with nowhere else to go, she could only sit in front of the door, hoping that her husband and mother-in-law would change their minds and let her into the house. Until Se Ran walked out of the house, did she understand that it was all Se Ran's doing. To take revenge on Se Ran, Young also began to take action. When Se Ran and her mother were eating with her grandmother, the words, "Mistress," appeared very clearly on Se Ran's rice bowl. After that, Young filed a lawsuit in court. Just as Se Ran was struggling to find a way to resolve everything, an unexpected person appeared, causing her to face an even greater crisis. It turned out that Man Seok's younger brother, Se Ran's biological father, had sought out the director of the orphanage. The director, after learning about it, immediately contacted Se Ran. Se Ran was scared out of her wits. Just at that moment, Bong Sik snatched the phone and spoke to Se Ran in the director's place. After that, Bong Sik immediately sought out Se Ran, treating her like a goose that lays golden eggs, both extorting money from Se Ran and threatening the two women to visit his mother at the nursing home. Therefore, the two women disguised themselves and appeared before their real mother-in-law. Unexpectedly, the old woman from the nursing home with mental problems was in the same nursing home as Se Ran's grandmother. Mi Soon saw Young and also saw Johan thanking the old woman for helping the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant find her son Man Seok. Mi Soon hurriedly returned to report the news to Se Ran. Se Ran was terrified. Young told the old woman that she was Deok Su's daughter. The old woman intended to tell Young that Deok Su was the real son of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. But Se Ran suddenly appeared. Se Ran rushed over and covered the old woman's mouth. Unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, the old woman had a seizure, and her mind was no longer clear. Se Ran narrowly escaped disaster and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, Deok Su happened to meet his wife. However, Hae In regarded him as a bad guy and ran away. Hae In considered meeting Deok Su as a small matter. She went to Sang Chul's house to visit Young, but inadvertently learned that Sang Chul's mother wanted Sang Chul to divorce Young to marry the mistress. Hae In had a very good impression of Young and advised Sang Chul's mother not to fall into the mistress's trap. But Sang Chul's mother said that she had personally witnessed Young having an affair with the director of Young's company. At this time, neither of them knew that the director that Sang Chul's mother mentioned was Johan, the grandson of Hae In's husband. Johan met Bong Sik at the nursing home. He had seen this person looking for Se Ran at the company, so he thought that this person had come to cause trouble for Se Ran again, and stepped forward to reason with him. Mi Sun, afraid that Bong Sik's identity would be exposed, pretended to rush over to argue with Bong Sik, but secretly signaled him to leave immediately. Bong Sik received the signal and left immediately. Johan felt that something was wrong. Returning to the company, he recounted this matter to Young, but Young couldn't have imagined that this person was related to Se Ran. After that, Johan asked Young if Sang Chul and Se Ran had broken up. Young didn't want to mention her marriage, and warned Johan not to interfere in her private affairs. Young still had the mindset of airing dirty laundry in public shames the family, and wanted to resolve the divorce matter behind closed doors. But her mother-in-law couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to cling to Se-ran. To drive De-jung away, she acted like an uncultured woman, smashing things while shouting loudly. With nowhere else to go, De-jung had no choice but to use the excuse that she missed her father and temporarily moved back to her father's house. De-jung returned home dejectedly. Mi-soon didn't understand why Se-ran, who was about to become the heir to Bong Yu's restaurant, still wanted to marry the scumbag, Sang-chul. Se-ran didn't dare to reveal the truth about switching the baby years ago. Until now, she still thought that she had killed De-jung's child, but she didn't know that the baby was being raised by Johan and was living very well. Johan told De-jung about Se-ran's strange behavior at the nursing home. He suspected that Se-ran had always intentionally interrupted the old woman, and there was definitely a motive behind it. At this time, Se-ran had no idea that Johan suspected her. She was having a headache because she was being stalked by Bong-sik. The money he had extorted last time had been spent by Bong-sik, and he called Se-ran again to demand money. Mi-soon snatched the phone and warned the other party to know what was good for him, then hung up. But when the two women turned around, they were startled because De-jung was standing right behind them without them knowing when. Deok-soo wanted Hae-in and his daughter to recognize each other, so he went to Hae-in's company again, asking the receptionist to pass a note to Hae-in. Deok-soo's note reminded Hae-in of the man who had blocked her way that day. She wanted to go there to find out what was going on. Deok-soo happened to learn that Hae-in's current husband was Chairman Wang, who had forced him to sell his factory cheaply 20 years ago. To find out the truth, Deok-soo went to see Chairman Wang, questioning him why he had taken advantage of his difficulties to seize his factory. Chairman Wang justified that at that time the factory was about to go bankrupt, and he took over to pay the workers' salaries. Deok-soo then asked why Hae-in had become his wife. Chairman Wang, after learning about the relationship between Deok-soo and Hae-in, flew into a rage, ordering the security guards to chase Deok-soo out. Hae-in arrived at the coffee shop as agreed, but Chairman Wang, after learning about the relationship between Hae-in and Deok-soo, had arrived at the coffee shop first, taking Hae-in away. Returning home under the guise of concern, he instructed Hae-in not to easily believe outsiders. Hae-in was very touched by her husband's concern, promising that from now on she would not meet with unsavory people again. Deok-soo and De-jung waited at the coffee shop for a long time, but didn't see Hae-in arrive. De-jung thought that her mother didn't want to acknowledge her, and sadly decided to consider her mother dead, giving up on the idea of finding her mother. Returning home in disappointment, she called Hae-in, pouring out her feelings. Hae-in, after hearing this, felt very sorry for De-jung, and hurried to her side to comfort her. Under Hae-in's advice, De-jung gradually calmed down. At this time, she received a call from her father. Her father was worried when he saw his daughter leaving while crying, so he wanted to visit her. Seeing that there was someone who cared about De-jung, Hae-in was very happy for her. She also wanted to know what kind of father could raise such a good daughter like De-jung. So she stayed with De-jung, waiting for her father to arrive. Deok-soo gradually approached De-jung and Hae-in. As long as the three met, all the secrets would be revealed. But unfortunately, on the way, Deok-soo ran into Sang-chul and Se-ran, who were intimately in love. Seeing Deok-soo approaching menacingly, Se-ran ran away in fear. Sang-chul was knocked to the ground, screaming miserably. Deok-soo finished dealing with the cheating couple, but missed the opportunity to get back with his ex-wife. Deok-soo arrived late, and Hae-in had received a call from her husband, so she only gave De-jung a few instructions before leaving. Deok-soo grabbed Sang-chul by the collar and brought him home, questioning Sang-chul's mother why Sang-chul was involved with Se-ran. Before he could ask the details, De-jung returned. Deok-soo didn't know that his daughter knew the truth, so he had to try to suppress his anger, lying that he had come to visit his granddaughter. De-jung also didn't want her father to worry about her, and until now she still hadn't told her father about the troubles in her marriage. The two fathers and daughters were both hiding from each other, unaware that the other had already learned the secret about this marriage. De-jung tried her best to hide it in front of her father, but when she was alone, she couldn't restrain her sadness. At times like this, Johan would be by her side to comfort her, helping her overcome her sadness. Gradually, Johan became De-jung's emotional support, like Hae-in, whom De-jung considered a trustworthy person. Mi-soon saw De-jung and Johan together, and spread rumors that De-jung was flirting with the director during work hours. Wanting to take this opportunity to fire De-jung, Johan appeared in time, warning Mi-soon not to falsely accuse De-jung, then ignoring Mi-soon's angry attitude, directly taking De-jung away. Deok-soo inadvertently saw the missing person flyer from Bong Yu's restaurant from years ago. Suddenly, he noticed a detail that he had never paid attention to before. The flyer clearly stated that the person that the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant wanted to find had blood type O, but he had grown up with Man Seok since he was a child, and he knew very well that Man Seok had blood type AB. To clarify his suspicions, the next day, Deok-soo went to the orphanage to find the director. The director, upon learning that the man before her was Deok-soo, was so scared that she spat out her water. Hearing that Deok-soo wanted to see the old woman who had raised him years ago, under the power of money, the director lied that she had lost contact with the old woman. Deok-soo believed it, and he took out the missing person flyer, questioning why Man Seok's blood type didn't match the blood type of the person that the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant wanted to find. The director lied that the blood type determination work from years ago was not accurate, and that mistakes in blood typing were normal. What was important was that the DNA of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant and her granddaughter completely matched. Deok-soo was deceived again, once again missing the opportunity to recognize his mother. Do-young took her daughter to Hae-in's company to play. Hae-in took out the clothes she had prepared for little Song-yi to welcome the two mothers and daughters. Do-young took her daughter to the changing room. At the same time, Deok-soo didn't understand why Hae-in had broken her promise, so he went to Hae-in's company again. It seemed that Deok-soo would meet Do-young at Hae-in's company, and the relationship between the three would be clarified. But unfortunately, as soon as Deok-soo entered, he was stopped by Chairman Wang's security guards. Chairman Wang had ordered that he not be allowed to enter the door. Ever since Johan noticed Se-ran's unusual behavior with the old woman, he had been secretly investigating her secret. First, he went to the nursing home to find the old woman, but learned that she had been transferred to another facility. After that, he inquired about the situation of the family members of the patient Bong-sik in the next room. Just at this time, Bong-sik walked over. Johan questioned him why he was clinging to Se-ran, wanting to take this opportunity to probe the relationship between the two. But Bong-sik was very vigilant, and no matter how Johan tempted him, he refused to reveal the truth. The director of the orphanage sought out Se-ran. Although she was colluding with Se-ran, she didn't know that Se-ran had switched the DNA test results without authorization. It wasn't until Deok-soo went to the orphanage to find the old woman that she realized that Se-ran had impersonated the biological granddaughter of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. To earn more profit, the director threatened Se-ran to give her money to keep her mouth shut. Se-ran splashed water on the director's face, warning her that if the matter was exposed, she would also be an accomplice and would also have to go to jail. The director was frightened and didn't dare to act rashly anymore, only forced to cooperate with Se-ran. Keeping the secret, Bong-sik came to Bong Yu's restaurant, again to find Se-ran to extort money. Mi-sun quickly pulled him into the room to avoid being discovered by Johan and the others. But Johan had become suspicious, and he told Do-young about Bong-sik's arrival. The two immediately went to the front of the room and eavesdropped on the conversation between Mi-sun and Bong-sik. But Do-young really couldn't be patient anymore, and as soon as she heard Bong-sik call Mi-sun sister-in-law, she pushed the door open and stormed in, questioning the relationship between the two. Bong-sik lied that calling older women sister was very normal. Afraid that Johan would discover a clue, Bong-sik pretended to be a debt collector, forcing Se-ran and her mother to pay him. Se-ran hurriedly pulled Bong-sik out. In addition to giving him money to keep his mouth shut, Se-ran also asked Bong-sik to help her take revenge on Do-young. Seeing the two whispering, Do-young became even more suspicious of their relationship. Se-ran pulled Do-young into the storage room, and without saying a word, slapped Do-young, scolding her not to interfere in other people's affairs. Do-young wasn't one to back down and slapped Se-ran back. Then the two women started fighting. Johan knew that Do-young was in danger and hurried to the storage room, but he didn't see Bong-sik secretly following behind. Johan anxiously checked Do-young's injuries, when suddenly he heard a loud noise coming from the storage room door. The storage room door had been locked from the outside. Johan and Do-young, one with a dead phone battery and the other without her phone, could only wait for someone to come to their rescue. It was time to get off work, and the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant didn't see Johan and Do-young, so she asked about them. Mi-sun, knowing that the two of them were locked in the storage room, told the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant that they might have left work early. As time passed, the temperature in the storage room decreased. Johan took off his coat and put it on Do-young, but by midnight, the two were getting colder and colder, and the clothes on their bodies weren't enough to keep them warm. At the same time, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant wanted to see childhood photos of Man Seok. Mi-sun took out a photo of her husband at the beach when he was young. This made Se-ran anxious, because when confirming family relationships, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant had requested that the other person take off their clothes. She guessed that her son might have a special birthmark. Si-ran ran in fear to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant's office. Fortunately, the photo was still on the table. Just as Si-ran was about to steal the photo, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant walked in. Si-ran pretended to be chatting with her, but secretly handled the photo. With the danger gone, Si-ran again flirted with Sang-chul, and incidentally asked him if Deok-su had any birthmarks. Although Sang-chul didn't know why Si-ran was asking, he still truthfully replied that his father-in-law had a very noticeable black birthmark on his right shoulder. Si-ran immediately contacted Bong Sik, requesting him to fake photos of her father, adding the black birthmark to all the photos to avoid being discovered by her grandmother. Night was late, and no one had discovered that Johan and Da-young were locked in the storage room. To survive, the two hugged each other tightly to keep warm. But body heat couldn't withstand the piercing cold, and very quickly, the two fainted. Da-young didn't come home all night, and Sang-chul and his mother suspected that she and Johan were having a secret affair. So they came to Bong Yu's restaurant early in the morning to catch them. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant learned about it, and requested the caretaker to search everywhere. Mi-sun, afraid of being exposed, hurriedly informed Si-ran to open the storage room. Si-ran opened the storage room, and before her eyes were Johan and Da-young, lying unconscious. With a malicious heart, Si-ran didn't call for help immediately, but took out her phone to take photos of the two leaning against each other. Only after hearing footsteps did Si-ran put on a show, pretending to shout as if she was the one who had discovered the event. In the shouts of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, Johan and Da-young gradually woke up. Fortunately, thanks to keeping each other warm, the two were not in life-threatening danger. Both Johan and Da-young knew that this was Si-ran's doing, but they didn't have any evidence and couldn't punish her. To warn Si-ran, Johan looked straight at her, saying each word clearly. "This is a crime. I will definitely find the culprit and make her pay." After fully recovering, Johan immediately contacted his friends, asking them to investigate all the information about Bong Sik. Deok-su looked at the photos of his good brother Man Seok, and couldn't help but recall the time when the two had grown up together. He felt that he should give these photos to Man Seok's family, so he hurriedly went to Bong Yu's restaurant. At the same time, Si-ran brought the edited photos of her father to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant's office. As soon as Si-ran left, the caretaker led Deok-su to the office. While receiving Deok-su, the caretaker accidentally dropped Man Seok's photo on the ground, the photo facing down, and the blank back facing up. After the caretaker went out, Deok-su, who was sitting waiting for the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, suddenly saw the photo on the ground. Si-ran knew that Deok-su had come to find her grandmother, and hurriedly ran over. Seeing the photo album in Deok-su's hand, she panicked, and without saying a word, snatched the photo album and ran back to her room. Si-ran secretly hid the photos of her father topless in the photo album. At this time, Deok-su picked up the photo on the ground. Although the person in the photo was Man Seok, he felt very strange, because in his memory, Man Seok didn't have any birthmarks, while he himself had a birthmark in the same location. Deok-su didn't know what mistake had occurred, so he had to put Man Seok's photo in his pocket. Si-ran returned the photo album, and the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant also arrived right after. Deok-su gave the photo album to her, while also recounting the story of the friendship between him and Man Seok. But when he turned to the middle of the photo album, he suddenly became suspicious, because he remembered that there weren't any blank pages in the album, but he didn't think much about it. Under the questioning of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, he continued to tell more stories about the two. At this time, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant had trusted that Deok-su was not the murderer who killed her son. She remorsefully apologized to Deok-su for misunderstanding him earlier. Deok-su didn't take it to heart. He told the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant that years ago, he and Man Seok had opened a factory together, but it was targeted by a large company. The other party wanted to buy the factory, but he and Man Seok didn't agree. After that, the factory caught fire, taking Man Seok's life and changing his life. Si-ran and Mi-sun, hiding outside, eavesdropped, and seeing that the relationship between the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant and Deok-su had improved, they were afraid that their true identities would be exposed. So Si-ran pushed the door open and stormed in, angrily scolding Deok-su for being a liar. Mi-sun also rushed in, grabbing Deok-su's collar and demanding that he pay for her husband's life. Until now, Si-ran had always considered Deok-su as the enemy who killed her father. She still vividly remembered the scene when she was little. Deok-su had pinned her father to the ground and beaten him violently, muttering harsh words. She accused Deok-su of having intended to kill her father long ago. Deok-su admitted that he had taken action against Man Seok that year, But the reason was because Man Seok had an illicit relationship with his wife. To make the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant cut off relations with Deok-soo, Mi Soon deliberately distorted the truth, saying that it was Deok-soo's wife who had seduced Man Seok, and that their divorce was also because of her, causing Deok-soo to hate Man Seok to the bone. The argument of the three had attracted many employees to watch, including Da-young. Until this time, Mi-sun knew that Da-young was the child she had sold years ago. And Da-young also learned for the first time the reason for her parents' divorce. She couldn't believe that the truth about her parents' marriage was because her mother and Se-ran's father had an affair. But Da-young foolishly didn't investigate her mother's responsibility, but thought that it was her father's anger that had led to the tragedy, saying that she would never forgive her father. To speed up the divorce of Sang-chul and Da-young, Se-ran gave the photos of Johan and Da-young hugging to Sang-chul, accusing Da-young of having an affair, falsely claiming that Da-young and Johan had done something shady in the storage room. Da-young couldn't hold back any longer and splashed water on Se-ran. Se-ran, still shamelessly, continued to say harsh words, wanting to force Da-young to divorce. To shut this vile person's mouth, Da-young took a live fish from the table and threw it at Se-ran, causing her to be embarrassed and humiliated. After returning home, Deok-soo recalled Se-ran's tense expression when she saw the photo album and the strange birthmark on Man Seok's photo, and he suddenly realized the problem. He hurriedly took off his shirt, comparing the birthmark on his body with the birthmark on Man Seok's photo, discovering that the two birthmarks were completely identical. Thinking of this, he had guessed what was going on, and he immediately took out the missing person flyer of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant to look at. The flyer had information, both age and blood type matched him. Moreover, he knew that Man Seok didn't have blood type O. Everything was pointing in one direction. It was very likely that he was the son of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. Deok-soo immediately went to the restaurant to find the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. However, after what had just happened, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant's attitude towards him had become cold. But Deok-soo still asked the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant how she was sure that Man Seok was her son. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant replied that she had done a DNA test with Se-ran, confirming that the two had a blood relationship. This statement reminded Deok-soo of the scene where Se-ran had secretly approached the cabinet, then flaunted the DNA test results. He suspected that Se-ran had tampered with the DNA test results. To prevent Deok-soo from being alone with the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, Mi Soon deliberately argued with the caretaker outside. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant heard the noise and went out to check. Deok-soo took this opportunity to steal the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant's comb, intending to take it back to do a DNA test. A few days later, Deok-soo finally received the DNA test results of him and the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. Written in black and white, it clearly stated that he and the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant were mother and son. Thinking that the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, who always took care of him thoughtfully, was actually his biological mother, Deok-soo couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. He was both happy that he had found his mother and heartbroken that the evildoers had obstructed their path, preventing mother and son from reuniting. Just when the truth was about to be exposed, Se-ran felt that something was wrong, because last night she had accidentally bumped into Deok-soo, and the comb hidden on Deok-soo's body had fallen to the ground. At that time, Se-ran hadn't paid attention, but thinking back now, she suddenly felt scared. Moreover, Bong Sik told her that the photo she had placed on her grandmother's table had disappeared. She thought that Deok-soo must have discovered something, even guessing that Deok-soo had taken the comb to do a DNA test. To verify her guess, Se-ran wanted to find Deok-soo immediately. Unexpectedly, she saw Deok-soo holding a stack of documents, his expression inscrutable, walking towards her. Se-ran hurriedly got out of the car, wanting to talk to Deok-soo. Deok-soo held the DNA test results in his hand, intending to expose all her crimes in front of his mother. Seeing that Deok-soo had gone far, Se-ran panicked and hurriedly texted her mother, requesting her to stop Deok-soo at all costs, and not let Deok-soo meet her grandmother. Mi-sun knew the situation was urgent, so she grabbed a broom and blocked the front door, lying that the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant had gone to the park for a walk, and wouldn't be back until evening. Deok-soo believed it, and went to the park to find his mother. Se-ran followed behind. She was still fantasizing about being able to turn the tide, advising Deok-soo not to waste his effort, because the DNA test results had already said everything. Se-ran, like a cornered dog jumping over the wall, scolded Deok-soo for being the one who killed her father, and not being worthy of being the son of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. Deok-soo sighed. It was true that like father, like son, both of them liked to covet other people's things. That year, Man Seok wanted to steal his wife, And now, Si-ran wanted to steal Da-young's husband. To salvage the situation, Si-ran took the initiative to blurt out a secret that only she knew. Song-yi wasn't Da-young's daughter, but her daughter. The reason she had taken everything from Da-young was to avenge her father. Deok-soo didn't expect Si-ran to be so vicious, and he angrily wanted to beat her to death. But Si-ran still hadn't revealed the whereabouts of his granddaughter, so he temporarily spared her life. He had also recorded all the words Si-ran had just said. This recording would expose Si-ran's crimes of falsely claiming to be family and switching the two children. At this time, Si-ran was truly scared, kneeling down and begging Deok-soo for forgiveness. Deok-soo kicked away this despicable woman. He only wanted to put her in jail to pay for her crimes. Si-ran was unwilling to fail, and seeing a rock on the ground, a bad idea arose in her mind. But just as she was picking up the rock, Sang-chul appeared. Sang-chul thought that Deok-soo was teaching Si-ran a lesson because of his affair, so he stood on Si-ran's side, declaring that he would definitely divorce Da-young. Deok-soo saw through the true faces of this cheating couple, warning Sang-chul that he wouldn't let Da-young live with him anymore. After speaking, Deok-soo turned around and left, but Si-ran hugged his leg, causing him to fall to the ground. The moment Deok-soo fell, his head accidentally hit the rock on the ground, falling unconscious on the spot. Seeing the blood flowing everywhere, Sang-chul was so scared that his soul flew away and immediately called for an ambulance. But Si-ran stopped him, enticing him. It was Deok-soo who fell on the rock himself. It has nothing to do with us. The weak Sang-chul obeyed Si-ran's words, giving up on calling the phone. Si-ran hurriedly searched Deok-soo's body for the DNA test results and the phone, then deceiving the naive Sang-chul that doing so was to erase the evidence that the two had met Deok-soo. Sang-chul foolishly believed it and fled with Si-ran, but showing one's head while hiding one's tail in the rush to escape. Si-ran had forgotten her father's photo under Deok-soo's body. Deok-soo was discovered by a passerby and taken to the hospital. Coincidentally, Johan was also at the hospital, and upon learning that Deok-soo's condition was very critical, Johan immediately contacted Da-young. Before Da-young could even arrive, Deok-soo was about to run out of breath. He tried to use his last bit of strength to tell Johan, Song-yi is Si-ran's daughter. Unfortunately, because he was too weak, Johan couldn't hear clearly, wanting him to say it again. But Deok-soo had already closed his eyes and passed away. Da-young couldn't believe that her father had left forever, and she collapsed beside the hospital bed, crying bitterly. Si-ran guessed that Deok-soo wouldn't make it. But not only was she not worried, but she began to brainwash Sang-chul, promising that in the future she would take over Bong-yu's restaurant with him. However, before that, she instructed Sang-chul to be sure to hide his married status in front of her grandmother, lying that he was a single young man. Otherwise, if her grandmother knew about the two of them having an affair, she would change her will and strip her of her inheritance rights. The next day, Johan called the caretaker to take time off. Mi-sun was worried and uneasy, thinking that Si-ran wasn't a match for Deok-soo, and the evil things that they had done would be exposed. Unexpectedly, the caretaker said shocking news. Deok-soo suddenly passed away. Mi-sun was both scared and panicked, and she asked the caretaker if the deceased was Da-young's father, Deok-soo. Only at this time did the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant know that Da-young was Deok-soo's daughter. But she didn't know that the Deok-soo who had passed away was the son that she had been searching for all this time. After Si-ran returned, Mi-sun asked her what had happened and why Deok-soo had suddenly passed away. Hearing this, Si-ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Mi-sun couldn't help but suspect that Deok-soo's death was related to her. Si-ran had to tell the truth. She didn't intentionally kill Deok-soo. Although greedy, Mi-sun was also afraid of getting caught up in legal trouble. This time it was Da-young's child, and last time it was Deok-soo. If they continued like this, sooner or later they would have to pay for their crimes. While being blamed by her mother, Si-ran suddenly remembered an important detail. Last night, while running away, she had forgotten to retrieve the photo of her father on Deok-soo's body. At the same time, Sang-chul also recounted the real cause of Deok-soo's death to his mother. Sang-chul's mother was filled with remorse. She didn't expect that, because of a woman like Si-ran, the two mothers and sons would be involved in such an unfortunate event. But what was done, and Sang-chul believed in the rosy picture that Si-ran had painted, resolutely standing on her side. To scout out information, Si-ran anxiously went to the hospital. Unexpectedly, she met Johan at the entrance of the hospital. Johan's words made her even more uneasy, because the police had intervened to investigate the cause of Deok-soo's death, and the truth would definitely be exposed. Si-ran pretended to care about Da-young, who had just lost a loved one. De-young didn't believe that she would be so kind, and she suspected that Se-ran was laughing at her pain. In anger, she slapped Se-ran. Sang-chul hurried to the scene to protect Se-ran. Seeing this, Se-ran again put on an act, crying and lamenting Deok-su's death at such a young age. De-young knew that Se-ran had always considered her father as the enemy who killed her father, so she hated Se-ran's pretense at this time and chased her away. Unexpectedly, Se-ran not only didn't leave but approached De-young, hugging her and whispering vicious words, cursing her father to be punished by heaven. De-young was angry and grabbed Se-ran's hair, vowing to make her pay. Se-ran secretly rejoiced, thinking that this murder case had been perfectly staged and that the police would eventually conclude that it was an accident. But she didn't know that when Sang-chul was about to call for an ambulance, he had dropped his personal belongings at the scene, and Se-ran's fake nail had also fallen off. De-young was so shocked that she fainted. Johan took her to the hospital and happened to meet Hae-in. Hae-in was always by De-young's side, taking care of her, allowing her to feel some warmth. Se-ran gave the DNA test results of Deok-su to her mother to look at. At this time, Mi-sun knew the reason why Se-ran had taken action against Deok-su. Se-ran confidently affirmed to her mother that everything had been perfectly arranged by her and no one would suspect them. To investigate the whereabouts of the old woman and the identity of Bong-sik, Johan sought out the director of the orphanage. The director, because she had received money from Se-ran, had colluded with her long ago and would certainly not reveal the truth. However, the director's tense expression made Johan feel that she was hiding a shocking secret. When Se-ran learned that Johan was investigating Bong-sik, she wanted to regain the initiative, so she admitted in front of her grandmother that it was Bong-sik who had locked Johan and De-young in the cold storage. She made up the reason that Bong-sik did this to prevent outsiders from interfering in Se-ran's debt collection. This explanation had fooled the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant, but didn't fool Johan. Johan quickly found Bong-sik's whereabouts. Se-ran knew that her grandmother had learned that De-young was Deok-su's daughter, so she began to spread false rumors about De-young, falsely claiming that she was ashamed of having a father who was a murderer, and even didn't want to acknowledge her father. As for Se-ran, she didn't mind the matter and was always helping De-young. The grandmother was very pleased that Se-ran had such a forgiving heart. Seeing that her grandmother had taken the bait, Se-ran continued to fabricate stories, saying that De-young was a money grubber, causing her grandmother's impression of De-young to worsen. Just as everything was going according to Se-ran's plan, the police suddenly arrived, requesting Sang-chul to come to the station for investigation, because they had found Sang-chul's handkerchief at the scene. Sang-chul hurriedly called Se-ran for help. Se-ran was so scared that her soul flew away. At this time, she discovered something that horrified her. One of her fake nails had disappeared without her knowing when. Se-ran was worried and uneasy about the missing fake nail. The police presented the handkerchief and the photo found at the scene to De-young to see. De-young recognized that it was her handkerchief, but didn't understand why it had appeared there. She didn't know that before the incident, her daughter had seen Sang-chul put the handkerchief in his pocket. So Sang-chul had accidentally dropped it at the scene of the murder. Se-ran told her mother about the missing fake nail. The two rummaged through every corner of the house but still couldn't find it. Se-ran was confused, suspecting that the fake nail had fallen at the scene of the crime when she was struggling with Deok-su. Just as Se-ran was as anxious as fire, Bong-sik, who had lost all his money, called again to ask for money. Se-ran gave him a few perfunctory words and hung up. Bong-sik was filled with resentment in his heart. In addition, Johan had recently been monitoring Bong-sik's every move at the casino. To make Bong-sik lose all his money, Johan had used his superb card-playing skills, causing Bong-sik to go bankrupt. Seeing that Bong-sik was refused a loan, Johan appeared in time with cash, enticing Bong-sik to reveal the person who had instigated him to lock him and De-young in the cold storage. Initially, Bong-sik didn't want to betray Se-ran, but Johan released the recording of Se-ran blaming everything on him. Added with the temptation of money, Bong-sik revealed Se-ran. At the same time, Sang-chul and De-young were invited by the police to the station to assist in the investigation. Because of the handkerchief, this made Sang-chul extremely worried. If De-young knew that he had taken that handkerchief, he would fall into the abyss. To escape punishment, Sang-chul wanted to strike first, taking the initiative to go to the police station to surrender and blame everything on Se-ran. Sang-chul's mother was very calm. She asked back that if Se-ran falsely accused Sang-chul of pushing Deok-su, what would he do to prove his innocence? Moreover, Se-ran was now the heir to Bong-yu's restaurant, and if she used money to bribe the people involved, the one who suffered in the end would still be Sang-chul. Therefore, in the current situation, Standing on Se Ran's side was the wise choice. At the police station, the police presented Man Seok's photo to De Jung to identify. De Jung didn't know this person at all. Now, the handkerchief had become an important clue. De Jung was naive, not thinking that the handkerchief had been taken by her mother-in-law or her husband. Seeing that De Jung didn't know anything, the police said that Deok-soo had bought a lot of life insurance for her, and suspected that she had killed her father to get the insurance money. Next, the police also investigated Se Ran. Having received a tip from Song Chul, Se Ran had prepared herself to deal with the police. She answered the police's questions cleverly, ambiguously, and continued to falsely accuse De Jung of being a money grubber who often had conflicts with her father. After evading the police, Se Ran sneaked back to the scene of the crime, late at night to look for the fake nail. However, she searched everywhere but still couldn't find it. This made Se Ran secretly happy, thinking that perhaps the fake nail hadn't fallen at the scene. Returning home, Se Ran intended to destroy Deok-soo's phone when Sang Chul unexpectedly came. She hurriedly hid the phone, but this action was seen by Sang Chul, making him suspicious. After talking, Se Ran saw Sang Chul out. Sang Chul wanted to know what Se Ran was worried about before he came, so he put his ear to the door to listen to the movements inside the room. Unbeknownst to him, Se Ran took a hammer and smashed the phone to pieces, muttering curses that Deok-soo deserved to die. Sang Chul heard the words Se Ran said. Waiting for Se Ran to leave the house, he sneaked into the room, taking the smashed phone from the flower pot. Sang Chul took the phone home, wanting to find out the secret that Se Ran was hiding. Unfortunately, the phone had been smashed and couldn't be opened. He had no choice but to temporarily hide the phone under the mattress. Johan exposed Se Ran's crimes in front of everyone, accusing her of being the mastermind behind locking him and Da Hyung in the cold storage. Se Ran still tried to deny her crimes, thinking that Johan was falsely accusing her. Johan immediately released the recording of Bong Sik, proving that Se Ran was the one behind everything. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was extremely disappointed, forcing Se Ran to kneel down and apologize to Johan and Da Hyung. However, Se Ran was still stubborn, crying that everyone was targeting her. Initially, Johan intended to spare Se Ran out of respect for the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, but seeing that she didn't know how to repent, he presented a second piece of evidence. That was the text message that Se Ran had sent to Bong Sik, which clearly stated the request for Bong Sik to lock the cold storage door. Seeing the critical situation, Mi Sun hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness, taking responsibility for not teaching her daughter carefully. Se Ran was also pulled down by her mother to kneel, constantly apologizing. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant angrily scolded Se Ran for being a jerk. However, she also blamed herself, thinking that if she had found Se Ran sooner, she wouldn't have become what she was today. But she didn't know that some people were bad from the start. As soon as she left, Se Ran turned to sneer at Johan and De Jung, falsely claiming that they had an illicit relationship. De Jung slapped Se Ran. Johan also coldly warned Se Ran that if she didn't truly repent, he wouldn't spare her. The next day, to teach her granddaughter a lesson, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant forced Se Ran to apologize in front of everyone again and demoted her from the director position, reducing her to a low-level employee under Da Hyung. Da Hyung had finally gotten her revenge, and she tormented Se Ran with all her might. A few days later, the police announced the investigation results regarding Deok-soo's death. Because no evidence was found to show that Deok-soo had been murdered, and the real reason for his death was a heart attack. In the end, the police concluded that this was an accident. Sang Chul was lucky to escape punishment. He was no longer as cowering as before, and forced Da Hyung to divorce as soon as possible. For her daughter, Da Hyung intended to endure, but Sang Chul pushed her to the ground, declaring that he would divorce her at all costs to bring Se Ran home. While cleaning up her father's belongings, Da Hyung inadvertently discovered the commitment to sever ties with Se Ran that Sang Chul had been forced to write. At this time, she knew that her father had known about Sang Chul's affair with Se Ran. Da Hyung mourned for her father, and at the same time suspected that his sudden death was related to this matter, because the date recorded on the commitment was the day her father passed away. Da Hyung was angry, and she ran to find the cheating couple to question them, throwing the commitment in their faces, questioning them what they had done to her father. Se Ran and Sang Chul looked at each other in horror, but Se Ran quickly retorted, blaming Da Hyung, thinking that everything was because she stubbornly refused to divorce. Sang Chul also took this opportunity to force Da Hyung to sign the divorce papers. Da Hyung knew very well that Sang Chul was greedy for wealth. Sang Chul's eyes immediately changed when he looked at Se Ran. But Se Ran didn't waver at all. because she was the only relative of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. No matter what mistakes she made, she would still be the one to inherit her family's assets in the future. These words of Se Ran had made Sang Chul waver. Se Ran gloated over defeating Da Yung once again. However, when she returned home, she discovered a very unfavorable thing. Deok-su's phone that she had hidden in the flower pot had disappeared. Only Sang Chul could freely enter and exit her house. Se Ran suspected that Sang Chul had played a trick. To probe, she used the excuse of bringing gifts to Sang Chul's house and took the opportunity to rummage through his room. However, in the end, she still couldn't find anything. At this time, Se Ran had no idea that the phone had been thrown into the trash by Sang Chul's mother because she thought it was garbage. Little Song Yi had recognized that it was her grandfather's phone, so she had picked it up and hid it. When Se Ran stepped out of the room, she was caught by De Young, who had just returned from work. De Young questioned Se Ran if she had met her father on the day he had the accident. Se Ran would certainly not reveal the truth, and she again brought up the matter of De Young and Sang Chul's marriage to talk about. Little Song Yi heard the two arguing and ran out, loudly chasing Se Ran out of the house. Se Ran's shameless, unashamed face finally showed a hint of cracks when she was despised by her own biological daughter. Leaving Da Young's house, Se Ran burst into tears on the road. However, this short sadness didn't make Se Ran regret it. When going to work, due to Se Ran's irresponsibility, the entire pot of ingredients had been completely ruined. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was extremely disappointed, warning Se Ran that if she didn't know how to be a person and work sincerely, she should leave Bong Yu's as soon as possible. On the other hand, Little Song Yi happened to be in the same class as Johan's adopted daughter, who was Da Young's biological daughter, Anna. Little Song Yi sensed that her parents were about to divorce, and afraid of being separated from Anna, she gave Anna a gift. The gift was her grandfather's phone decorated with flowers. After her father passed away, Da Young no longer needed to hide her false and unhappy marriage. After thinking for a while, she took the initiative to propose a divorce to Sang Chul. To win custody of her daughter, Da Young provided the court with evidence of Sang Chul's affair, which was the commitment that Sang Chul had written to her father. With clear evidence, Da Young had won custody of her daughter and moved out of her husband's house that very day. Se Ran was furious when she heard the news, because all her calculations were to be able to legitimately live with her daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even bothered with that terrible man, Sang Chul. Now, everything had gone beyond Se Ran's control, and she could only continue to plot and scheme to win back her daughter from Da Young. When Da Young went to visit her father's grave, she happened to meet the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, and Se Ran. Knowing that the two had come here to visit Man Seok's grave, Da Young took out the photo that her father had left behind, guessing that perhaps he wanted to give it to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, so she hesitated whether to return it or not. Seeing Da Young's actions, Se Ran immediately felt uneasy. At this moment, she had to find a way to stop Da Young and snatch the thing in her hand. Therefore, when Da Young stepped forward, Se Ran stepped forward to block her, blaming her for knowing that her father was buried here, but still burying her father here, perhaps wanting to let the hatred between the two generations last forever. Da Young warned Se Ran not to falsely accuse her father again, but after being disturbed by Se Ran, Da Young just wanted to leave quickly, so she forgot to give the photo to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. The next day, Da Young remembered the matter of the photo, so she gave it to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant at the company. However, the most important part of the photo was covered by blood, temporarily unable to become evidence to decipher the mystery. Both Da Young and the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant didn't understand why this photo had appeared on Deok-su. Johan learned that Da Young had divorced, and wanting to help her feel better, he often joked with her, taking care of her attentively. Gradually, Da Young also got used to Johan's presence. She invited Johan and his daughter to her house to play. Just as the four were having fun, Da Young's ex-mother-in-law unexpectedly arrived, breaking the joyful atmosphere. The ex-mother-in-law misunderstood that Da Young was having an affair with Johan, and she raised her hand to slap Da Young, but Johan blocked her. The mother-in-law not only didn't blame her son but brazenly interfered in her ex-daughter-in-law's love life. Song Yi was very dissatisfied with her grandmother's unreasonableness, and she stood up to protect her mother and chased her grandmother away. The old woman had no choice but to leave angrily. Since divorcing Da Young and losing custody of his daughter, Se Ran had treated Sang Chul very coldly, making him extremely worried. Sang Chul didn't want to lose both his wife and daughter, so he sent a threatening text message to Se Ran, saying that Deok-su's phone was in his hands, forcing Se Ran to fulfill her promise to marry him. Se Ran feigned gentleness, probing to see if Sang Chul knew the secret in the phone. The result was as she expected. Sang Chul had no idea what was on the phone, but Se Ran didn't know that Sang Chul hadn't found the phone under the mattress, and that the phone had been picked up by Anna, Johan's daughter. Therefore, Se Ran continued to delay marrying Sang Chul. Sang Chul angrily scolded Se Ran for being a backstabber. Se Ran also blamed him for being incompetent and not keeping custody of his daughter. While the two were arguing, Sang Chul's mother returned, interjecting that Da Yung and Johan were being affectionate with each other. Sang Chul was jealous upon hearing this. Seeing Sang Chul's appearance, Se Ran felt extremely disgusted. Recently, Hei In often thought of Deoksu's face, and she felt that there was a connection between her and this man. She also remembered that Deoksu had called her Hei In at that time. She felt that this name was very familiar and wanted to investigate who Hei In was. Hearing this, Chairman Wang revealed an inscrutable expression. The next day, Hei In went to the express delivery company where Deoksu worked, but learned that Deoksu had passed away. Helpless, Hei In turned to a private investigator to investigate. The private investigator told her to try to remember, besides the name Hei In, if there were any other clues. This reminded Hei In that before, when she had dined with Da Yung's ex-mother-in-law at Bong Yu's restaurant, a waiter had felt that she was very familiar, and asked if she had lived in Pyeongtaek. Hei In, who had lost her memory, didn't remember that the person was Mi Sun, the woman who had fought with her. But she told the private investigator that they could start investigating from Pyeongtaek. The private investigator quickly reported the results to Hei In, saying that there were many people named Hei In Pyeongtaek, but they couldn't find anyone who knew her. Hei In was very disappointed with the result, but she had no idea that the private investigator had been bribed and would never provide useful information to her. She was even more unaware that the person who had bribed the private investigator was her current husband, Chairman Wang. The clue from Hei In had been cut off. Meanwhile, Da Yung, with the company of Johan, had begun her journey to find her biological mother. After a long search, Da Yung had found the neighbor aunt, who had bought her from the owner of the restaurant. Unfortunately, the aunt didn't know the current whereabouts of the owner of the restaurant from years ago. On the other hand, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant wanted to find a suitable marriage partner for Se Ran. Although Se Ran only wanted to live with her daughter, she was tired of the incompetent man, Sang Chul. Moreover, her mother kept urging her to go on blind dates. Even Se Ran was a little hesitant. Taking advantage of her grandmother entertaining guests, Se Ran secretly eavesdropped. Unexpectedly, the man who was talking to her grandmother was someone that Se Ran knew. Moreover, she had made a fool of herself in front of this man many times, and even had conflicts with him. Se Ran thought that there would be no good result with this man. But Mi Sun, who was greedy for wealth, forced Se Ran to use every means to seduce this diamond bachelor. Se Ran was persuaded by her mother, and she hired Bong Sik to monitor Ji Hoon and report back to her. After that, she would pretend to appear next to Ji Hoon by chance. After a few chance encounters, Ji Hoon began to pay attention to Se Ran and wanted to get to know her again. Se Ran's plan was proceeding smoothly when it was ruined by Sang Chul. Sang Chul threatened Se Ran that if she didn't agree to meet him, he would reveal their affair. Se Ran panicked and hurriedly said goodbye to Ji Hoon and rushed back. At this time, Sang Chul came to Bong Yu's restaurant and was seen by Mi Sun. Mi Sun held back and called Sang Chul to a private room. Sang Chul made his intentions clear, hoping that his mother and grandmother would agree to him marrying Se Ran. Mi Sun didn't like Sang Chul, who had nothing, and she declared that she would never let Se Ran marry him. Sang Chul didn't pretend anymore, and he told Mi Sun to tell Se Ran that Deoksu's phone was in his hands, which had the evidence of his affair with Se Ran. If Se Ran didn't agree to marry him, he would make the evidence public, letting everyone see Se Ran's true face. For Se Ran, Sang Chul, who had lost custody of his daughter, was no different from a burden. To get rid of this terrible man, Se Ran had set her sights on Da Yung, and she came up with a disgusting idea of pairing Da Yung with Sang Chul. Se Ran acted in front of Da Yung, pretending to regret it, saying that she shouldn't have separated Da Yung and Sang Chul. To atone for her sins, she was willing to take their family abroad to start a happy life again. Da Yung didn't know what Se Ran was plotting, but she knew it certainly wasn't anything good. Therefore, she flatly refused, saying that she would never get back together with Sang Chul. Seeing that the plan had failed, Se Ran knocked over all the ingredients that Da Yung had painstakingly prepared. Da Yung wanted the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant to see Se Ran's true face, but was pulled back by Se Ran. The two struggled and fought again. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant asked for the details of the story. Da Yung took this opportunity to ask the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant to transfer Se Ran elsewhere, saying that she couldn't teach this kind of person. Si Ran retorted, sneering at De Jong for only having a reputation. To be fair and wanting to see Se Ran's strength, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant ordered the two to create a new dish themselves for a competition. Whoever won would become the vice president of Bong Yu's. The next day, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant announced the details of the competition. Use the available ingredients to make a dish that is both delicious and nutritious for children. Mi Sun was responsible for providing the ingredients for this competition. Initially, Si Ran was very afraid that her poor cooking skills would lose to De Jong. But when she learned that her mother was in charge of the ingredients, she immediately became confident. The competition started, and Da Jong discovered that her ingredients were much worse than Se Ran's. But with limited time, she could only change her plan and try to complete the task. The competition ended, and the children would be the judges based on the taste of the dishes. As a result, Se Ran won De Jong by 1 vote. Si Ran and Mi Sun cheered and celebrated their victory. However, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant announced that the final winner was De Jong, because she had discovered that Si Ran had cheated in the competition. Although Se Ran was her biological granddaughter, she couldn't let such a person become the vice president. Not being able to become the vice president caused Se Ran to start thinking about her future. After a while of thinking, she decided to seduce Ji Hoon to become a wealthy man's wife. Therefore, she appeared again at the gym where Ji Hoon was working out. Just as Si Ran was intently looking at Ji Hoon, a bald man suddenly came to harass her. Si Ran pretended to be weak, calling out for Ji Hoon's help. Ji Hoon then put his arms around her, telling the man that Se Ran was his woman. The man had no choice but to leave in frustration. Si Ran knew that if she wanted to conquer Ji Hoon, she would need to put in more effort. But for now, she had seen hope. Meanwhile, to congratulate Da Jong on being promoted and getting a raise, Johan not only invited Da Jong to dinner, but also volunteered to go shopping for clothes with her. When Da Jong, transformed in radiating beauty, appeared in front of Johan, his heart suddenly beat faster, and his mouth went dry. After taking office, De Jong discovered that the numbers in the books didn't match. At this time, she still didn't know that all of this was Mi Sun's doing. Mi Sun, who was greedily insatiable, had taken advantage of her position to steal money from the cash register and exchanged precious ingredients in the kitchen for money. She thought that no one knew, but after De Jong took office, her tricks would soon be exposed. To report the good news of her promotion to her father, De Jong went to the place where he had the accident to pay her respects. Just as she was about to leave, she discovered a sparkling fake nail on the ground. She felt that this fake nail was very familiar, because she had seen it on Se Ran's hand. This discovery immediately made Da Jong suspect that her father's death was related to Se Ran. But before she could think it through, she received a call from the teacher, reporting that Song Yi had been picked up by her grandmother. Da Jong's ex-mother-in-law saw that Se Ran was cold to Sang Chul, so she was afraid that everything would fall apart. So she set her sights on Song Yi. If Sang Chul couldn't marry Se Ran, then she might pair him with Da Jong again. Da Jong immediately went to her ex-husband's house to pick up her daughter. She warned her ex-mother-in-law that if she dared to pick up her granddaughter without permission again, she wouldn't even be allowed to see her on weekends. Just as Da Jong was about to leave, Sang Chul returned. Da Jong then probed Sang Chul, asking him if he and Se Ran had gone to the park on the night her father passed away. Sang Chul immediately denied it, but his tense expression told Da Jong that he was definitely hiding something. That night, Da Jong took out the handkerchief that the police had found at the scene of the crime, and the fake nail that she had picked up today, speculating whether the two were related. Just at this moment, Song Yi took the handkerchief, happily saying that it was her dad's. Da Jong pressed her, and Song Yi told her that on the night her grandfather had the accident, she had seen her dad put this handkerchief in his pocket. Her daughter's words shocked Da Jong. She guessed that before her father passed away, there must have been a conflict with Sang Chul and Se Ran. She immediately took the evidence to the police station, proving that her father hadn't died in an accident, but had been murdered. However, the evidence that Da Jong provided wasn't enough for the police to reinvestigate the case, because at that time, there were no signs of beatings on Deok-soo's body. Therefore, the police told Da Jong that if she wanted to reopen the case, she needed to find more concrete evidence. Da Jong angrily took the fake nail to find Se Ran to reason with. Se Ran, who was used to doing evil deeds, lying and acting like the truth, firmly stated that even if that fake nail was hers, it couldn't prove that she had harmed Deok-soo. If Da Jong falsely accused her again, she would make Da Jong lose custody of her daughter. After Da Jong left, Se Ran revealed a worried expression, afraid that the fake nail in Da Jong's hand would cause trouble for her sooner or later. According to Johan's plan, Da Jong sneaked into Se Ran's room, when she wasn't home to search for evidence related to Se-ran and the fake nail. After a while of searching, she finally found a similar fake nail. But just at that moment, Mi-sun wanted to enter her daughter's room. Fortunately, Johan appeared in time, telling Mi-sun that Se-ran had gone out, causing Mi-sun to turn around and leave. While Hae-in was walking around the shopping mall, seeing a teddy bear, she suddenly had a severe headache. Remembering the image of a little girl crying and calling for her mother, this made her believe that she definitely had a daughter. Hae-in recounted the images she remembered to her husband. Chairman Wang remained calm as if nothing had happened, promising to help her investigate the truth on the surface. But behind the scenes, he was hiding secrets. While De-young was having a staff meeting with the employees, a delivery person unexpectedly brought a large package to Se-ran. Se-ran opened it and screamed in fear, because inside was a wreath for the deceased. Seeing Se-ran panicked and flustered, De-young became even more convinced that she was related to her father's death. Se-ran didn't want her grandmother to see the wreath, so she hurriedly took it to her room. But the fabric on the wreath had fallen off. Her grandmother clearly saw the words cursing Se-ran on it. Facing her grandmother's questioning, Se-ran lied that her ex-boyfriend wanted to rekindle their relationship, but failed, so he was taking revenge on her. After fooling her grandmother, Se-ran guessed that Da-young was the one behind it, the purpose being to expose her. Therefore, she immediately contacted Sang-chul, telling him to go to Da-young's house to search for the evidence that the two had dropped at the scene of the crime. Sang-chul ransacked Da-young's house, but didn't find anything, because Da-young had cleverly hidden the evidence at Johan's place. Da-young inadvertently smelled the scent of rare ingredients on Mi-sun's body, and she suspected that Mi-sun was related to the theft of the ingredients. Therefore, she and Johan hid outside the door, eavesdropping on Mi-sun's conversation. As expected, Mi-sun was contacting a merchant who specialized in buying rare ingredients. De-young and Johan reported the bookkeeping problem to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. At the same time, the caretaker also found the money from selling the illicit ingredients in Se-ran's room. Mi-sun still tried to deny her crimes, but De-young released the video recording of her trading with the merchant. Seeing that there was no way to deny it, Se-ran hurriedly blamed her mother, saying that it was Mi-sun's personal behavior and had nothing to do with her. De-young exposed Se-ran, saying that if she didn't know anything, then why did the money appear in her room? The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant couldn't hold back any longer, throwing the books in the faces of the two women. Se-ran was scared, pulling her mother down to kneel, begging her grandmother to forgive them this one time. To make sure that the two had no way back, Johan released a video recording of Mi-sun embezzling public funds. With the evidence clear, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant immediately ordered the two to be expelled from Bong Yu's. Seeing the two leave miserably, Da-young thought to herself, this is not the end, but just the beginning. She must make them pay for what they have done. Se-ran's current situation was extremely difficult. Although she had tried everything to stay at Bong Yu's, her right-hand woman, Mi-sun, had been expelled. In addition, Sang-chul constantly pressed her to marry him, making her confused and restless. To stabilize Sang-chul, she had to lower herself, crying in front of Sang-chul and his mother, saying that after De-young was promoted to vice president, she had suppressed her, and she wanted to get married after regaining her position. Sang-chul and his mother almost believed Se-ran's words, but just at this moment, Da-young appeared again. It turned out that after discovering that her house had been ransacked, De-young guessed that it was Sang-chul and Se-ran who had done it. To retaliate, she took the opportunity to pick up her daughter, to tell Sang-chul and his mother that the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was arranging for Se-ran to go on a blind date, and once she chose a suitable partner, she would let Se-ran get married immediately. Sang-chul and his mother took the bait, and decided to go to Bong Yu's to propose a step ahead. The next day, Ji-hoon came to the house of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. Se-ran deliberately appeared, pretending to meet by chance, greeting Ji-hoon. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant only then learned that the two young people knew each other. Just as the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant and Se-ran were seeing Ji-hoon off, Sang-chul and his mother unexpectedly appeared. Se-ran was scared, hurriedly pulling the two into a private room. Se-ran tried everything to drive the two away, but Sang-chul had prepared himself in advance, insisting on meeting the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant before giving up. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant also appeared in the private room, asking them what they were here for. Sang-chul was anxious, kneeling down and kowtowing, saying that he was Se-ran's boyfriend, and he was here today to propose marriage. Sang-chul's mother stood by, adding fuel to the fire, boasting about her son, and telling the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant that the two had been intimately involved for a long time, and now they were only missing a wedding. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant looked at Se-ran in shock, questioning why she had lied that she was still single. Before Si-ran could even think of a way to deal with it, De-young appeared in time. Song-yi's father, mother, what are you doing here? One bomb after another exploded, leaving the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant stunned. Si-ran intended to justify herself, but De-young continued to attack, saying that although she had sued Sang-chul and Si-ran for adultery, she had now divorced Sang-chul, and she hoped Sang-chul and Si-ran would be happy together. The owner of Bong-yu's restaurant understood De-young's meaning. Knowing that this cheating couple had done something wrong to De-young, she angrily scolded Si-ran, then splashed water on Sang-chul's face, ordering the caretaker to kick the two out. Si-ran again continued to show her skillful acting ability, saying that when she met Sang-chul, she didn't know that he was married. When she learned that he had a wife and children, she immediately broke up. But for some reason, Sang-chul divorced De-young and came back to harass her. After being rejected by her, Sang-chul threatened her. The wreath last time was one of Sang-chul's threatening methods. The owner of Bong-yu's restaurant once again believed Si-ran's words. Sang-chul fell into a passive position. At this point, he could only cooperate with his mother, continuing to lie that Deok-su's phone was in his hands, using this to force Si-ran to marry him. Si-ran was very worried that the secret in the phone would be discovered by Sang-chul. To probe the whereabouts of the phone, she came to Sang-chul's house again, pretending to say that she didn't know what was on the phone, hoping that Sang-chul could tell her. Seeing Sang-chul remain silent, Si-ran guessed that perhaps he had never opened the phone. Having gone through many hardships together, the relationship between Da-young and Johan was becoming more and more intimate. The way the two looked at each other was filled with affection. However, the romantic atmosphere was broken by Song-yi. Neither of them dared to confess their feelings. While cleaning up her father's belongings, De-young suddenly remembered the factory that her father used to manage in her hometown. Therefore, she went to Pyeongtaek alone to look for clues about her biological mother. But she didn't know that her father's factory had now become the private property of Chairman Wang. On the way, Da-young fainted due to exhaustion. Coincidentally, Chairman Wang, who had come to the factory for inspection, saw her. Chairman Wang took Da-young to the hospital. Just as he was about to leave, Da-young's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Johan, Chairman Wang's grandson. Chairman Wang answered the phone for Da-young. As soon as they heard each other's voices, both were surprised. Chairman Wang recognized his grandson's voice, and Johan also felt that this voice sounded very similar to his uncle's. But neither revealed their identity. Just as Chairman Wang was about to hang up, Johan lied that he was De-young's husband, and Chairman Wang then told Johan De-young's location. Johan immediately went to the hospital. At this time, Chairman Wang had left, so the two didn't meet. After De-young woke up, Johan blamed her for not taking care of her health. Feeling Johan's concern, De-young smiled happily. Sang-chul's mother introduced Hae-in to a handsome young man to be her driver. But Hae-in had no intention of hiring a driver. She only kept the young man's business card named Si-hu out of respect for Sang-chul's mother. Si-hu often worked part-time at the detective agency. When Hae-in came to the detective agency to investigate her identity, he was very impressed with her. Now, Hae-in had refused his offer to hire him as a driver, and he felt a little regret. When he arrived at the detective agency, Si-hu overheard the investigation results about Hae-in from his colleague. Hae-in had a daughter, who was sold to a restaurant in Daegu when she was 5 years old. Si-hu kept this matter to himself. De-young, after recovering, continued to investigate the cause of her father's death. Seeing the delivery people on the road, she suddenly remembered that they always carried a dashcam with them. Therefore, she immediately went to the delivery company. At the same time, Hae-in also decided to go to the delivery company, where Deok-su used to work, to inquire about the situation. De-young requested the manager of the delivery company to provide the video recording of the scene on the road on the night her father had the accident. Hae-in also stepped into the delivery company. The two mothers and daughters who had been separated for 20 years were both looking for each other's whereabouts. But they didn't know that they had met and considered each other important friends. Only one had lost her memory, and the other didn't clearly remember her mother's face as a child. So even though they were close to each other, they couldn't recognize each other. When Hae-in arrived at the delivery company, De-young had just left, causing the two to miss the opportunity to meet. However, with the appearance of Si-hu, Hae-in had a new lead. Si-hu told Hae-in what he had heard at the detective agency. Hae-in had a daughter named Go-eun, but the information he found only went as far as when Go-eun was sold to a restaurant, after which there were no more clues. Hae-in thanked Si-hu for his help and hired him as her driver. At the same time, she instructed him not to tell anyone that she was looking for her daughter. Si-hu also revealed to Hae-in other information that he had investigated at the detective agency. Hae-in and Deok-soo had once been married. In other words, Deok-soo's daughter could be Hae-in's daughter. More than 20 years ago, Deok-soo's company had an accident. Deok-soo thought that his daughter had been taken to an orphanage, but unexpectedly, his daughter was sold to a restaurant by bad people. Although she didn't know where her daughter was at the moment, Hae-in was very moved. She asked Si-hoo to continue helping her find her daughter. The owner of Bong-yu's restaurant asked Da-young about Se-ran's interference in her marriage with Sang-chul. As a result, what Da-young said was completely opposite to what Se-ran had said. To investigate the truth, the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant went to Sang-chul's house with Da-young. Da-young recounted the words that Se-ran had said to her grandmother, to Sang-chul and his mother. Sang-chul's mother was angry, telling everything about how Se-ran, Da-young's best friend, had stolen her friend's husband, forcing Da-young to divorce. She also accused Se-ran of clearly agreeing to leave Da-young to marry Sang-chul, but after becoming the granddaughter of the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant, she wanted to kick Sang-chul away. Da-young confirmed that what Sang-chul's mother said was true. Sang-chul still tried to justify Se-ran. It wasn't until Da-young said that she had a handwritten confession from him that Sang-chul knelt down and admitted all his crimes. He also shamelessly begged the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant to let him be her grandson-in-law. The owner of Bong-yu's restaurant pushed Sang-chul away, scolding him for being a daydreamer. Returning to Bong-yu's, the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant didn't say anything, ordering Se-ran to pack her things and get out of her house. Se-ran again shed tears in front of the owner of Bong-yu's restaurant. She lied that everything she had done was to avenge her father. Deok-soo had killed her father, so she also wanted him and his daughter to lose everything. The owner of Bong-yu's restaurant didn't understand. Years ago, Deok-soo was acquitted, which proved that he wasn't the murderer, so why did Se-ran have to cling to Deok-soo? Moreover, Da-young was also her best friend. Only a wicked person could take action against their friends. Seeing that her grandmother was a bit wavering, Se-ran cried even more bitterly. She said that although the police had proved that Deok-soo wasn't the murderer, she had personally witnessed Deok-soo beating her father, so she couldn't overcome the knot in her heart. The owner of Bong-yu's restaurant was once again deceived by Se-ran's tears. She only hated herself for not finding Se-ran sooner, which led her down the wrong path. Se-ran knew that she had narrowly escaped disaster, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Johan was about to leave Bong-yu's restaurant to take office at Wang Group. Before leaving, he invited Da-young to dinner to say goodbye. Da-young sincerely congratulated Johan. Soon after, Johan and Ji-hoon simultaneously took office at Wang Group. This left Sang-chul, a longtime employee, stunned because only at this time did he know that the two of them were the grandson and son of Chairman Wang, respectively. He used to have conflicts with Johan because of Da-young. As for Ji-hoon, when he was a low-level employee, Sang-chul had framed him many times. Now that the two of them held high positions, Sang-chul felt that his future was bleak. Hae-in's company suddenly had an accident. The fashion show with the theme of wedding dresses had been prepared, but the model suddenly had appendicitis and couldn't come. Hae-in was as anxious as if her house was on fire, and she called Johan, asking him to help her find a girl who was about 1.6 meters tall, with long hair, and a bit thin to save the situation. Johan hurriedly went to Bong-yu's to find Da-young for help. Seeing Da-young being brought by Johan, Hae-in was very satisfied. She thought that Da-young was the perfect choice in her heart. Under Hae-in's earnest gaze, Da-young had no choice but to change into the wedding dress. The moment she stepped out, everyone was stunned, especially Johan, who had secretly loved Da-young. Soon after, Ji-hoon also came to Johan, praising the beautiful bride he had never seen before. Da-young's beauty on stage made Ji-hoon believe that love at first sight existed in this world. Ironically, Se-ran had considered Ji-hoon as her target. After completely breaking free from Sang-chul, Se-ran began to flirt with Ji-hoon blatantly. Today, she came to the swimming pool again to meet Ji-hoon by chance. To be able to approach Ji-hoon, she deliberately staged a scene of falling into the water right in front of him. Ji-hoon felt that this woman was a nuisance, but he couldn't ignore her. Se-ran's plan was successful, and she pretended to faint, wanting Ji-hoon to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Seeing that Ji-hoon wouldn't give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, the two friends who came with her rolled up their sleeves, wanting to take turns. Afraid of being taken advantage of by other men, Se-ran sensed someone approaching, and spit water on that person's face, then opened her eyes. Sadly, the person she spit water on was Ji-hoon. It turned out that Ji-hoon thought that he was the only person that Se-ran knew here, so he decided to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Se-ran, who was originally clever, ruined her own plan and missed the opportunity to make Ji-hoon take responsibility. Ji-hoon took Se-ran to the hospital. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant received the news and hurriedly went to the hospital with Da Young. Seeing Da Young, Ji-hoon's eyes lit up again. He not only took the initiative to greet Da Young, but also gave her a gift after escaping from Se-ran. Da Young thought that this was the first time the two had met, but Ji-hoon told her that since the day he saw her on stage, he had wanted to get to know her. Da Young didn't know what to do with Ji-hoon's enthusiasm. She refused Ji-hoon's offer to take her home and hurriedly left the hospital. After being discharged from the hospital, Se-ran told her grandmother that she had a good impression of Ji-hoon and suggested that her grandmother invite Ji-hoon to Bong Yu's for a meal to thank him for saving her life. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant naturally wanted Se-ran to start a new relationship, so she contacted Ji-hoon immediately. However, Se-ran didn't expect Da Young to have dinner with Ji-hoon before her. It turned out that Da Young had inadvertently overheard Se-ran and Mi-sun's conversation, so she knew that Se-ran's fall into the water was fake. Her purpose was to seduce Ji-hoon and marry into a wealthy family. Of course, Da Young wouldn't let Se-ran succeed. Therefore, after receiving a call from Ji-hoon, she agreed to the date. But what surprised Da Young was that Ji-hoon seemed to really have feelings for her. He not only prepared a romantic location, but also gave her a gift. Da Young brought the gift back to Bong Yu's restaurant. At that time, Se-ran was planning to go out to find Ji-hoon. But when she saw Da Young, Se-ran suddenly had a bad feeling. She opened Da Young's gift box. As expected, inside was a card with Ji-hoon's name on it. Se-ran squeezed the card tightly, her eyes wanting to devour Da Young. Se-ran scolded Da Young for being shameless and daring to use tricks to seduce a wealthy young master. Da Young replied, "You spent so much effort to steal Sang-chul, and now you want to target Ji-hoon? Moreover, no matter how hard you try, it's useless, because Ji-hoon likes me. I will let you taste the feeling of having your lover stolen." Although she said so, in reality, Da Young didn't want to get involved in a complicated love affair. Therefore, she met Ji-hoon to return the gift. While eating dinner, her action of wiping Ji-hoon's mouth made him even more infatuated. Before parting, Ji-hoon also put a bracelet on Da Young's hand. The scene of the two being close was caught by Se-ran. Se-ran was furious. The next day, she met Ji-hoon and revealed that Da Young was a single mother. Unexpectedly, Ji-hoon not only knew that from before, but also didn't care, and he even asked Se-ran to help him pursue Da Young. Se-ran had shot herself in the foot. Although on the surface, she still acted as if nothing had happened. In her heart, she was boiling with anger. Da Young and Johan picked up their children from school together. Song-yi came out with a gloomy face. She told Da Young that she was dizzy. Johan and Da Young took Song-yi to the hospital. The doctor told Da Young that Song-yi was anemic. Da Young was a little relieved, but was shocked when she heard the doctor say that Song-yi's blood type was AB, because she clearly remembered that Song-yi's birth certificate stated her blood type was B. To clarify the reason, Da Young immediately contacted Sang-chul. But Sang-chul didn't know what had happened either. He only promised to go to the hospital, where Song-yi was born, to find out the situation. Sang-chul's mother suddenly became vigilant. She recalled that when Da Young gave birth, she had severe bleeding, and she suspected that someone had tampered with her granddaughter at that time. At the same time, a delivery person contacted Da Young, delivering her a memory card recording the incident of Deok-su on that night. Da Young opened the memory card, seeing that her father had been knocked down by Se-ran and Sang-chul, leading to his death. She was both pained and hateful, wanting to tear the two of them to pieces. Da Young hated Se-ran and Sang-chul to the bone for killing her father. Yet Sang-chul automatically came to find her after learning that his daughter was sick. Da Young angrily slapped Sang-chul, questioning him why he had treated her father like that. Sang-chul, seeing the video in the computer, was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe loudly. However, after regaining his composure, he said that he hadn't killed anyone. He was just scared and ran away. Da Young didn't want to listen to his justifications anymore, and she said she would put him and Se-ran in jail. Sang-chul was so scared that he knelt down on the ground, begging Da Young to spare his life. Da Young dragged him outside. After leaving Da Young's house, Sang-chul immediately reported the news to Se-ran. Se-ran quickly thought of a way to deal with it. The next day, Da Young brought the evidence to the police station. But on the way, she met Chairman Wang again, who had saved her life. To thank him, she invited him for coffee and returned the hospital bill money. On the way, Johan called Da Young, but she only said that she was going to the police station, without mentioning that she had found evidence. After parting with Chairman Wang, Da Young continued to the police station. As expected, she was blocked by Mi-sun. Mi-sun used every means to stop Da Young. After escaping from Mi-sun, Da Young was tricked by her pretending to be sick. Da Young, out of kindness, stopped a taxi to take Mi-sun to the hospital. Only when she opened the car door did she realize in shock that Se-ran was sitting in the car, her face covered. Da-yoon was pushed into the car by Mi-sun, and Se-ran immediately covered her mouth and nose, causing her to pass out. The driver was Bong-sik, Se-ran's uncle. Arriving at the hospital gate, Se-ran dressed up as Da-yoon, helping Mi-sun into the hospital. As for Da-yoon, she was tied up by Bong-sik to an empty warehouse. The three of them coordinated well in this kidnapping. The only regret was that Se-ran couldn't find the memory card. Da-yoon took advantage of the time when Bong-sik went out, and she used a broken piece of glass on the floor to cut the rope and escape. But as soon as she got outside, she was discovered by Se-ran. To escape, Da-yoon had to run into the forest. Se-ran chased after her immediately. When Se-ran caught up with Da-yoon had run to the edge of the cliff. Seeing that Da-yoon had no way out, Se-ran approached, grabbing Da-yoon's clothes, asking where the memory card recording her criminal evidence was. Da-yoon struggled out, slapping Se-ran. Se-ran immediately retaliated. The two fought again. Finally, Se-ran found an envelope on Da-yoon's body, but she was disappointed to see that there was nothing inside. Da-yoon said that she would never let Se-ran find something so important, because she would give it to the police and put Se-ran in jail. Se-ran, fearing that things would get out of control, recklessly pushed Da-yoon off the cliff. Seeing that Da-yoon was no longer surfacing, Se-ran cried bitterly in fear. But very quickly after that, she calmed down and searched in Da-yoon's bag. Unfortunately, she didn't find the memory card. However, now that Da-yoon was dead, no one would know the secret that she had harmed Deok-soo. This made her breathe a sigh of relief. To be able to live with Song-yi, Se-ran used Da-yoon's phone to text Sang-chul, pretending to be Da-yoon, who was tired of Sang-chul and Song-yi, wanting to leave and start a new life. After doing everything, Se-ran told her mother about killing Da-yoon. Although she was worried because her daughter had committed another crime, Mi-sun was even more afraid that Se-ran would leave clues. Se-ran affirmed that she hadn't left any evidence that would make others suspect her. Johan couldn't contact Da-yoon for a long time. The last time the two had talked, Da-yoon said that she was going to the police station. But now, the police station didn't see Da-yoon, and they couldn't find her at Bongyu's restaurant or her home, making Johan feel that something was wrong. Se-ran could finally freely come to Sang-chul's house to visit her daughter. This time, she completely changed her attitude, not only buying gifts for everyone, but also treating Sang-chul very well. Just as Sang-chul was still suspicious of Se-ran's change, Johan unexpectedly appeared. Seeing Se-ran was here, Johan questioned her where Da-yoon was. Se-ran pretended to be calm, lying that she hadn't met Da-yoon. Although he suspected that Se-ran was related to Da-yoon's disappearance, Johan didn't have evidence, so he couldn't do anything to her. Johan reported to the police, asking them to search for Da-yoon. But currently, Da-yoon and Sang-chul's divorce papers hadn't been approved yet, and the police refused to accept the report because Johan wasn't Da-yoon's guardian. Helplessly, Johan had to let Sang-chul report to the police as Da-yoon's husband. Seeing Johan was worried, and recalling the message that Da-yoon had sent him, Sang-chul suspected that Da-yoon might have really disappeared. Returning home, Sang-chul asked Se-ran where Da-yoon was. Se-ran didn't answer directly, only saying that Sang-chul shouldn't interfere in this matter. But it was extremely important to find the video recording of their crimes that was in Da-yoon's hands. To find Da-yoon, Johan didn't hesitate to mobilize all his connections, even asking his friends who worked at the police station to get the last location information of Da-yoon's phone. Soon after, Johan relied on the location information to find a remote rural area and found Da-yoon, who was lying in the hospital receiving treatment. According to the instructions of the local people, Johan emotionally grabbed Da-yoon's hand, happy that she was still alive. However, Da-yoon didn't say a word. Johan asked the doctor and learned that Da-yoon had post-traumatic stress disorder, losing her ability to speak. The doctor showed Johan a message that Da-yoon had written earlier. Johan didn't understand why Da-yoon had written, "Don't tell my family about my current situation." Johan was full of questions but didn't have any answers. He didn't know that Da-yoon was secretly planning, wanting to make Se-ran believe that she was dead so that she would lower her guard, and then she would personally push Se-ran into hell. To solve the mystery of his daughter's blood type, Sang-chul did a DNA test. The results clearly showed that he and Song-yi were biological father and daughter, but he didn't understand why Song-yi's blood type was AB. Ji-hoon couldn't contact Da-yoon for a long time, so he came to Bongyu's restaurant to ask about her. Mi-sun, wanting to eliminate Ji-hoon's feelings for Da-yoon, lied that Da-yoon had quit her job, leaving her young daughter to follow a man abroad. Ji-hoon didn't believe that Da-yoon was that kind of person, so he found Johan to ask about her whereabouts. To keep his promise to Da-yoon, Johan didn't reveal her location. However, He made it clear to Ji-hoon that Da-young was the woman he loved, hoping Ji-hoon wouldn't have any other intentions. Ji-hoon was very sad after hearing this. Da-young was the only woman who made him want to be in love, but unexpectedly, his brother had taken her away. Johan's friend had found the video recording of that day. In the video, it could be seen that Da-young, Mi-sun, Se-ran, and Bong-sik had boarded the same taxi. This made Johan realize that Da-young's disappearance was definitely related to Se-ran. Having not seen Da-young for several days, Song-yi, because she missed her mother too much, secretly ran away from home to find her mother in the middle of the night. The next day, everyone still didn't know anything about Song-yi's disappearance. Only the police came to Bong-yu's restaurant to arrest Mi-sun. After being chased away, Mi-sun, in order to be able to return to Bong-yu's restaurant, deliberately had Se-ran feign illness, and then she used the excuse of taking care of her granddaughter to stay. However, having only returned for a short time, the matter of Da-young's kidnapping was exposed, and she was immediately arrested by the police as an accomplice. It turned out that based on the surveillance video, Johan had found the taxi driven by Bong-sik and brought the taxi driver to the police station. Under questioning by the police, the driver confessed that he had lent the car to Bong-sik. With the driver's confession plus the images in the surveillance video, clearly showing Mi-sun pushing Da-young into the taxi, the police immediately arrested Mi-sun, the main suspect in the case. Seeing her mother being taken away, Se-ran was extremely panicked. She was worried that the police would find clues to her in the evidence. Johan was about to go out when he unexpectedly heard the news of Song-yi's traffic accident from Hae-in. It turned out that last night, Se-ran had used tricks to get into bed with Ji-hoon, wanting to force him to take responsibility for her. But she didn't know that Song-yi, the daughter she loved the most, because she missed her mother too much, had gone out on the street alone at night. The innocent child didn't know where to go to find her mother, and she was accidentally hit by a car. When she was taken to the hospital, her condition was already critical. Se-ran went to the police station, using the excuse that there was no evidence to demand to bail my son. But Johan told her that he had handed over the evidence to the police. The evidence included images of Mi-sun pushing Da-young into the car. Se-ran still wanted to deny it when Johan received a call. The words of the person on the other end made Se-ran panic, because they said that Song-yi's condition was very critical, telling the family to prepare themselves mentally. Se-ran rushed to the hospital like a madman, but she had arrived too late. Song-yi's body had been covered with a white cloth. Sang-chul and his mother stood beside her, crying uncontrollably. Se-ran couldn't believe the cruel reality before her eyes. She rushed over to ask Sang-chul if this was a nightmare. Her daughter's death made Sang-chul realize, if he hadn't betrayed Da-young and had an affair with Se-ran, their family wouldn't have been broken. Sang-chul's belated regret not only didn't make Se-ran reflect on herself, but she blamed Da-young, crying and vowing to find Da-young to take revenge. Seeing Song-yi's body being pushed away, Se-ran was in extreme pain. She said to her daughter in her heart, "Mom is your real mom." But a wicked person like her didn't think that everything was karma, and her own wickedness had taken her daughter's life. Johan came to Da-young's side but didn't dare to tell her the news of Song-yi's death. He was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear this pain when she had just lost her father and now was losing her daughter. But to give Da-young the motivation to continue living, Johan decided to confess his feelings. Regardless of whether Da-young accepted him or not, he would always love her, staying by her side. Johan put a ring on Da-young's finger. Da-young hesitated a little. She was worried that her current situation wasn't worthy of Johan. But before Johan's persistence, she decided to open her heart and accept him, because in her heart, she had had feelings for him for a long time. To save her mother from jail, Se-ran hired the best lawyer to defend Mi-sun, because at that time, when kidnapping Da-young, Se-ran had dressed up as Da-young and got out of the car with Mi-sun. This evidence forced the police to release Mi-sun. Johan was furious upon hearing the news, not expecting the two women to be so tenacious. To make them pay for their crimes, he had to find more solid evidence. Sang-chul was immersed in remorse and regret after losing his daughter. He hated himself for being so blind at that time, betraying Da-young to follow Se-ran. Sang-chul's mother was also very saddened, but she still dreamed of clinging to Se-ran, so she brought gifts to Bong-yu's to talk about marriage. Sang-chul's mother learned that Mi-sun had been released, so she hurriedly informed Sang-chul, taking this opportunity to meet Se-ran. She also offered a plan to Sang-chul. If Se-ran didn't agree to marry him, then continue to use Deok-su's phone to threaten her. After all, Se-ran didn't know that the phone had been lost. Sang-chul's mother was complacent about her plan, but she didn't know that the walls had ears, and Se-ran had heard everything. The only thing that made Se-ran wary was Deok-su's phone. Now she knew that the phone was no longer in Sang Chul's hands. She wanted to avenge her daughter. It turned out that after blaming De Jong and Sang Chul, Se-ran realized that if Sang Chul had divorced De Jong to marry her, then Song Yi wouldn't have had to die unjustly. Therefore, she wanted to push that terrible man, Sang Chul, into hell. Soon after, Se-ran took the initiative to find Sang Chul, using the excuse of missing Song Yi to get him drunk, then staging a scene of being abused by Sang Chul. The next day, Sang Chul was arrested by the police on the charge of intentional injury. Just as Sang Chul was being escorted to the police station, the driver who caused the accident for Song Yi was also arrested. Sang Chul rushed to the man, beating him severely. This scene was broadcast on the news. De Jong also recognized Sang Chul. Hearing Sang Chul's painful screams, she knew that her daughter had had an accident. De Jong couldn't accept the pain of losing her daughter, and she wanted to die with her daughter. Just as she was about to roll her wheelchair into the river, Johan stopped her in time. Johan wanted Da Jong to live well. For her, Song Yi was everything, but for him, she was also very important. He wanted her to live for herself. Moreover, only by living could she avenge her deceased loved ones. De Jong shed tears. For Johan, the man who loved her, she was determined to live well. Sang Chul and his mother knew that Se-ran was the one who had set a trap, framing Sang Chul to jail. Sang Chul's mother was angry, rushing to grab Se-ran's hair. However, Se-ran pretended to be pitiful, kneeling down to apologize, lying that she did so because she was forced by her grandmother. Her grandmother insisted on separating her and Sang Chul. Now, to save Sang Chul from prison as soon as possible, she had to accept the marriage arranged by her grandmother. Se-ran once again used her acting skills to deceive Sang Chul's mother. But what she said wasn't completely wrong, because the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant really had the intention of marrying Se-ran off. Moreover, Se-ran also admitted that she had slept with Ji-hoon. Therefore, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant sought out Chairman Wang to discuss the marriage for the two. Chairman Wang had long wanted to cooperate with Bong Yu's restaurant to expand his business, and marriage was the best option. Ji-hoon objected as soon as he learned that his father wanted to force him to marry Se-ran. However, Chairman Wang had made up his mind. He was willing to sacrifice his son's happiness for the benefit of the family. He also told Ji-hoon that if he didn't like her, he could just marry her and leave her there, and he could find anyone outside. Ji-hoon knew that he couldn't change his father's decision, and moreover, he still hadn't found Da Jong, so he had to agree. Johan, upon hearing the news, reminded his uncle that Se-ran was a dangerous woman, and marrying her would definitely have endless troubles. But in Chairman Wang's eyes at this time, there was only profit, and he told Johan not to question his decision. Johan couldn't interfere anymore, and he hesitated whether or not to tell De Jong about this. However, when he arrived at the hospital, Da Jong was no longer there. The nurse gave Johan a box, according to Da Jong's instructions. Johan opened the box and saw the ring that he had given to Da Jong. Se-ran had succeeded in marrying Ji-hoon, but after the marriage, Ji-hoon didn't pay any attention to her. He never stayed home, and he was always happily outside. Based on the information she had, Se-ran found the hotel where Ji-hoon had brought his mistress. She, without saying a word, rushed in, grabbing the woman's hair and throwing her onto the sofa. After teaching her a lesson, Se-ran officially looked closely at the woman's face. Unexpectedly, the ugly woman had a way of dressing exactly like one person, and that was De Jong, who had been missing for more than 2 years. Se-ran angrily scolded the woman for being ugly and seducing other people's husbands. The woman immediately retorted, saying that Se-ran was just a dirt-poor girl before, and now, even if she married into a wealthy family, she couldn't hold on to her husband's heart. This statement had touched on Se-ran's pain. She grabbed the woman's hair, and the two fought fiercely. Fortunately, Hae-in arrived in time and stopped them. Se-ran cried and told Hae-in that the woman was shameless and didn't know how to be ashamed. Hae-in gave the woman a sum of money, telling her to never contact Ji-hoon again for everything to stop. Returning home, Se-ran discovered that Ji-hoon was on the phone, comforting his mistress. This made her extremely angry. Ji-hoon told her that before, when they got married, the two had agreed not to interfere in each other's private lives. So he asked Se-ran not to interfere in his affairs in the future. Se-ran's married life was very difficult, and she had no idea that Sang Chul, whom she had framed and put in jail, had been released. Sang Chul, with nothing, vowed to take revenge on Se-ran. At the same time, Se-ran received an anonymous package sent from the United States. The cursed doll inside made her panic. What terrified her even more was that a fake nail was attached to the doll. The fake nail that she had dropped at the scene of Deok-soo's murder. The only person who knew that she was the one who killed Deok-soo was Da Jong. The appearance of the fake nail made Se-ran suspect that Da-young was still alive. To confirm her guess, she deliberately mentioned Da-young in front of Johan. Johan didn't pay attention to this cunning woman. His expression was both uncomfortable and angry. But this expression of Johan made Se-ran misunderstand. She thought that Da-young was dead, and Johan was indignant for Da-young. After returning from a business trip in the United States, Chairman Wang announced to the family that he was going to hold a big wedding. At this time, he had divorced Hae-in, but Hae-in still fantasized that he wanted to rekindle their old love. On the day of the wedding, everyone dressed in gorgeous clothes to attend. Under the witness of everyone, Chairman Wang solemnly invited the bride to step out. Everyone was stunned when they saw that the woman entering the wedding hall was Da-young, who had been missing for 2 years. Johan couldn't believe his eyes. Se-ran and Mi-sun were so horrified that they couldn't breathe, but no one's reaction could stop the wedding from taking place. Da-young stared at Se-ran, silently declaring war with her in her heart. She would make Se-ran pay the price. Step by step, Chairman Wang introduced Da-young to Ji-hoon and Johan. Ji-hoon didn't expect that the woman he liked would become his stepmother. Johan looked at Da-young with painful eyes, but he believed that she must have a hard time doing this. Like him, the reason he joined Wang Group was because he wanted to win back the assets that had been taken by his uncle. Hae-in drowned her sorrows in alcohol. After the divorce, she still maintained the same relationship with Chairman Wang. This made her mistakenly believe that the two could get back together. But unexpectedly, Chairman Wang had someone new, and that person was Da-young, whom she considered a close friend. Se-ran seized the opportunity to drag Hae-in to cooperate with her to deal with Da-young. Johan returned home and unexpectedly saw Da-young. He angrily questioned Da-young if she was really willing to sacrifice everything for the purpose of revenge. Did she ever love him? Da-young retorted, saying that the person she loved now was Johan's uncle, and she described her happy life next to Chairman Wang. Johan didn't believe that Da-young would be so heartless, and he begged her not to treat him like this. However, Da-young warned him that from now on everyone would have to live under the same roof, hoping that he would soon sort out his mood and learn how to live with his stepmother. Da-young began her plan to take revenge on Se-ran as a stepmother. Se-ran initially didn't take Da-young seriously, but in front of Chairman Wang, she didn't dare to act recklessly. In addition, Da-young deliberately teased Se-ran in front of Chairman Wang, forcing her to go to the kitchen to cook according to Da-young's orders. While cooking, Se-ran called her mother to complain. Da-young seized the opportunity, dumping all the ingredients on Se-ran. Then, she took Se-ran's phone, pretending to be a mother-in-law and scolding Mi-sun. Seeing that Chairman Wang wasn't home, Se-ran immediately revealed her true face, scolding Da-young. She also wondered, Da-young had clearly fallen off the cliff, fallen into the sea. So why was she still alive? Da-young replied, "God has given me a second life to take revenge." Saying that, she raised the phone in her hand. It turned out that she had recorded all of Se-ran's words. Da-young warned Se-ran that if she dared to be rude to her again, this recording would not only reach Chairman Wang's ears, but could also become evidence to accuse her. Seeing Se-ran speechless, Da-young ordered her to pick up all the spilled red beans on the floor. Se-ran had no choice but to comply. However, Da-young wasn't satisfied yet. She looked straight into Se-ran's eyes, saying each word clearly. "Open your eyes wide and see how I will deal with you." Chairman Wang ate a piece of fake nail in his bowl of red bean porridge. Se-ran panicked and looked at her fingers, and indeed, one piece was missing. Just as she was flustered, Da-young added fuel to the fire, asking if her husband was hurt by the fake nail. Da-young incited Chairman Wang to scold Se-ran for being useless. Da-young also took this opportunity to teach Se-ran as a mother-in-law, telling her to be more careful in the future. Chairman Wang didn't know about the hidden conflict between the two, and seeing Se-ran was silent, he asked her if she had any opinions about her mother-in-law. Under the threat of Chairman Wang, Se-ran was forced to call Da-young mother, and promised to learn from her mistakes. Returning to her room, Se-ran screamed to vent her anger for being punished by Da-young. But for Da-young, this was still not enough. Her philandering husband suddenly changed his ways, not only chasing away all his mistresses, but also going to work on time and returning home on time. However, these changes weren't because of Se-ran, but because of the newly married stepmother at home. Da-young deliberately cooked for Ji-hoon in front of Se-ran and sat next to him, talking happily with him while he ate. This made Se-ran jealous, and she asked Ji-hoon why he was smiling so happily. Ji-hoon treated her like air, not only not answering but also leaving indifferently. Se-ran had to vent her anger on Da-young. Da-young again used her identity as a mother-in-law to threaten Se-ran, warning her that sooner or later she would make her pay the price. Se-ran guessed that Da-young was holding evidence to accuse her, feeling like a sword was hanging over her head, making her anxious and uneasy. To avoid Da-young, Johan decided to take his daughter on a trip to relieve his sorrow. However, on the way, he often remembered Da-young. He didn't know that at this time, Da-young was also looking at the ring on her finger, remembering him. For the past 2 years, Da-young had never forgotten Johan, but to take revenge, she had chosen to be with Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang knew that Da-young hadn't been able to accept him yet, so he told her that he was willing to wait until the day she opened her heart to him. Da-young didn't expect Chairman Wang to love her. The reason she married him was because at that time, when she heard that Se-ran was about to marry Ji-hoon, she had taken the initiative to find Chairman Wang to expose Se-ran's true face. Unexpectedly, Chairman Wang said that he knew Se-ran's nature, but the company needed to cooperate with Bong Yu's restaurant, so he had to agree to the two families marrying. Seeing Da-young's situation, Chairman Wang guessed that she had encountered something unfortunate. To prevent Da-young from ruining Se-ran and Ji-hoon's marriage, he took the initiative to offer to help her. Any request of hers, he would agree. Therefore, Da-young had requested to go to the United States to study cooking. But during her time in the United States, she had refused Chairman Wang's help, relying on her abilities to be independent. Chairman Wang greatly admired Da-young and gradually developed feelings for her during the contact. At the time of the wedding, the two had agreed that it would be a contract marriage. Now, Chairman Wang was giving shares and houses to Da-young because he wanted her to see his sincerity. However, this made Da-young feel pressured. Sang Chul and his mother analyzed the reason for being wrongly imprisoned years ago, and affirmed that everything was a trap set by Se-ran to get rid of him. To take revenge on Se-ran, the two mothers and sons deliberately came to Bong Yu's restaurant to apologize to the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. Seeing the two, Se-ran wanted to chase them away immediately. But now that Sang Chul was penniless, he threatened Se-ran, saying that if she didn't compensate him, he would reveal her true face to Ji-hoon. Se-ran was annoyed to the point of having a headache, but she didn't know that something worse was about to happen to her, because Da-young was appointed as the head of the department of the company, becoming her direct superior. Now she was not only being controlled by Da-young at home, but also at the company. Da-young ordered Se-ran to buy coffee. Se-ran secretly put poison in the coffee. However, Da-young had guessed her plot, and she took the employees to eat before Se-ran returned, isolating her and making her embarrassed. Se-ran angrily threw the coffee cup on the ground, but her nightmare didn't stop there. That night, returning home, Se-ran, unwilling to lose to Da-young, asked her husband whether she or Da-young was more seductive. Knowing full well that Ji-hoon used to like Da-young, she still deliberately courted death. As expected, Ji-hoon praised Da-young for being elegant, while Se-ran was cheap, looking like a bar girl. Se-ran angrily threw things at Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon got out of bed, mocking her for a while before leaving indifferently. Se-ran endured the shame. Johan returned home, finally asking the question that had been on his mind. He asked Da-young if she had married his uncle for revenge, and if she knew that for the past 2 years, he had been searching for her everywhere. Da-young still wanted to lie, but under Johan's loving gaze, she honestly confessed that she had married Chairman Wang to take revenge on Se-ran. Even though the truth had been exposed, Da-young couldn't turn back now. She could only tell Johan that she couldn't retreat at this time, hoping he would forget her. Johan couldn't give the person he loved to someone else, let alone his mortal enemy. To take revenge on Se-ran, Sang Chul took the initiative to come to Ji-hoon's house. Seeing Sang Chul, Se-ran was scared out of her wits. However, Sang Chul didn't give her a chance to explain. He told Ji-hoon everything about his affair with her, and accused Se-ran of deliberately framing him to jail to marry Ji-hoon. Se-ran hurriedly explained to Ji-hoon that Sang Chul was slandering her. If he didn't believe it, he could ask her grandmother. Her grandmother knew that Sang Chul had harassed her. Just as Ji-hoon didn't know who to believe, Da-young appeared in time, and confirmed that Se-ran had had an affair with Sang Chul before marrying Ji-hoon. Se-ran grabbed Ji-hoon's hand, insisting that they were framing her. However, Ji-hoon clearly had his own judgment. He raised his hand and slapped her hard. Ji-hoon threw Se-ran's suitcase on the ground, demanding that she get out of his house immediately. Se-ran still wanted to explain, but Ji-hoon didn't bother listening, and he dragged her out of the house. Seeing that Se-ran had received her comeuppance, Sang Chul also quietly left. However, he warned Se-ran that what she was experiencing at this time was still nothing compared to him losing everything. So he wouldn't stop here. Taking advantage of Se-ran being kicked out of the house, Da-young secretly went into her room to search for things. It turned out that 2 years ago, she had hidden the evidence of Se-ran's crimes in the lining of her handbag. After being pushed off the cliff by Se-ran, the handbag had fallen into Se-ran's hands. But she didn't know that Se-ran hadn't found the evidence in the handbag, so she had thrown it outside. and then it was picked up by someone else. Da-young ransacked everywhere but couldn't find the handbag. However, she unexpectedly discovered Se-ran's medical examination report. Se-ran's blood type was AB. But at this time, Da-young didn't pay attention to that, and she took Se-ran's car keys to continue searching. As soon as she sat in the car, Da-young saw a photo falling down from above. The photo was of Se-ran and her daughter, Song-yi. Da-young only paid attention to her daughter and didn't connect Se-ran's blood type in the photo. Having been kicked out of the house, Se-ran wanted to return to Bong-yu's restaurant for a few days. But her grandmother had taught her a lesson, telling her that now that she was someone's wife, she had to know her place. Se-ran had no choice but to sneak back home in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the door, she was caught by Da-young. Da-young, in her capacity as a mother-in-law, ordered Se-ran to get her some wine, and told her to take off her dirty clothes before going down to the wine cellar. Afraid of Chairman Wang, Se-ran didn't dare to disobey Da-young, and she had to wear thin clothes to go down to the wine cellar. As soon as she was choosing the wine, she suddenly heard the sound of the door slamming shut behind her. It turned out that Da-young had locked the door from the outside. She wanted to let Se-ran taste the feeling of being imprisoned in the cellar. Crying to heaven but heaven not hearing, crying to earth but earth not responding. Se-ran was in the wine cellar all night. The next morning she was starving and freezing, screaming for help. However, the wine cellar was located in the basement, and the people upstairs couldn't hear her at all. While eating breakfast, Chairman Wang realized that Se-ran wasn't there. Ji-hoon said that he had kicked Se-ran out of the house. Chairman Wang was worried that it would affect the contract, so he reminded his son not to overdo it. After seeing her husband and stepson off to work, Da-young went down to the basement. She forced Se-ran to confess her crimes. Otherwise, she would continue to imprison her here to rethink her actions. Se-ran was afraid of losing her life, so she admitted that she was the one who had locked Da-young and Sang-chul in the cold storage. And she was also the one who had seduced Sang-chul. However, she didn't dare to admit her guilt in Deok-su's death. Seeing this, Da-young turned around and left, leaving Se-ran to continue regretting her actions down there. Until noon, Da-young opened the wine cellar door and released Se-ran. Se-ran immediately changed her attitude. No longer crying like before, she became arrogant, threatening to take revenge on Da-young. Da-young had anticipated this, and she cut off Se-ran's retreat, saying that even if she deliberately framed Se-ran, she would not be able to have any evidence. This statement was what Se-ran herself had said to Da-young 2 years ago, and now it was coming back to haunt her. Se-ran could only swallow her anger. Da-young received a call from Sang-chul. He told her to come and take her daughter's things as keepsakes. Although at this time, the two were standing on the same front to deal with Se-ran. Sang-chul still blamed Da-young for abandoning her daughter to marry into a wealthy family. Da-young was stunned by Sang-chul's accusations, because she had never had that intention. Sang-chul's mother saw that Da-young didn't admit it, and took out the message that she had sent earlier. Da-young was shocked to realize that after pushing her off the cliff, Se-ran had used her phone to send this message. Sang-chul and his mother only then knew the truth about Da-young's disappearance. Years ago, Sang-chul knelt down and apologized to Da-young, promising to do anything to atone for his sins. Returning home, Da-young looked at the DNA test results of her daughter and Sang-chul. She suddenly wondered, why were both Se-ran's and her daughter's blood types AB? However, before she could think it through, Hae-in unexpectedly pulled her suitcase and returned to Chairman Wang's house. This time, Hae-in returned to win back Chairman Wang from Da-young. It turned out that Hae-in had had sweet times with Chairman Wang. He had promised to be with her for the rest of his life, but he was always messing around outside. Hae-in was so angry that she divorced him, but she hadn't forgotten him in her heart. Unexpectedly, Chairman Wang turned around and married Da-young, whom she considered a close friend. This made her resentful, determined to compete with Da-young. The reason she was confident that she could defeat Da-young was because she knew a secret about Chairman Wang. Years ago, to be with her, Chairman Wang had arranged to frame Ji-hoon's mother for having an affair and then divorced his wife. Now, she didn't want to repeat Ji-hoon's mother's fate. She was determined to win Chairman Wang's heart. Hae-in returned to Chairman Wang's house strongly, and she also returned the breakup money that he had given her. This made Chairman Wang angry, wanting to chase her out immediately. Da-young didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so she spoke up to help Hae-in escape. Unexpectedly, Hae-in not only didn't appreciate it but also deliberately made things difficult for Da-young, using her status as the homeowner to order Da-young to pour water for her. Although she couldn't tell the truth about her marriage to Chairman Wang, Da-young still apologized to Hae-in with a respectful attitude. Hae-in was angry because Da-young had stolen her husband. She threw the glass of water on Da-young's face, blaming her for having tasted the feeling of having her husband stolen. But now she was causing pain to others. Da-yoon didn't accept this accusation. She said that she only married Chairman Wang after knowing that he had divorced Hae-in. Hae-in didn't accept this explanation and continued to make things difficult for Da-yoon. Da-yoon couldn't hold back any longer, and she made it clear that she and Chairman Wang were husband and wife, and Hae-in was just her friend. She didn't want her friend to covet her husband. Hae-in was agitated, slapping Da-yoon. Da-yoon's feelings for Hae-in completely disappeared after this slap. Although there was a conflict with Hae-in, Da-yoon didn't say anything bad about Hae-in in front of Chairman Wang. Even she stood on Hae-in's side as a woman, thinking that Hae-in was also very pitiful, and stopping Chairman Wang from chasing Hae. In a way, Hae-in's return gave Se-ran an additional ally. She wanted to take revenge on Da-yoon for what she had suffered during this time. Arriving at the company, Se-ran took advantage of the time when no one was around to secretly put the marketing plan that Da-yoon had just completed into the paper shredder. However, this action was seen by an employee in the group. Therefore, when Da-yoon went to find the plan, the employee took out the draft that he had saved, helping Da-yoon escape the crisis. With her plan failing, Se-ran thought of another plan. She found the video recording of Da-yoon and Johan accidentally entering the same hotel room 2 years ago. Then, she asked my son to use a fake IP address to send the video to everyone in the family. Chairman Wang didn't expect Da-yoon and his nephew to have known each other from 2 years ago. Se-ran took this opportunity to add fuel to the fire, falsely claiming that the two had an illicit relationship. Hae-in also kicked her, sneering at Da-yoon for being promiscuous. Even Ji-hoon, who used to like Da-yoon, looked at her with suspicious eyes. Da-yoon hurriedly explained that 2 years ago, she was helping a friend deliver something but went into the wrong room. Johan also helped her clear her name. He said that at that time, he had just finished showering and found someone breaking in, so he had chased the person out. Therefore, the two had an argument at the door. Hae-in and Se-ran continued to add fuel to the fire, falsely claiming that the two had agreed on their statements in advance. Chairman Wang, losing face, immediately ordered to find the source of the video. Se-ran was smug, thinking that she had won, and she told me son to turn off her phone. Hae-in took this opportunity to slander Da-yoon in front of Chairman Wang. Although the matter was still unclear, Chairman Wang didn't give Hae-in a chance to interfere, saying that even if Da-yoon had really been involved with Johan, it didn't matter, because now Da-yoon loved him. He also warned Hae-in that the two had divorced and couldn't get back together, telling her not to waste her effort. Hae-in was shocked and almost fainted from dizziness. After dealing with Hae-in, Chairman Wang spoke frankly with Da-yoon. Because he had accidentally overheard the conversation between Da-yoon and Johan, he knew that the two had once had a romantic relationship. He didn't care about Da-yoon's past. He only cared about whether Da-yoon would betray him in the future. Da-yoon didn't expect Chairman Wang to be so insightful, but quickly, she calmed down and promised that she would never betray him. Ever since seeing the DNA test results of Sang-chul and her daughter, Da-yoon had always wondered why she and Sang-chul were both blood type B, but her daughter was blood type AB. Moreover, Se-ran was also blood type AB. To clarify the reason, Da-yoon went to the hospital where she had given birth. The nurse recognized Da-yoon as soon as she saw her, because years ago, after giving birth, Da-yoon had severe bleeding, which made the nurse very impressed with her. Da-yoon took this opportunity to ask why her daughter's birth certificate stated that her blood type was B, but then her vaccination record stated that her blood type was AB, and if the hospital had made a mistake, the nurse affirmed that the hospital couldn't have made a mistake. After Da-yoon left, the nurse told her colleague about the situation 7 years ago. That year, when she came to the newborn nursery, she discovered that the barcode on Da-yoon's daughter's foot had fallen off. She also saw a figure who looked exactly like Da-yoon at the door, so she thought that Da-yoon's ghost was disturbing. So she didn't dare to report the matter. However, she didn't know that Da-yoon had returned and heard everything. Da-yoon threatened to call the police, demanding that the nurse tell her everything. The nurse didn't dare to hide anything anymore. She said that it had rained heavily. That day, the hospital had a power outage for a while, and after the power came back on, the newborn nursery was a bit chaotic. But she had really seen a figure who looked exactly like Da-yoon. Da-yoon requested the hospital to provide the surveillance video from 7 years ago. When reviewing the images from the early morning of that day, she was horrified to discover that the person who had secretly taken the baby out of the nursery was Se-ran. Da-yoon immediately understood the truth. Years ago, Se-ran was pregnant at the same time as her. Song-yi's blood type was the same as Se-ran's, both AB. So there was only one possibility. Song-yi was the daughter of Sang-chul and Se-ran. In other words, years ago, Se-ran had secretly given birth without letting anyone know. Do-young couldn't believe that the daughter she had raised for so many years was actually Se-ran's daughter. To confirm the truth, she took out her daughter's belongings, deciding to take them for a DNA test, along with her own. Sensing that Do-young's mood was off, Johan followed her to the garden. Do-young asked Johan what her father had said before he passed away. Johan recounted a few words that he had heard, which were song, see, daughter. Do-young connected these words together, finally understanding that her father wanted to tell her that Song Yi was Se-ran's daughter. Do-young immediately ran to Se-ran's room, taking her toothbrush and putting it in her bag. However, before she could leave, Se-ran unexpectedly returned. Enemies meeting each other immediately ignited hot blood, and the two cursed at each other, then fought again. Do-young knew that Chairman Wang was about to return, so she let Se-ran grab her hair, not resisting at all. As expected, soon after, Chairman Wang and Johan ran in. Seeing Se-ran was being rude, Chairman Wang immediately ordered her to get out of the house. Do-young wanted Se-ran to endure the torture in front of her, so she begged Chairman Wang to give Se-ran a chance, not to chase her away. Do-young finally received the DNA test results. The results clearly showed that she and Song Yi were not mother and daughter, and Se-ran and Song Yi were biological mother and daughter. Although she had guessed the truth, Do-young still couldn't accept this result. If Song Yi was Se-ran's daughter, then where was her daughter? When Se-ran returned home, Do-young, without saying a word, slapped her twice, questioning her for secretly switching their children, asking where her daughter was. At this time, Johan and Ji-hoon had also returned. To retain some self-respect in front of her husband, Se-ran still tried to justify herself. However, Do-young told her that she had handed over the evidence of her crimes to the police, and she would soon be punished according to the law. Only at this time did Ji-hoon know that Se-ran was not only promiscuous, seducing other people's husbands, but also had a child with that terrible man, Sang-chul. Chairman Wang had seen the DNA test report, knowing clearly that what Do-young said was true. Angrily, he chased Se-ran out of the house. Se-ran had to return to Bong Yu's restaurant to discuss countermeasures with her mother, but Do-young didn't give her that opportunity. Do-young wanted to expose Se-ran's true face in front of the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant. Se-ran again played the old trick, wanting to stop the two, but Do-young had anticipated this. She told the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant everything about Se-ran pushing her off the cliff and switching their children. Right in front of Se-ran, the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant was stunned. Se-ran still tried to justify herself, but right after, the police arrived, arresting her for the charges of kidnapping, imprisonment, and intentional injury. Se-ran was arrested and put in jail, and the only person who knew where her daughter was Mi-sun. Do-young questioned Mi-sun about where Se-ran had hidden her daughter. Like Se-ran, Mi-sun always thought that Do-young's daughter had died from a high fever at the church door, but she didn't dare tell the truth, so she could only pretend not to know anything. Do-young was in extreme pain because she couldn't find her daughter. It was all the fault of that terrible man, Sang-chul. Therefore, she took the initiative to find Sang-chul, slapping him and telling him and his mother that Song Yi was Se-ran's daughter, and her daughter was missing. Seeing that it was already dark and Do-young hadn't returned home, Johan was worried about her, but Chairman Wang sat there calmly, showing no signs of worry. This made Johan feel indignant for Do-young. Chairman Wang angrily blamed Johan for coveting his stepmother, and he slapped Johan. Johan had originally wanted to take revenge on his uncle, and this slap made him hate him even more, and determined to win back the woman he loved. Ji-hoon was determined to break off relations with Se-ran, the vicious woman. This time, Chairman Wang didn't stop him, because he had used Bong Yu's to overcome the company's crisis. Taking advantage of Se-ran being arrested and put in jail, he used the excuse that the company's reputation was affected to propose canceling the contract with Bong Yu's. He also negotiated with the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant, saying that as long as she handed over the family's secret sauce recipe, he would help her save Se-ran from prison. Only at this time did the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant realize the true face of her in-law. It turned out that Chairman Wang was such a treacherous and cunning person. The owner of Bong Yu's restaurant refused his offer without hesitation. Se-ran still didn't know that her marriage was in danger. At this time, she was in jail, and finally tasted the feeling of evil repaid with evil. Other female prisoners often made fun of her, mocking and scolding her lightly, and beating her heavily. But Se-ran still held hope, thinking that as long as she didn't confess, her grandmother would definitely save her. To obtain the owner of Bong Yu's restaurant's sauce recipe, Chairman Wang had people spread bad rumors about Se-ran, in order to bring down the stock price of Bong Yu's to benefit himself. All this time, Johan had been helping De Jong search for her daughter. He gave the relevant information that he found to De Jong, hoping to help her. At the same time, he also confessed his feelings. Before, when Da Jung fell off the cliff, he thought that the two would be separated forever. Fortunately, De Jung appeared in front of him again. Until now, even if the two were just friends, he still hoped that Da Jung would be safe. Hearing Johan's words, De Jung couldn't hold back her tears. Johan hugged De Jung as a friend, comforting her to overcome her sadness. However, this scene was seen by Chairman Wang, who had just returned. Chairman Wang sought out He In to pour out his feelings. He In naturally didn't miss the opportunity to be alone with Chairman Wang, and she became an understanding, gentle, and caressing woman. Until late at night, she helped Chairman Wang, who was drunk, back home and deliberately showed the intimacy between the two in front of Da Jung. This made Da Jung uncomfortable. Si Ran's waiting had vanished into thin air. For several days, no one came to save her. And after the deadline, she was imprisoned as an official prisoner. The newcomers to the new room would naturally be warmly welcomed by the old prisoners. Si Ran was beaten to an inch of her life again, bruised and swollen. Si Ran waited for the day when Ji Hoon came to visit. At this time, she was still fantasizing that Ji Hoon would save her, even lying that she had never given birth. Ji Hoon didn't expect that she was about to die and still lying. He told her that his family had sent the divorce papers to Bong Yu's, and today he had only come to inform her that their marriage was about to end. Si Ran wailed, but she couldn't change the current situation. De Jung finally found the church that had sheltered her daughter. The staff there thought that she had come to find the child, who had died of a high fever that day. When hearing Da Dong say that she was looking for a little girl, they checked the information and said that the child had been adopted by a family and taken to the United States. Because the church had regulations to keep the information of adoptive parents confidential, they couldn't provide the family's contact information to Da Jung. However, De Jung still felt a little more at ease. As long as the child was still alive, she would have a chance to find her. But at this time, she didn't know that Anna, Johan's adopted daughter, whom she met every day, was her biological daughter. Perhaps it was due to the fate of mother and child. Although De Jung was Anna's grandmother in name, during their time together, Anna treated her like a mother, and even got angry when she didn't pick her up from school. De Jung went home to visit Anna, and Anna cried, asking why other friends all had mothers but she didn't. De Jung felt heartbroken hearing Anna say that, but she couldn't help her. Anna made a request. She wanted to be able to call De Jung mother. When it was just the two of them, motherly love surged in Da Jung's heart, and she agreed to Anna's request without hesitation. To escape from prison, Si Ran released her last trump card. It turned out that when marrying into Chairman Wang's family, she had secretly installed listening devices in his office. When Mi Sun came to visit her, she told Mi Sun her plan. Mi Sun returned home. Immediately doing as Si Ran instructed, she found the recording in the computer, then sought out Bong Sik, Si Ran's uncle. Bong Sik thought of using these recordings to extort money from Chairman Wang, and he was overjoyed and quickly called him. Initially, Chairman Wang thought it was just a normal extortion call, but when he heard the recording of him violating the law to manipulate the stock market, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. However, before he could ask for the other party's address, the person on the other end hung up. Chairman Wang was worried about the recording, and on his way back to his office, he saw Johan looking at Da Jung with loving eyes. This made him angry, and he lashed out, hitting Johan. Johan resisted, saying that his uncle had stolen his woman. It turned out that after investigating, Johan had learned that Chairman Wang had people investigate Da Jung before marrying her. He also knew about the love affair between him and De Jung, but for his own benefit, he had taken advantage of De Jung's desire for revenge to marry her. At this time, Johan said frankly that their marriage was just he got a wife, and I got love. It's better than imprisoning De Jung. Seeing that Chairman Wang was about to take action, De Jung appeared in time and declared that she wasn't an object for them to compete for, and whether to divorce or not was her decision. After secretly investigating, Chairman Wang learned that the recording was sent by Si Ran's accomplice. With the deadline approaching, Chairman Wang had to go to the prison to meet Si Ran. He wanted to entice Si Ran to hand over the recording, but Si Ran wasn't easy to deal with. She threatened Chairman Wang that he only had 1 day left, and if he didn't release her, she would expose his crimes. The next day, Chairman Wang's family was discussing the progress of searching for De Jung's daughter, when Si Ran unexpectedly appeared right at the door. Everyone was stunned. Only Johan seemed to understand what had happened. It turned out that yesterday, he had accidentally overheard Chairman Wang and his secretary talking about Si Ran. Now that Si Ran had been acquitted, he suspected that Chairman Wang was playing tricks. De Jung asked Si Ran the reason she was released, but Si Ran refused to tell the truth, saying that she was wronged, and wanted to take revenge on Da-young for what she had suffered in prison. Da-young angrily slapped Se-ran twice. She said that compared to her family being broken, Se-ran hadn't paid enough for her crimes. Therefore, she threatened Se-ran that as long as she was in this house for one more minute, she would make her live in hell. Se-ran had proof of Chairman Wang's crimes. Not only did she insist she was innocent in front of his grandmother, but she also wanted to keep her marriage with Ji-hoon going. Ji-hoon wouldn't let her near him. He made it clear that he didn't have any feelings for her anymore. However, Se-ran wasn't scared at all. She vowed to use Chairman Wang's weakness to stand firm in his family. Although he didn't dare admit he was the one who released Se-ran in front of everyone, Chairman Wang couldn't let Se-ran run wild in his house. So when Da-young wanted to discipline Se-ran, he sided with Da-young. Se-ran was ordered by Da-young to stand on the table and pull up her pants leg. Da-young used a whip to hit her leg. Se-ran reluctantly pulled up her pants leg and endured Da-young's abuse. While Se-ran was in jail, Mi-sun, to take over the Bongyu restaurant, brought Sang-chul and his mother to work at the Bongyu restaurant. Sang-chul thought that after Se-ran got out of jail, she would fire him. Unexpectedly, Se-ran encouraged him to work hard. It turned out that Se-ran was doing this to win over Sang-chul, seeing him as an assistant for her future plans. To find her daughter, Da-young went back to the authorities. The staff there understood a mother's feelings and told her that her daughter was in the country. However, they had signed a confidentiality agreement with the adoptive family, so they couldn't provide her with their information. But at Da-young's request, they agreed to ask the adoptive family for their opinion and then contact her. Hae-in found documents proving Chairman Wang and Da-young's contract marriage in their room. She questioned Da-young why she had hidden this from her. Da-young retorted, saying that this was her personal matter and had nothing to do with Hae-in. Hae-in didn't let it go. She went to find Chairman Wang to talk things over. Hae-in knew that Chairman Wang and Da-young had never been husband and wife. She didn't understand why Chairman Wang would rather choose a woman he had no feelings for than accept her. Chairman Wang told Hae-in to give up on this. Even though Da-young didn't love him now, he loved Da-young and believed that sooner or later she would accept him. Johan suddenly received a call from the church. They said that Anna's birth mother wanted to meet her daughter. Initially, he wanted to refuse, but for Anna's sake, he finally agreed to send a recent photo of Anna to the woman. Not long after, Da-young received a call from the church. They told her the adoptive family's response. She worried that after seeing the photo, she would want to find her daughter even more, which could hurt the little girl, so she heartlessly refused to receive the photo. Hae-in got drunk because Chairman Wang chose Da-young over her. The bar owner reluctantly had to call Chairman Wang. While Chairman Wang was helping Hae-in home, Da-young and Johan saw them. Johan was upset for Da-young and blamed Chairman Wang for playing the field. Chairman Wang was angry and retorted, saying that Johan had bad intentions towards Da-young. The two argued again. Da-young appeared in time and stopped them. She declared that if they kept arguing over her, she would move out of the house. The Bongyu restaurant owner had seen through Chairman Wang's true colors. She took out the divorce papers and told him to divorce Da-young. However, Chairman Wang was being controlled by Se-ran and didn't dare disobey her. He had to change his attitude and said that the divorce was just a misunderstanding. Da-young couldn't find her daughter, so she decided to help other orphans. So she went to the orphanage to volunteer. But she didn't know that Johan had been volunteering there for a long time. Seeing Da-young, Johan asked the director why she had come to volunteer. The director told him that Da-young's daughter had been adopted from this orphanage. At this point, the director suddenly remembered that Da-young's daughter was Anna, Johan's adopted daughter. Johan was stunned by this information. All this time, he had been helping Da-young search for her daughter, never expecting that Anna was Da-young's biological daughter. That night, returning home, seeing Da-young and Anna happily together, Johan felt awkward. He didn't know if he should tell Anna the truth, whether she would accept it or not. The woman he loved had become his aunt, but he couldn't forget his past feelings. He was still helping his aunt search for her missing daughter. However, no one expected that the little girl he had adopted 6 years ago was Da-young's biological daughter. Knowing that Anna was Da-young's daughter, Johan was very hesitant. He didn't know whether he should reveal this secret to Da-young in their current situation. After thinking carefully, he told the truth to the Bongyu restaurant owner to get her opinion. The Bongyu restaurant owner was also very surprised, not expecting the two to have such fate. However, as a mother who had also lost a child, she understood Da-young's longing to find her child. So she told Johan that this was fate's arrangement, and she hoped he would tell Da-young the truth. Hearing the Bongyu restaurant owner's words, Johan immediately contacted Da-young and arranged to meet her to talk, but reminded her to keep it a secret and not let Chairman Wang know about their meeting. Just then, Chairman Wang walked into the room. He asked Da Jung who she was talking to. Da Jung replied that she was going to meet the family that had adopted her daughter. Chairman Wang was relieved. Not long after, Da Jung and Johan arrived at the meeting place. Johan told Da Jung directly, "Anna is your biological daughter." Da Jung couldn't believe her ears. Johan told her that to avoid any misunderstandings, he had had them do a DNA test, and the results were a perfect match. Da Jung emotionally took Johan's hand, with no words to express her gratitude. However, she didn't know that the scene of her and Johan holding hands had been photographed by Se Ran, who was standing outside. Se Ran sent that photo to Chairman Wang, adding fuel to the fire, and blaming Johan and Da Jung. Then she showed her loyalty to Chairman Wang, promising to continue to help him monitor Da Jung's every move. She thought she could use this method to become Chairman Wang's ally, but she didn't know that at this time, Chairman Wang was disciplining her kind uncle, Bong Sik. After investigating, he found out that Bong Sik was the one who released that video, so he sent people to hunt him down. Very quickly, Chairman Wang's people caught Bong Sik, and he immediately ordered Bong Sik to hand over the evidence of his crimes. But when they searched him, they didn't find anything. Da Jung was finally reunited with her daughter, and she held Anna tightly in her arms, wishing she could make up for the lost days. However, Ji-hoon feared that Mi-sun and Se Ran would discover that Da Jung's daughter was alive. They might harm Anna. So he suggested that Da Jung not rush to acknowledge her, and stay by Anna's side in her current role. Sang Chul, knowing that Da Jung was searching for her daughter, proactively sought her out and said that it was his daughter too. Whether she wanted to or not, he was still the father of her daughter. If she didn't want him to cause more trouble, she had to give him money. Then he would give up his daughter. Da Jung didn't expect this scum to revert to his true nature. She warned Sang Chul that if he dared to touch her daughter, she would make sure he died a horrible death. This made Sang Chul suspect that Da Jung had found her daughter, and immediately asked her where his daughter was. Seeing that the situation was hard to hide, Da Jung lied, and said that her daughter had gone to America. She also asked him not to reveal any information to Se Ran, or their daughter would be in danger. These words somewhat convinced Sang Chul. Se Ran stood outside, took pictures of the two, and reported to Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang, seeing this, also revealed that Da Jung was searching for her daughter. This made Se Ran extremely surprised, because she thought that Da Jung's daughter had died when she was taken to the church. Knowing that the child was still alive, Se Ran couldn't help but feel uneasy. Clearly, the two children had the same father and were born on the same day, but her daughter had passed away. Why was Da Jung's daughter still alive? Se Ran missed her daughter and sneaked into Da Jung's room. She found a picture of baby Song Yi. Only these moments allowed her to let go of her evil thoughts. At the same time, Da Jung was looking at pictures of Anna from when she was a baby until now. She was very grateful to Johan for taking good care of Anna and giving her a happy childhood. Johan looked at Da Jung adoringly and expressed his thoughts. He wished to live with Da Jung and Anna. Although Da Jung didn't say anything, she vowed to speed up her revenge plan and end her contract marriage with Chairman Wang as soon as possible. Johan handed over Deok-su's belongings to Da Jung. Looking at the picture of her father and Song Yi happily together, she couldn't help but cry. She suddenly saw a hairpin, which was the only keepsake her mother had left her. Sang Chul went home and told his mother that he had found news of his daughter. This made Mi-sun a little jealous. Encouraged, Sang Chul's mother became proud and arrogant. Even though Mi-sun and her daughter did many bad things, her granddaughter was still living very well in America. One day, she would get to meet her granddaughter, but Mi-sun would have nothing. Mi-sun became worried and quickly reported this news to Se Ran. This made Se Ran even more suspicious that Da Jung had found the child. Chairman Wang ordered people to follow Da Jung and, knowing that she was still meeting Johan, felt extremely uneasy. Last time, he had warned Johan not to get close to Da Jung, or he would face dire consequences. But Johan wasn't afraid of his uncle's threats. He knew that Da Jung didn't have any romantic feelings for his uncle. Moreover, Hae-in had shown him their marriage agreement, so he was even more certain of his thoughts. Johan laughed loudly while lying on the bed, feeling that all his waiting was worth it. The next day, Johan took Da Jung and Anna to the amusement park to have fun. A family of 3 spent unprecedentedly happy times, but they didn't know that their happy scene had been seen and photographed by Chairman Wang's people. Chairman Wang quickly received the news. He was furious and decided not to sit still anymore, but would make Johan pay the price for not listening to him. So, while Johan and Da Jung were together, a masked man appeared behind Da Jung. Johan recognized the danger and quickly pushed Da Jung away, but he took a knife to the stomach. His life was hanging by a thread. Da Jung rushed him to the hospital and anxiously waited outside the operating room. Chairman Wang and Hae in rush to ask the reason. De-Young fell into self-blame without noticing the change on Chairman Wang's face. After the surgery, the doctor announced that the surgery was very successful, and the patient had passed the critical period. De-Young's heart was finally relieved of worry. If Johan's life had truly been in danger, she didn't know how she would live the rest of her life. Chairman Wang saw De-Young's worry for Johan, and couldn't help but get angry once again. Ji-hoon received a threatening letter, and then he received a mysterious message. The sender said that they would expose his crimes. It turned out that, a few years ago, the driver who hit and killed Song Yi wasn't the one who was arrested and imprisoned, but Ji-hoon, who was driving under the influence. At the time, when he realized he had hit and killed Song Yi, Ji-hoon panicked and ran home to ask his father for help. Although angry at his son's outrageous actions, Chairman Wang ordered his subordinates to help Ji-hoon destroy the evidence and secretly acquit him. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, someone was revisiting the case, demanding that Ji-hoon pay the price. Ji-hoon didn't know who was lurking in the shadows, and he didn't know that the little girl he had hit and killed was the biological daughter of his wife, Si-ran. Since learning that De-Young and Chairman Wang had a contract marriage, Hae-in's attitude towards De-Young had changed. She even created opportunities for De-Young and Johan to be alone together, hoping they would get back together. Johan naturally didn't miss the opportunity. He always took the chance to hug and be intimate with De-Young. Compared to Johan's enthusiasm, De-Young seemed hesitant. She wanted to live with Johan and Anna, but the current circumstances didn't seem to allow it. On Valentine's Day, Johan arranged to meet De-Young in the evening, wanting to surprise her. But Chairman Wang also arranged to meet De-Young in the evening, and didn't allow her to refuse. When night fell, Johan was waiting at the meeting place, and Chairman Wang also arrived at the restaurant, where he had arranged to meet De-Young. De-Young was torn, not knowing who to choose. One was the person she loved, and the other was the benefactor who had helped her overcome difficulties. After thinking carefully, De-Young chose to meet Chairman Wang. At this time, she didn't know that her choice had saved Johan from danger, because Chairman Wang had prepared everything. If De-Young had chosen to meet Johan, he would have eliminated him. De-Young's appearance rekindled hope in Chairman Wang. He took out flowers and gifts to confess his feelings to her, hoping to become a real couple with her and live with her for life. De-Young refused Chairman Wang's feelings, saying that she hadn't finished taking revenge and didn't want to think about love. Chairman Wang didn't force her, promising to wait until the day De-Young accepted him. Johan didn't wait for De-Young, but waited for a girl who secretly admired him. It turned out that it was all Si-ran's doing. She overheard the conversation between Johan and De-Young, knowing that the two planned to date on Valentine's Day. So she incited Chairman Wang to arrange to meet De-Young at the same time as Johan. At the same time, she deliberately told the girl, who secretly admired Johan, that he had prepared a surprise for her. The girl happily went to meet Johan, but Johan made it clear that he only saw her as a younger sister and had no romantic feelings. Seeing that the girl was still stubborn, Johan lost patience and turned to leave. Johan stood silently at the foot of the mountain, with a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping De-Young would come to find him. He didn't know that at this time, De-Young was hiding nearby, crying bitterly. It turned out that De-Young had accidentally overheard the conversation between Chairman Wang and Ji-hoon. She learned that Chairman Wang was the one who had harmed Johan. She knew that if she was determined to be with Johan, Chairman Wang would do even more crazy things. For Johan's safety, she had to heartlessly reject his feelings. The next day, De-Young arranged to meet Johan. She told him not to be soft-hearted and forgive her, and to treat her like a bad woman who didn't deserve to be loved. Johan didn't understand why De-Young had suddenly changed her attitude. He said directly that he couldn't ignore her, but from now on, he would restrain himself and try not to appear in front of her anymore. Ji-hoon received mysterious documents again, this time a memory card. He opened the video inside and discovered that it was the image of the person who had taken the blame for him clashing with Sang-chul. Only then did Ji-hoon know that the little girl he had hit and killed was Si-ran's daughter. To make De-Young give up on Johan, Chairman Wang called the girl, who secretly admired Johan, and pretended to match them with each other as Johan's uncle. Johan investigated and found out that the person behind his troubles was his two-faced uncle. Seeing Chairman Wang being fake, he was so angry that he itched to hit him. He used the excuse of not wanting to get married to leave the office. After Johan left, Chairman Wang told De-Young to care about Johan's important affairs as his stepmother. At this point, De-Young had also seen through Chairman Wang's true colors. She said directly that he didn't need to test her anymore, and she would keep her promise not to betray him until they divorced. Chairman Wang clearly didn't believe De-Young's promise, because her actions proved that she still had feelings for Johan. As expected, Da-young lived up to Chairman Wang's expectations. Although she constantly reminded herself to stay away from Johan, she still cared about him unconsciously. Even when bringing medicine to Johan, she couldn't help but write a note reminding him. However, Johan wasn't grateful. Da-young's hesitation and wavering made him very heartbroken. If Da-young couldn't be wholeheartedly with him, he would rather continue to endure this pain. Ji-hoon received a call from the mysterious person again. He was tired of being threatened. He told the other party to just say what they wanted. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end said that if he didn't care, his wife would definitely care about this matter. Ji-hoon immediately panicked. He worried that Si-ran would seek revenge, after knowing that he was the one who hit and killed her daughter. So, he rushed home to prevent anything from happening. But as soon as he arrived at the gate, he saw the mailman walking out. With a bad feeling, Ji-hoon had to run into the house to find Si-ran. Unexpectedly, Si-ran had also just received a similar envelope with the words, Ji-hoon's crimes, clearly written on it. Just as she was opening the envelope, Ji-hoon rushed in and grabbed it, saying that it was his letter. Si-ran clearly didn't believe Ji-hoon, because the mailman had said clearly that it was her letter, and it also had Song-yi's name on it. She didn't understand how this was related to Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon stammered and lied that his colleague was also named Song-yi. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Si-ran's phone suddenly rang, making Ji-hoon's heart want to jump out of his chest. The mysterious person asked Si-ran if she had received the letter. Seeing Si-ran hesitate, about to answer, Ji-hoon immediately snatched the phone, warning the mysterious person not to harass her anymore. Otherwise, he would call the police. Hanging up, Ji-hoon lied that he had to go to the police station to deal with a blackmail case, and ran away in Si-ran's suspicious eyes. Getting in the car, Ji-hoon asked the mysterious person for their conditions. The mysterious person demanded 5 billion in cash in exchange for this secret. Ji-hoon had no way out but to agree, and reported the incident to his father. It was at this point that Chairman Wang learned that the child Ji-hoon had hit and killed was Si-ran's daughter. At this moment, to keep the secret, he could only agree to the mysterious person's conditions. To pry for information about Da-young's daughter, Si-ran deliberately had her mother reveal to Sang-chul and his mother that Da-young had found her daughter. As expected, Sang-chul immediately went to the company to find Da-young to ask for the whereabouts of his daughter. Before Da-young could come downstairs, Johan discovered Sang-chul. Knowing that his purpose for coming here was to see Da-young's daughter, Johan angrily beat Sang-chul badly. Because Da-young had suffered all this because of this bastard, he wanted to get justice for Da-young. Da-young went downstairs, lied that her daughter was living very happily in America, hoping Sang-chul wouldn't bother her. Finally, she wrote a large check to send him away. Back in the office, the assistant reported to Da-young that Ji-hoon had been frequently receiving strange letters recently, including a letter containing a video recording a scene of a driver causing an accident and the victim's father fighting. This made Da-young very suspicious. She guessed that the video of the fight was Sang-chul wanting to seek justice for the lost Song-yi. But Ji-hoon had no reason to care about this. Recently, Hae-in had been frequently recalling some things from the past. She vaguely remembered that she used to be a painter. She asked Chairman Wang to confirm, but he hemmed and hawed, lying that he didn't remember clearly. To find out the truth, Hae-in went to an art gallery to find the manager to ask about the situation. Si-ran couldn't find Song-yi's picture. She thought it had been taken by Da-young, so she sneaked into her room to search. It just so happened that she saw Da-young's computer was on, and she had a bad idea, thinking of a way to harm Da-young, to sabotage Da-young's signing of a cooperation agreement with an important client. Si-ran bribed a former employee to drug Da-young. Da-young didn't suspect anything, and drank the cup of tea that the employee kindly gave her. Then, as soon as she got into the car, she fainted. Fortunately, Johan noticed something unusual in time and took Da-young to the hospital. Hearing the news that Da-young had an accident, Chairman Wang had no choice but to let Ji-hoon go in Da-young's place to meet the client. Ji-hoon wasn't clear on the progress of the cooperation project, and was at a loss when Si-ran volunteered to go. To convince Chairman Wang, she even took out a contract signing plan, affirming that she would definitely do better than Da-young. Chairman Wang saw through Si-ran's intentions, but for the sake of the overall interests, he still decided to let her go to meet the client. Si-ran took the opportunity to set a condition. If she signed the contract, he had to allow her to return to the company. Si-ran arranged to meet the client at Bongyu, using the detailed materials that Da-young had prepared beforehand, and successfully signed the contract. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, news that Going Group's products contained carcinogens climbed to the top of the search rankings. This made Chairman Wang extremely worried, because if the news continued to spread, the client who had just signed the contract might cancel it immediately. Johan came to pick De Jong up from the hospital. He confessed to her that he was the one who exposed the problematic products of the company, because he had learned that Chairman Wang was behind the assassination attempt on him. De Jong didn't expect Johan to have investigated the truth of the matter. Looking at De Jong's expression, Johan realized that she had known about this for a long time. The situation had reached this point, and De Jong didn't hide anything anymore. She admitted that the reason she kept her distance from him was because she was afraid that Chairman Wang would act against him again. Knowing that she had misunderstood De Jong, Johan emotionally took her hand. Because two people in love, no matter the reason, shouldn't let go of each other. To prevent the group's stock from continuing to fall, Chairman Wang spent a large sum of money to remove the negative news about the company. So very quickly, he received the customer's contract. This made him extremely happy, and immediately agreed to Se Ran's request to return to the company. Finally, Se Ran had turned the tables. Immediately, she gloated triumphantly in front of De Jong. De Jong had long guessed that Se Ran was the one who framed her and stole the contract. However, Se Ran was shameless and wouldn't shed a tear until she saw the coffin. She could only take out Song Yi's photo to attack Se Ran's weakness, criticizing Se Ran for being able to throw away even her own daughter's photo. These words made Ji Hoon, who was eavesdropping outside the door, tremble, because he was the one who had thrown away that photo. But at this time, Se Ran hadn't thought of Ji Hoon. She thought that De Jong was crying thief while stealing. Their argument alarmed Chairman Wang upstairs. Clearly, he didn't want to pursue the matter of Se Ran stealing the contract. He didn't have a word of comfort for De Jong either. He only asked De Jong if she had found her daughter yet, and, if she had, she could bring her home to raise together. Chairman Wang's words made Se Ran realize that he still didn't know that De Jong had found her daughter. To pry for more information, Se Ran had to find Sang Chul to ask. So Sang Chul recounted the story of Johan beating him badly that day. Se Ran had a hunch that something was wrong. She incited Sang Chul to follow De Jong and see if she was hiding anything. Listening to Se Ran, Sang Chul secretly followed De Jong by car. Unexpectedly, he saw Anna, Johan's daughter, running into De Jong's arms and calling her Mom. In reality, De Jong hadn't acknowledged Anna yet. It was just that she had previously agreed with Anna that when no one was around, Anna could call her Mom. But Sang Chul misunderstood and inadvertently guessed the truth. He thought that Anna was very likely his daughter and De Jong's. To confirm further, Sang Chul wanted to find an opportunity to have private contact with Anna, but his sneaky appearance was caught by Mi Sun. Mi Sun pressed him about what he was doing. Sang Chul knew that now wasn't the time to tell the truth. To respond to Mi Sun, he lied that Se Ran was with him now, telling Mi Sun not to be too harsh on him. Returning home, Sang Chul reported the news to his mother. He suspected that Anna was Johan's adopted daughter, and, if that was true, then the possibility that Anna was his daughter was very high. At the same time, Mi Sun called and questioned Se Ran why she was entangled with Sang Chul. The urgent matter was to have a child for Ji Hoon. Feeling her belly, which still showed no signs of movement, Se Ran went to Sang Chul's house to ask about the results of following De Jong. Sang Chul recounted what had happened at the kindergarten gate to Se Ran, and told her to investigate whether Anna was Johan's biological or adopted daughter. De Jong went to the wine cellar to get wine. It just so happened that Johan also came. Finally, the two had a chance to be alone. Johan immediately hugged De Jong tightly. Actually, during this time, the two had deliberately been distant with each other. Johan even went in and out with the girl who liked him. It was all acting for Chairman Wang to see. De Jong felt a little guilty for letting Johan sacrifice for her. Johan confessed his feelings, saying that he would definitely protect her and Anna. Well, waiting for the day, the three of them could be together openly. The two went out of the wine cellar one after another and were seen by He In. He In couldn't help but sarcastically say that De Jong hadn't divorced Chairman Wang yet, but couldn't help but get involved with Johan. The next day, Johan brought Anna to Bong Yu, asking the Bong Yu restaurant owner to take care of her. Sang Chul deliberately approached Anna and got Anna's hair to do a DNA test. At the same time, Se Ran also heard from He In that Anna was Johan's adopted daughter. Very quickly, Sang Chul received the results of the DNA test. The two excitedly opened it, discovering that Anna was indeed Sang Chul's biological daughter. The two were overjoyed, shouting loudly, thinking that Anna was the lucky charm that could help them change their lives. De Jong and Johan had both noticed that Ji Hoon seemed flustered recently, especially after receiving the memory card recording the accident of Song Yi. He seemed even more frightened. Johan then ordered his subordinates to investigate the cause. At the same time, Ji Hoon received a call from the mysterious person again. The other party told him to bring 5 billion in cash to the designated location tomorrow. Chairman Wang didn't know what was going on either, so he had no choice but to let Ji-hoon do as the other party said. Sang-chul arranged to meet Da-young at his house. As soon as they met, he said directly that Anna was his daughter. Da-young still wanted to hide it, but Sang-chul's mother took out the DNA test results. Sang-chul continued to pressure her, saying that he would tell Anna that he was her biological father. Da-young couldn't help but slap Sang-chul, warning him that if he dared to do so, she would kill him. But Sang-chul was still stubborn, saying that he would go find Chairman Wang. At this point, Da-young understood that Sang-chul wanted to use his daughter to exchange for benefits. To shut him up, she had to agree to give him money every month. Sang-chul and his mother achieved their goal, and only then were they willing to keep the secret. Si-ran happily discovered that she was pregnant. Hey, and congratulated her on finally getting her wish. Mi-sun was even more overjoyed, thinking that with a child, Si-ran had officially gained a foothold in the Goeng family. Although happy, the Bongyu restaurant owner still told Mi-sun not to be too proud too soon, and to go to the hospital to check for sure. Si-ran didn't know who the baby's father was, but no matter what, she had to say it was Ji-hoon's child. Johan took Da-young to his branch office, making it clear to her that Chairman Wang was not only behind his father's death but also stole his family's company, so he would spare no expense to take revenge. To help Johan, Da-young wanted to give him her shares, but Johan said that he only needed Da-young to be by his side. Da-young also told Johan that Sang-chul knew Anna's identity, and they had to act quickly. Hey, and reported the news of Si-ran's pregnancy to Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon was so shocked that he dropped the beer bottle he was holding. Back in the room, Si-ran personally announced this good news to Ji-hoon again. At this point, Ji-hoon said that he wasn't qualified to be a father. Then, Ji-hoon went to find his father, saying that he couldn't raise the child with Si-ran. Chairman Wang knew his feelings well, telling him to rest assured that after handing over the money tomorrow, he would handle everything properly, and reminded Ji-hoon to keep the secret so buried that it would go to the grave with him, not to reveal it to anyone. But the two didn't know that Johan had overheard their conversation. To find out what secret Ji-hoon wanted to bury in the grave, Johan secretly followed him. When he saw Ji-hoon burn the letter and leave, he immediately ran to pick up the unburned pieces. But what he couldn't understand was that it was a picture of Song Yi. Johan recounted the incident to Da-young, combining it with the unusual things from before. Da-young guessed that Ji-hoon was the culprit who hit and killed Song Yi. The next day, Ji-hoon brought the money to the meeting point. Johan had secretly attached a tracking device to Ji-hoon's car the night before, so he also arrived at the scene. Chairman Wang always had people following behind Ji-hoon, planning to catch the mysterious person. However, he was one step too late. Johan and Da-young had already caught the mysterious person beforehand. Johan threatened to take the mysterious person to the police station if he didn't confess the truth. The person immediately panicked and confessed the whole truth. It turned out that he was the younger brother of the driver who had taken the blame for Ji-hoon. He knew that his brother had taken the blame for Ji-hoon, and the real culprit was Ji-hoon. Although she had guessed the truth, when Da-young heard the confession, she was still shocked and felt sorry for Song Yi, her little daughter. Sang-chul knew that Si-ran was pregnant, and immediately questioned her whether the child was his. Si-ran affirmed that the child was Ji-hoon's, and if he dared to talk nonsense, she wouldn't let him go. Sang-chul was half believing and half doubting. He went home and told his mother about this. He felt that the child was very likely his. Sang-chul's mother was shocked after hearing it. Then, she thought that they should just wait until the child was born, and then acknowledge the child. Who knew, they might even benefit. According to her memories, Hae-in had an expert restore the hairpin that she had given her daughter. Seeing the item that was exactly the same as in her memories, Hae-in was overjoyed, feeling that finding her daughter was only a matter of time. Hae-in sent a message calling Da-young to the office. Da-young didn't know what was going on. Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived, she was slapped by Hae-in. It turned out that from the day Hae-in saw Da-young and Johan coming out of the wine cellar, she had wanted to find an opportunity to punish Da-young for being unfaithful. Da-young had no choice but to recount the story of her fake marriage with Chairman Wang, to take revenge. She also told Hae-in that Chairman Wang, in order to achieve his goals, had acted against Johan. It wasn't that she didn't want to divorce, but she was afraid that if she made a divorce request, many people would be implicated. Hae-in felt confused. The Chairman Wang she knew wasn't that kind of person, but Da-young's expression didn't seem like she was lying. Mi-sun went shopping at the mall, and happened to meet Sang-chul and his mother. Hearing them constantly mention her granddaughter, Mi-sun suspected that they had learned the whereabouts of Da-young's daughter, so she immediately reported the news to Si-ran. Si-ran immediately went to Sang-chul's house to search, and sure enough, she found the DNA test results. and she couldn't believe that Da Young's daughter was Anna, the child she often met. Johan gave the recording to Da Young and told her to bring it to Chairman Wang, taking this opportunity to request a divorce. Da Young did as Johan said. She played the recording in front of Chairman Wang and Ji-hoon. It was the confession of the mysterious person, confirming that Ji-hoon was the one who caused the accident. Da Young denounced Ji-hoon as Song-yi's mother. At this moment, Se-ran also arrived at the company. She intended to expose Anna's true identity in front of everyone, but unexpectedly learned that the one who killed Song-yi was Ji-hoon. The shock was too great, causing Se-ran to scream madly. She grabbed Ji-hoon's collar, asking him if it was true. Returning home, Se-ran recalled the anonymous letters Ji-hoon had received recently, and his flustered expression. Only then did she realize that Ji-hoon had been hiding this from her all this time. She angrily slapped Ji-hoon, repeatedly beating him, demanding that he pay for her daughter's life. Ji-hoon then criticized Se-ran for being the one who killed their daughter. That day, Se-ran had taken him to the hotel after he got drunk, then left alone, causing him to hit Song-yi in a daze. Se-ran completely collapsed. The pain of losing her child, along with the symptoms of pregnancy, caused her to vomit violently. Da Young used the reason of not wanting to live with the person who killed her daughter to request a divorce. Chairman Wang pretended to say that he didn't know about what Ji-hoon did, firmly refusing to agree to the divorce. But Da Young was determined, no matter what, she had to end this fake marriage. To achieve his goal, Sang Chul brought the DNA test results to Chairman Wang. He said that he couldn't stand seeing his daughter call Johan Dad. At this point, Chairman Wang knew that Da Young and Johan had been deceiving him all this time. Se-ran, while crying, told her mother and grandmother about how Ji-hoon was the one who killed their daughter. The Bong-yu restaurant owner didn't expect the two of them to have such a karmic relationship. On the other side, Da Young received a call from the Bong-yu restaurant. She learned that Anna was missing. Da Young and Johan immediately went to Bong-yu. Sang Chul, having also heard the news, ran over. He grabbed Johan's collar, questioning him why he treated his daughter like that. Johan, on the other hand, was very suspicious, not knowing who had revealed the secret of Anna's identity. Sang Chul had no choice but to recount the story of Se-ran searching his house, and that he had told Chairman Wang about Anna's identity. Johan angrily beat Sang Chul badly. However, Sang Chul still didn't repent. He thought that he wasn't at fault, and he just wanted to rely on Anna to return to work at Going Group. Da Young couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward and slapped Sang Chul. Just as everyone was worried about what to do, unexpectedly, Chairman Wang brought Anna home. Johan and Da Young didn't understand what Chairman Wang's intentions were. Johan bluntly made it clear to Chairman Wang not to bother trying to keep Da Young, because the person Da Young loved was him. Chairman Wang coldly retorted that the one who should leave was Johan, because sooner or later Da Young would love him. Johan threatened Chairman Wang, but he retaliated against Johan, warning him that whatever he wanted to do, he would definitely do it. If Da Young left his house, not only Johan but others would also be implicated. Then Chairman Wang threatened Da Young, saying that if she wanted a divorce, she should prepare herself, because he would definitely not let Johan go. Da Young didn't expect Chairman Wang to be so brazen, but she didn't dare let Johan take a risk. The Bong-yu restaurant owner accidentally discovered that in a picture Anna drew, there was a man who looked exactly like her son. She took out a photo to compare and discovered something strange. The character Anna drew didn't have a black mole on his shoulder. She carefully wiped away the bloodstain on the photo, and found that her son in the photo also didn't have a mole. This photo was left by Deok-soo, which made the Bong-yu restaurant owner feel that there was something hidden that she didn't know. Was Deok-soo always carrying this photo to tell her something? At the same time, Johan took the hairpin that Da Young's mother had left her and put it in her hair, telling her not to suppress her longing for her mother anymore. After 2 years of waiting, Se-ran was finally pregnant. She thought that with a child, she could rely on, and from now on, she could hold her head high in the Going family. Who knew, after the examination, the doctor told her that she wasn't pregnant at all. The reason for the appearance of those pregnancy symptoms was because she had a phantom pregnancy. Se-ran couldn't accept this fact. Facing her grandmother's questions, she lied that the baby was very healthy. However, when she returned to her room, she couldn't restrain her anger anymore, throwing things around the room. She could imagine everyone's reaction when they learned that she wasn't pregnant. Ji-hoon wouldn't even look at her, and Da Young would immediately take revenge on her. In this moment, Mi-soon advised Se-ran to hold on tight to Ji-hoon and quickly turn the fake pregnancy into a real one. At the same time, the Bong-yu restaurant owner began to suspect her son's identity. She asked Johan to get her the photo album that Deok-soo cherished during his lifetime. The housekeeper saw the photo in the Bong-yu restaurant owner's hand. She felt that there was something strange. All the photos in the album had faded with time, but the photo in the Bong Yu restaurant owner's hand looked very new. The Bong Yu restaurant owner also noticed something unusual. However, at this moment, Se-ran barged in and discovered the photo on the table. Se-ran was terrified, because this photo not only exposed her fake identity, but also exposed her killing Deok-su. To get the photo back, Se-ran lied that she wanted to use the photo for prenatal education, for the child to recognize her grandfather. The Bong Yu restaurant owner thought her idea was absurd, so she put the photo in the album. On the other side, Hae-in, knowing that Anna was Da-jung's daughter, felt very strange. Chairman Wang didn't hide anything. He said that he would use Anna to force Da-jung to withdraw her divorce request. Anna saw the teddy bear in Hae-in's painting. Hae-in told her that it was the teddy bear that she had given her daughter. Soon after, Hae-in received a call from the driver. He said that he had found the art gallery that sold her painting. Hae-in went to the art gallery, asking why her painting was sold here. Unfortunately, more than 10 years had passed, and the manager no longer remembered clearly. However, she provided the transaction record book. According to that, Hae-in's painting had been purchased more than 10 years ago, and the buyer was Chairman Wang. Hearing this, the driver revealed another secret. That year, it was Chairman Wang who bribed a private investigator to cut off the clues to help Hae-in find her daughter. Hae-in was completely stunned. She didn't understand why Chairman Wang would do that. Ji-hoon, in low spirits, finally returned home. Hae-in turned her head and saw him, suddenly recalling a familiar scene. Then, other fragments of memory flooded back. She remembered the appearance of her husband and daughter. She also remembered that the man standing in the sunlight talking to her was Chairman Wang. To find out the origin of the photo, the Bong Yu restaurant owner asked Johan to bring Anna. Anna said that she saw the photo in Se-ran's room. At that time, the photo was very clean and not dirty at all. This made the Bong Yu restaurant owner and Johan very surprised, feeling that there was something fishy. However, their conversation was eavesdropped by Se-ran and Mi-sun, standing outside the door. To destroy the evidence, Se-ran told Mi-sun to go to the Bong Yu restaurant owner's office to destroy the photo. Mi-sun secretly went into the office when the Bong Yu restaurant owner wasn't paying attention. However, as soon as she found the photo album, she heard the Bong Yu restaurant owner's voice behind her. Facing the Bong Yu restaurant owner's questioning, Mi-sun tried to make excuses. But the Bong Yu restaurant owner saw through everything. She knew that Mi-sun came here for the photo. The housekeeper also stepped forward and snatched the photo album from Mi-sun's hand. To find out the secret behind the photo, the Bong Yu restaurant owner immediately asked the housekeeper to investigate clearly. To please Da-jung, Chairman Wang allowed her to publicly search for her long-lost mother on the media. When Da-jung was recounting her kidnapping experience in front of the camera, a man watching the news suddenly pondered, because that year, he had received money from Mi-sun and sold Da-jung to the restaurant. Unfortunately, Hae-in, who was still searching for her daughter, didn't see this news. She and the driver discussed, deciding to use the restaurant from back then as a starting point to investigate what had happened to Deok-su that caused his daughter to be sold. Sang-chul and his mother fell into poverty, wanting to blackmail Se-ran to change their lives. While Sang-chul went to find Se-ran, Sang-chul's mother and Mi-sun met. Seeing that she couldn't win against Mi-sun, Sang-chul's mother had to play her trump card, revealing that Se-ran was pregnant with Sang-chul's child. To shut Sang-chul's mother up, Mi-sun lunged at her and hit her. The housekeeper brought the test results back to Bong Yu and was caught by Se-ran. She asked what was in the housekeeper's document bag. The housekeeper refused to answer, which made Se-ran even more worried and uneasy. The housekeeper brought the professional examination report on the photo to the Bong Yu restaurant owner. The results showed that the photo had not only been tampered with, but also the black mole on the shoulder was fake. The Bong Yu restaurant owner couldn't believe her ears. On the other side, Hae-in had recovered part of her memory. She clearly remembered that she and Chairman Wang had met outdoors, but he said that they had met on a plane. She pressed him why he lied to her, but while talking, she suddenly remembered that Chairman Wang always wanted to know if she had recovered her memory. Surely there was something hidden behind this. She continued to question Chairman Wang. If he knew that she had a husband and children, why did he secretly prevent her from finding her daughter? Chairman Wang lied again, saying that after getting to know him, Hae-in had said that she hated her husband and children and wanted to find a life for herself. Da-jung and Johan had eavesdropped on this conversation. Da-jung didn't expect Hae-in to have amnesia. Johan told her that Hae-in had been in a car accident more than 10 years ago. Since then, she had forgotten everything in the past. The photo had made the Bong Yu restaurant owner suspicious of Se-ran's identity. The housekeeper suggested doing another DNA test, The Bong Yu restaurant owner decided to keep this a secret, but at this moment, the housekeeper heard a noise outside the door. The Bong Yu restaurant owner also guessed that it must be Se Ran and Mi Sun eavesdropping. So she lowered her voice to talk to the housekeeper. Se Ran couldn't hear anything. She constantly speculated on what the Bong Yu restaurant owner and the housekeeper were saying. Mi Sun thought that the Bong Yu restaurant owner might have seen through her pretense of being pregnant, advising her to eat foods that would cause nausea to fake vomiting. True to her word, Mi Sun bought chicken feet, Se Ran's least favorite food, and ate it right in front of the Bong Yu restaurant owner. Seeing the food, Se Ran really wanted to vomit. However, these schemers didn't know that the housekeeper had secretly taken Se Ran's toothbrush when they weren't in the room. To stall for time for the housekeeper, the Bong Yu restaurant owner asked Se Ran about her marriage with Ji Hoon. At this moment, Se Ran received a message from Sang Chul. He said that he was on his way to Bong Yu and wanted to tell the Bong Yu restaurant owner that Se Ran was pregnant with his child. Se Ran panicked, broke into a cold sweat, and used the excuse of being tired to return to her room to call Sang Chul. But on the way back to her room, she ran into the housekeeper coming out of her room. The housekeeper lied that she had gone into her room to clean up, and left despite Se Ran trying to stop her. Se Ran warned Sang Chul not to act rashly. If he knew what was good for him, she would give him some money. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Se Ran was having a headache because of Sang Chul, and Mi Sun was also being visited at her door. It was the man who had helped Mi Sun sell De Young years ago. He used that secret to threaten Mi Sun, forcing her to give him money. Mi Sun knew the serious consequences if this matter was exposed, so she had to take out money to shut him up. De Young discovered that Chairman Wang was always having people follow her, so she and Johan were even more careful when they met. Johan had investigated that the money Chairman Wang had earned from manipulating stocks had been transferred to a shell company overseas. He guessed that Chairman Wang's secret safe was very likely somewhere in the house. However, just as the two were discussing the plan, Chairman Wang suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. De Young quickly acted, pretending to ask Johan where they should take Anna on vacation. Chairman Wang believed it was true. He wanted to see the travel itinerary that Johan had made. In reality, De Young was holding the investigation documents on Chairman Wang in her hand at this time. Seeing Chairman Wang reaching out his hand, Johan quickly took the documents away, lying that he hadn't finished them and needed to revise them. Unexpectedly, Chairman Wang insisted on seeing them. Just as he was about to take the documents, the phone rang, distracting him. Johan used this opportunity to take out the secret documents from the cover of the notebook, narrowly escaping. On the other side, the driver investigated that after Deok-su had an accident, Chairman Wang had used tricks to take over his company. This made In suddenly remember Mi Sun's face. She remembered that Mi Sun was the wife of Man Seok, Deok-su's good brother. Se Ran went to find Chairman Wang. She wanted to divorce Ji Hoon but used the baby in her belly as a condition, demanding that the Going family pay her a large sum of money. Seeing that Chairman Wang wasn't moved at all, Se Ran played her trump card, saying that she could provide the traditional soy sauce recipe that he had always craved. Chairman Wang told Se Ran to bring the recipe first. Then, he would decide whether or not to give her money. Se Ran was still scheming for her own benefit, unaware that her doomsday was approaching, because the Bong Yu restaurant owner had received the DNA test results between her and Se Ran. The results showed that Se Ran had no blood relationship with the Bong Yu restaurant owner. The Bong Yu restaurant owner was stunned, feeling like she had been struck by lightning, not understanding why the test results had matched last time. The housekeeper recalled what had happened a few years ago. She suspected that Se Ran had taken advantage of the conflict between Mi Sun and Deok-su to secretly swap the results. No matter how Se Ran had done it, at least now the Bong Yu restaurant owner had seen her true colors. It turned out that Se Ran had approached her only to steal her property. Towards such a cruel person, even tearing her to pieces couldn't relieve the anger in her heart. The housekeeper analyzed for the Bong Yu restaurant owner that if Se Ran had obtained the matching test results last time, it proved that she knew who the Bong Yu restaurant owner's real relative was. To prevent Se Ran from playing tricks, the Bong Yu restaurant owner changed her will, not only revoking Se Ran's inheritance rights, but also ordering that even if she was no longer alive, no one would be allowed to change this clause. Reaching home, the Bong Yu restaurant owner angrily slapped Se Ran, then threw the test results in her face, asking why she had deceived her. Just as Se Ran was tremblingly admitting her mistake, the Bong Yu restaurant owner, due to being too agitated, suddenly had a heart attack. Seeing the Bong Yu restaurant owner trembling and reaching for the medicine, the evil Se Ran kicked the medicine bottle away. The Bong Yu restaurant owner fainted, unconscious. Se Ran checked if the Bong Yu restaurant owner was still breathing, then heard De Young coming to visit. Hearing De Young's voice, Si-ran immediately shoved the test results under the rug and started acting. So, when De-young opened the door and walked in, she saw Si-ran crying and calling the Bong Yu restaurant owner to wake up. De-young picked up the medicine bottle from the floor. Thinking of Si-ran's previous evil deeds, she questioned whether Si-ran had harmed the Bong Yu restaurant owner. Si-ran, of course, denied it. She lied that the Bong Yu restaurant owner suddenly clutched her chest and fell down. Just as the two were arguing, the housekeeper, who was always worried about the Bong Yu restaurant owner, was very calm. She coldly said that they had to take the Bong Yu restaurant owner to the hospital. The Bong Yu restaurant owner was taken to the hospital. Si-ran finally told Mi-sun the truth. Her identity had been exposed by the Bong Yu restaurant owner, and now she definitely couldn't let her wake up. At the same time, Si-ran also suspected that the housekeeper knew her secret and needed to find a way to shut her up. At this moment, her uncle called. She had a great idea and immediately went outside to find her uncle. De-young went to the hospital, continuing to question Si-ran. When the Bong Yu restaurant owner fainted, the medicine bottle was far away. Si-ran was right there. Why didn't she give her the medicine? As soon as De-young finished speaking, Mi-sun angrily slapped her, criticizing her for slandering Si-ran, who was always filial to her grandmother. De-young didn't give Mi-sun a chance to bully her. She immediately slapped Si-ran back, saying that Si-ran deserved to be beaten. Then De-young continued to ask about the medicine bottle. Seeing that Si-ran couldn't answer, Mi-sun chased De-young away. At this moment, Johan appeared in time, protecting Da-young. However, the two of them were still chased out by Mi-sun. The housekeeper followed behind and left the hospital room. But as they passed each other, she secretly texted Johan, telling him to install a recording device in the Bong Yu restaurant owner's room, and she would tell him the situation clearly. After chasing everyone out, the two, Si-ran and Mi-sun, stayed in the hospital room to plan how to seize the Bong Yu restaurant owner's huge fortune. They didn't know that the Bong Yu restaurant owner had heard everything. It turned out that the Bong Yu restaurant owner, having a heart attack in front of Si-ran, was just acting. The purpose of her and the housekeeper was to see what Si-ran intended to do. But they had underestimated Si-ran's cruelty. To silence the housekeeper, Si-ran asked her uncle to take action. So, on the way back to Bong Yu from the hospital, the housekeeper was in a car accident. Very quickly, Johan and De-young received news that the housekeeper was seriously injured and unconscious. At the same time, taking advantage of no one being at home, the two, Si-ran and Mi-sun, searched for the Bong Yu restaurant owner's will while grabbing gold and silver. Just as the two were carrying money and the will to run away, they were stopped by Sang Chul, who came to extort money. Seeing the money, Sang Chul's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up a gold bar from the ground and ran away. Johan did as the housekeeper said, installing a listening device under the Bong Yu restaurant owner's hospital bed. But he didn't expect the Bong Yu restaurant owner to pull out the breathing tube herself and sit up. At this moment, Da-young also arrived at the hospital. The Bong Yu restaurant owner used this opportunity to tell them the whole story. On the other side, Si-ran was informed that the Bong Yu restaurant owner had changed her will a few days ago. Neither she nor Mi-sun had the right to inherit her assets. Si-ran was furious and immediately returned to the hospital. She had to find a way for the Bong Yu restaurant owner to die immediately, so she could use illegal means to seize the property. When Si-ran and Mi-sun returned to the hospital, the Bong Yu restaurant owner was asking Johan to search for her biological son. Hearing the noise in the hospital room, the two rushed in. Fortunately, the Bong Yu restaurant owner had managed to pretend to be unconscious in time. However, in her haste, the Bong Yu restaurant owner had forgotten to put on her oxygen mask, making Mi-sun suspect that she had woken up. De-young and Johan quickly lied that the doctor had just come to examine her and hadn't had time to put the mask back on for the Bong Yu restaurant owner. Si-ran and Mi-sun were half believing and half doubting, chasing De-young and Johan out. Mi-sun wanted to test whether the Bong Yu restaurant owner was pretending or not, but as soon as her hand touched the Bong Yu restaurant owner, Si-ran pulled her back. Si-ran thought that the Bong Yu restaurant owner couldn't be so deep and scheming, let alone act the part so well in front of her. De-young and Johan went to visit the housekeeper who was unconscious. Johan was still thinking about who the Bong Yu restaurant owner's biological son was. Suddenly, De-young remembered the old woman at the nursing home. She recalled that at that time, the old woman said that she had changed diapers for Man Seok. She suspected that the medical staff had mixed up the children, leading to the two children being misidentified. Moreover, Si-ran's expression at that time was very strange. She seemed to be very afraid that the old woman would continue speaking. To verify whether the old woman had been threatened by Si-ran, De-young went to Si-ran's office to look for clues. Very quickly, she found a few credit card bills on the bookshelf. Seeing the money transferred into the nursing home's account, Johan immediately called there but learned that the old woman had passed away. However, before passing away, the old woman had asked the nursing home to keep her belongings, hoping that someone would come to claim them. At the same time, the loyal subordinate reported to Se-ran that Da-young had secretly looked at her credit card bills. Se-ran was shocked because they recorded all the transaction history between her and the director of the nursing home and the old woman. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Se-ran hurried to the hospital, but she was one step behind Johan and Da-young. On the other side, the driver reported to Hae in about the latest situation he had investigated. That year, after Deok-soo went to jail, the customers who had a cooperative relationship with him suddenly terminated the contracts, causing the factory to close. Finally, the factory was auctioned off because of the unpaid wages of the workers. And the one who incited the partners to cancel the contracts together was Chairman Wang. Hae angrily questioned Chairman Wang, asking him if he had harmed her ex-husband. Chairman Wang lied that he had bought Deok-soo's factory, but it was when the factory was about to go bankrupt. Moreover, his actions had saved many workers from unemployment. Hae-in had seen through Chairman Wang's true colors. She understood that he had approached her only to seize Deok-soo's factory. Hae-in didn't want to live under the same roof with this deceitful, evil person anymore. She immediately went back to her room to pack her things to move out. Chairman Wang tried to persuade her to stay, but Hae-in was determined to leave. In the struggle, Hae-in accidentally fell down the stairs. When Se-ran arrived at the nursing home, Johan and Da-young had obtained the old woman's belongings. However, with just a baby shirt, they couldn't identify who the Bongyu restaurant owner's biological son was. Johan gave the shirt to the Bongyu restaurant owner. The Bongyu restaurant owner confirmed that it was her son's shirt. At this moment, Johan suddenly thought that if Se-ran had secretly prevented the Bongyu restaurant owner from acknowledging her son, then the director of the orphanage would definitely know about it. To make Se-ran reveal her true colors, Johan, Da-young, and the Bongyu restaurant owner decided to put on a play in front of her. Johan deliberately made a phone call in front of Se-ran, saying that the director wanted to reveal the identity of the Bongyu restaurant owner's son to him. Hearing this, Se-ran immediately ran to the orphanage to find the director. The director tried to avoid Se-ran. When Se-ran entered, she hid under the table. It was this fearful behavior of hers that made Se-ran mistakenly believe that she had betrayed her. Se-ran grabbed the director's collar and questioned her, but she didn't know that at this time, Johan was standing outside the door, secretly turning on the recording device. Discovering something unusual, Se-ran immediately covered the director's mouth. However, Johan had confirmed that it was Se-ran who had bribed the director to hide the identity of the Bongyu restaurant owner's son. But because there was no evidence, he could only let Se-ran leave. Having the gold bar in hand, Sang-chul planned to take his mother and flee far away. Before leaving, the two went to the kindergarten to secretly look at Anna. Unexpectedly, Anna's phone attracted Sang-chul's attention, because it was the phone that Deok-soo used to use. Sang-chul obtained the phone and used it to threaten and blackmail Se-ran. Se-ran immediately panicked because the phone contained secrets related to Deok-soo's true identity and her harmful behavior. Returning home, Anna cried and told Da-young that the gift that Song-yi gave her was lost. After asking, Da-young realized that the gift that Song-yi gave Anna was Deok-soo's phone. Mi-sun accidentally discovered the Bongyu restaurant owner's secret recipe in a ceramic jar. Se-ran began to think about how to use this recipe to exchange for maximum benefits from Chairman Wang. At the same time, she worried that the Bongyu restaurant owner would suddenly wake up, ruining her plan to seize the property. So she instructed her uncle and Mi-sun to secretly take the Bongyu restaurant owner out of the hospital and hide her in a secluded place. Mi-sun brought her younger brother to the hospital. The two secretly pushed the hospital bed away, but at this moment, the Bongyu restaurant owner suddenly sat up, scolding Mi-sun for being ungrateful. Mi-sun panicked and fell to the ground. After calming down, she realized that the Bongyu restaurant owner had been deceiving her all this time. To complete the task Se-ran had given her, she took action against the Bongyu restaurant owner, telling her younger brother to drug her and take her away. On the other side, Da-young realized that her father's phone might be in Sang-chul's hands. She went to his house to question him, asking where he had hidden the phone. Sang-chul wanted to use this phone to blackmail Se-ran. So not only did he refuse to return it, but he also said that people die for money, and birds die for bait. Da-young had also taken Chairman Wang for money. She had even lived with the person who killed Song-yi, completely unworthy of being a mother. Everything was caused by this bastard Sang-chul. Yet he still didn't realize his mistakes. Da-young couldn't bear it anymore. She slapped Sang-chul and angrily left. While Da-young went to meet Sang-chul, Johan had secretly listened to their conversation. Through Sang-chul's words, He guessed that the phone had been taken to be repaired. The two of them just needed to monitor Sang Chul's every move to find out the whereabouts of the phone. At the same time, Se-ran also went to the phone repair shop, but the staff refused to return the phone because she wasn't the owner. At this moment, Sang Chul also arrived. He took the phone and threatened Se-ran not to play any tricks. Se-ran anxiously rushed to snatch the phone. While the two were wrestling, Da-young suddenly appeared and snatched the phone. Seeing Da-young running away with the phone, Sang Chul and Se-ran immediately chased after her. The two of them blocked Da-young. Se-ran quickly snatched the phone, but she didn't notice that Da-young wasn't panicking at all. It turned out that, according to Johan's instructions, Da-young had prepared another phone to swap. Just now, she had secretly switched the phones, fooling the two of them. However, before she could rejoice, Johan's phone suddenly received a signal. It turned out that he had secretly installed a tracking device and listening device under the Bongyu restaurant owner's hospital bed. Now, the tracking device displayed the Bongyu restaurant owner's route. Feeling something was wrong, the two immediately went to the hospital. At this moment, Mi-sun and her younger brother were secretly taking the Bongyu restaurant owner into the elevator. They thought that everything had gone smoothly. Unexpectedly, when the elevator door opened, they were met by Johan and Da-young standing in the doorway. Se-ran took the phone back to Bongyu and discovered that there was nothing on it. At this time, Sang Chul also chased after her, and he also discovered that the phone had been wiped clean. At this point, Se-ran knew that she had been tricked by Da-young. Remembering the secrets in that phone, she panicked and hurriedly ran to the hospital. After safely handing the Bongyu restaurant owner over to the doctor, Johan called the hospital security, sealing off all entrances and exits, and arresting the two. Johan searched everywhere and finally found Bong-sik. To escape, Mi-sun wrapped herself in a blanket like a mummy, but Da-young still recognized her. Taking advantage of the elevator door opening, Mi-sun used the wheelchair to block Da-young and then escaped. Without any results, Johan and Da-young had to return to the hospital room to take care of the Bongyu restaurant owner. The housekeeper, after recovering, stood vigil beside the Bongyu restaurant owner. Johan told the housekeeper to report to the police and arrest Mi-sun and Bong-sik. After the housekeeper left, Da-young took out her father's phone, wanting to find evidence of Se-ran's crimes to put her in jail. The Bongyu restaurant owner woke up. Johan opened Deok-su's phone, searching for evidence but found a DNA test result. Then he found a recording of Deok-su and Se-ran. After listening to the recording, everyone learned that the DNA test result was between Deok-su and the Bongyu restaurant owner. At this time, the Bongyu restaurant owner knew that Deok-su was her biological son. Thinking of what she had done to Deok-su during his lifetime, she was both regretful and painful. She hated herself for being seduced by evil people and not recognizing her son. Johan comforted the Bongyu restaurant owner, telling her to think of Da-young. The Bongyu restaurant owner apologized to Da-young, admitting that it was all her fault, causing her not to recognize her son and granddaughter. Da-young also cried and hugged her grandmother. Se-ran still thought that she could salvage the situation. She rushed into the hospital room and saw that the Bongyu restaurant owner had woken up. Se-ran panicked, fearful. 2 slaps from Da-young made her even more afraid. Seeing the phone in Johan's hand, she knew that her doomsday had arrived. Da-young choked Se-ran, wanting her to pay for her father's death. Johan pulled Da-young away. Se-ran tried to take this opportunity to escape, but was kicked down by someone. The housekeeper standing at the door told her to pay the price for what she had done. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Se-ran changed her tactics. She knelt on the ground, crying and saying that Deok-su and Da-young were deceiving the Bongyu restaurant owner, telling her to believe her. The Bongyu restaurant owner didn't expect Se-ran to still be stubborn at this point. However, someone was able to deal with her. Just as Se-ran was about to escape, the police arrived in time. The police arrested Se-ran on charges of impersonating someone else to defraud, and being involved in Deok-su's death. Seeing Se-ran being arrested, Mi-sun panicked to the extreme. She didn't know where to hide. Everyone returned to Bongyu. Da-young told her grandmother that she had faked a marriage with Chairman Wang to take revenge. For the sake of her granddaughter's happiness, the Bongyu restaurant owner decided to personally meet with Chairman Wang to talk. After that, the Bongyu restaurant owner summoned all the employees, announcing to everyone that Da-young was her biological granddaughter. Hae-in's driver had found the place of worship of Deok-su. Hae-in immediately went there to remember him. Before Hae-in arrived, Da-young had visited her father's grave and placed the baby's shirt in the incense burner. When Hae-in arrived, she saw the shirt immediately. She saw the inscription on the shirt, where the writer identified himself as Deok-su's father. At this point, Hae-in realized that her daughter was still alive. Hae and hurriedly ran outside to search for her daughter, but she was one step late. Da-young had left in a taxi. However, she believed that as long as her daughter was alive, there would be a day when the two would meet again. Returning to the company, Hae-in immediately asked the driver to investigate the truth. Very quickly, the driver reported to her the information he had gathered. It turned out that the daughter of the restaurant owner from back then, who had bought Da-young, had died early. The restaurant owner had let Da-young use her daughter's name, while Da-young's real name was engraved on her daughter's tombstone. That's why when Hae-in went there, she mistakenly believed that the one who had passed away was her daughter. Hae-in was overjoyed. She immediately reported the news to Johan, asking him to help search for her daughter. However, just as she was about to say her daughter's name, Da-young suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Hae-in was still resentful about Da-young taking Chairman Wang away. She didn't want to mention her private affairs in front of Da-young, so she stood up and said goodbye. Johan and Da-young discussed Se-ran's case, because according to the law, the secret recording couldn't be considered evidence of a crime. Se-ran wouldn't be prosecuted for murder. Moreover, the police still hadn't caught Mi-sun, so perhaps even the fraud charge couldn't be established. If they wanted to put Se-ran in jail, they could only rely on the evidence that the mailman had provided 2 years ago. But that evidence had disappeared after Da-young was pushed off the cliff. There was still no solution to this matter. They could only improvise. When Da-young stood up to say goodbye, Johan noticed the hairpin on the sofa. It was Da-young's, but she said that it wasn't. Only Hae-in had been here just now. Perhaps she had dropped it. Da-young took out her hairpin and compared it with Hae-in's hairpin, discovering that the two were exactly the same. This made her very surprised. To help Da-young divorce, the Bongyu restaurant owner personally met with Chairman Wang to talk. But Chairman Wang still refused to let Da-young go. Seeing him being so brazen, the Bongyu restaurant owner gave him an ultimatum. If he didn't agree to the divorce, she would terminate all cooperation with the Wang Group. Chairman Wang was shocked. If Bongyu terminated cooperation, it would greatly affect the company. He had to consider whether the company or Da-young was more important. Se-ran denied all her criminal actions. The police couldn't find any concrete evidence, so they had to release her after 48 hours of detention. The first thing Se-ran did after getting out of jail was to find the soy sauce recipe that she had hidden, wanting to use it to turn the tables. Mi-sun, after waiting for so long, finally met her daughter. As soon as they met, the two discussed joining forces with Chairman Wang to defeat Da-young and Johan. Se-ran immediately called Chairman Wang, using the matter of Ji-hoon hitting and killing her daughter to threaten him. If they could reach an agreement, she would sell the soy sauce recipe to him. If not, she would sell it to the competitor of the Wang Group. Chairman Wang was having a headache when Da-young returned. Da-young said directly that she had come to officially divorce. Da-young told the Bongyu restaurant owner that Se-ran had stolen the soy sauce recipe and wanted to trade it with Chairman Wang. But the Bongyu restaurant owner was still very calm, not worried at all. The housekeeper told Da-young that even if they got the recipe, it would be useless, because the secret to making soy sauce was in the hands of the Bongyu restaurant owner. At this time, Da-young was relieved, waiting to see Se-ran and Chairman Wang fight each other like dogs. Se-ran brought the recipe to meet Chairman Wang. She not only wanted to use the recipe to exchange for money, but also demanded that he help her destroy the evidence of her crimes. Seeing Chairman Wang still hesitant, Se-ran played her trump card. If he didn't help her, she would reveal a shocking secret when arrested. It was that Da-young was Hae-in's biological daughter. By that time, the whole world would know that the two women had taken the same man. See how they would deal with this. Forced, Chairman Wang had no choice but to agree to Se-ran's request. Se-ran and Mi-sun brought the soy sauce to find Chairman Wang to trade when they ran into the human trafficker from back then, who Mi-sun had ordered to sell Da-young. He wanted to use this secret to extort money. But at this time, Mi-sun was also struggling to keep herself afloat. How could she have money to give him? Just as the two sides were arguing, Hae-in overheard their conversation. At this time, she knew that it was Mi-sun who had sold her daughter. Hae-in rushed over, grabbed Mi-sun's collar, demanding that she return her daughter to her. Mi-sun was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe loudly. If she let Hae-in know that Da-young was her daughter, she would be in even more trouble. Da-young appeared in time, supporting the collapsing Hae-in. Mi-sun and Se-ran took the opportunity to escape. Da-young returned the hairpin to Hae-in, while asking her why her hairpin was exactly the same as the hairpin that her mother had left her. Hae-in still considered Da-young as her rival in love, so she didn't pay attention to her words. Even when Da-young wished her to find her daughter soon, she thought that she was mocking her, said a few offensive words, and chased Da-young away. Johan brought Da-young's treasure box home. Inside were the things that she cherished from when she was a child. Anna really liked the teddy bear in the box. Da-young took this opportunity to tell her the origin of the teddy bear. At this time, Hae-in also came. Seeing the teddy bear in Da-young's hand, she felt very familiar, because it was exactly like the teddy bear that she had given her daughter. The hairpin and the similar teddy bear in Da-young's hand finally caught Hae-in's attention. The driver reported another important piece of news. Yesterday, Da-young had also gone to the funeral home. A series of coincidences made Hae-in start to suspect Da-young's identity. She immediately called Johan, asking what Da-young's father's name was. Hearing the name Deok-soo, Hae-in covered her mouth, shocked. She didn't expect that the daughter she had been searching for all this time was Da-young, the person she still considered her rival in love. Thinking of how many times she had criticized and confronted Da-young because of Chairman Wang, Hae-in was both regretful and self-blaming, not knowing how to face Da-young. However, there seemed to be an invisible force pulling her to Bong-yu. In front of Da-young, she called her by her real name from when she was a child. Da-young was very surprised, not understanding why Hae-in knew her name from when she was a child. Da-young's answer made Hae-in completely certain that Da-young was her daughter. Tears immediately welled up in Hae-in's eyes. She wanted to say the truth but didn't dare. She even imagined hugging Da-young, acknowledging her daughter. But in reality, she still didn't dare to admit that she was Da-young's mother, only able to turn around and leave in remorse and torment. Stepping out of the door, Hae-in was overwhelmed by self-blame. Recalling the criticisms and confrontations with Da-young before, she was heartbroken to the point of suffocation. However, there was one thing that she was very clear about. If it wasn't for Chairman Wang secretly playing tricks, she and Da-young wouldn't be separated and in conflict like today. Si-ran returned to Bong-yu to get her belongings. The housekeeper looked at her with hateful eyes. Si-ran was still arrogant as ever, challenging the housekeeper to take out the evidence. Just as the housekeeper was angry, Da-young stepped in, telling her to hand over the battlefield to her. To vent her anger, Da-young poured all the flour in her hand on Si-ran. Si-ran was still confident because she had Chairman Wang backing her. She pretended not to be afraid, telling Da-young to wait and see. How Da-young treated her now, she would pay back tenfold later. Chairman Wang was in a terrible state. Someone had accused him of manipulating the stock market but didn't leave any clues, making it impossible for him to investigate. Johan and Da-young, the ones pulling the strings behind the scenes, temporarily gained the upper hand. They were preparing to launch a new attack on Chairman Wang. With nowhere else to go, Si-ran had to put on maternity clothes and pretend to be pregnant, returning to the Wang family. To make it look more real, she even placed Ji-hoon's hand on her belly to feel the baby's heartbeat. Sang-chul was just as shameless. Since learning that Da-young was the Bong-yu restaurant owner's biological granddaughter, he shamelessly brought flowers to confess his feelings to her, hoping that she could help him and his mother find a stable job. Da-young had never met anyone so shameless. She warned them not to appear in her life again. The Bong-yu restaurant owner also stood up to support Da-young, scolding the two of them and chasing them away. Chairman Wang happened to see the image of Da-young secretly entering his office through the surveillance camera. He understood that Da-young had betrayed him. At the same time, Hae-in angrily found Chairman Wang, questioning him whether he had known that Da-young was her biological daughter for a long time. Hae-in used her life to threaten Chairman Wang to divorce Da-young, giving her daughter her freedom. Chairman Wang had to yield, informing the lawyer to accept Da-young's divorce papers. Knowing that Chairman Wang was a cunning person, Hae-in warned him that if he went back on his word or played tricks, she would drag him down with her. Very quickly, Da-young received the divorce agreement from Chairman Wang. This made her very surprised and happy. Taking this opportunity, the Bong-yu restaurant owner also announced that Da-young would be the heir to Bong-yu in the future. Da-young reported the good news that Chairman Wang had agreed to the divorce to Johan. Johan was also very happy. Da-young also told Johan about Hae-in's unusual behavior that day. She felt that the way Hae-in looked at her had changed a lot but didn't understand why. Hae-in had prepared herself to die with Chairman Wang. She made a will beforehand, leaving all her assets to Da-young. Si-ran used the trick of pretending to be pregnant to deceive Ji-hoon. Fearing that her secret would be exposed, Si-ran quickly made a deal with Chairman Wang, wanting to take the money and flee far away. But when Chairman Wang tasted the soy sauce that Si-ran brought, he immediately discovered that the taste was wrong. Si-ran was confused, not understanding where she had gone wrong. After thinking carefully, Hae-in wanted to acknowledge Da-young. Chairman Wang worried that if this matter was exposed, it would affect his image, causing the company's reputation to be ruined. So, he advised Hae-in to think of Da-young, saying that doing so would only make her a target of criticism. Hae-in was despondent. She left a will and went to the riverbank. Hae-in stepped into the cold river, wanting to end her life. At the critical moment, Johan appeared in time, stopping her. It turned out that during this time, Johan had noticed Hae-in's unusual behavior. When he went to Hae-in's company, he saw her will. At this time, he knew that Da-young was Hae-in's biological daughter. Knowing that Hae-in might do something drastic, Johan was extremely worried. He asked his friends to track her location and found Hae-in. Johan saved Hae-in's life, but she no longer wanted to live because she felt guilty towards Da-young, thinking that she was the reason that she had to endure suffering. Johan recounted everything that Se-ran and her mother had done to Da-young to Hae-in. At this time, it turned out that Se-ran and Mi-sun were the ones who deserved blame. She vowed to make those two evil women pay. On the other side, to help her mother hide in the Wang family, Se-ran specially had a dog cage made for Mi-sun to crawl into. Se-ran was very proud of her initiative, thinking that this approach not only helped Mi-sun have a hiding place, but also allowed her to secretly listen to Chairman Wang's secrets. Mi-sun crawled into the cage, not feeling ashamed at all, and praising Se-ran for being smart. Although he had divorced Da-young, Chairman Wang was still worried because she had the secret ledgers in her hands. So he bribed Sang Chul, asking him to follow Da-young and Johan. For money, Sang Chul immediately guaranteed that he wouldn't let Chairman Wang down. After recovering, Hae-in immediately went to find Se-ran to settle the score, wanting to vent her anger for Da-young. Se-ran couldn't withstand Hae-in's attack. It wasn't until Ji-hoon appeared and rescued her from Hae-in's hands. However, before she could recover, Se-ran discovered another terrible thing. The handbag appearing on the television show was the bag that Da-young used to hold the evidence of her crimes. Johan also saw Da-young's bag on TV. He immediately called her to report the news, but their conversation was overheard by Mi-sun, who was hiding in the dog cage. Realizing that the bag contained evidence of Se-ran's crimes, Mi-sun panicked and quickly crawled out to report the news to Se-ran. At the same time, Johan also reported the news to Hae-in. Hae-in asked him and Da-young to quickly go find the bag. She would definitely stop the two, Se-ran and her mother. Seeing Johan go out, Se-ran worried like an ant on a hot pot. She ignored Hae-in, who was still in the living room, and tried to find a way to get out. To stall for time, Hae-in asked Se-ran to pour her some water. After pouring the water, she complained that the water was too hot or too cold. Se-ran patiently complied with Hae-in's wishes. Seeing this, Hae-in scolded Se-ran for being rude, pretending that she wouldn't let it go, and lecturing Se-ran. Se-ran thought that she was done for this time, when Hae-in suddenly received a call from the company. A big client had come to discuss business. Hae-in hurriedly went to meet the client, temporarily forgetting her promise to Johan to watch over Se-ran. After Hae-in left, Se-ran immediately called Sang Chul, lying that the baby in her belly was his, and asking him to do something for his child. What she wanted was to find a way to stop Da-young and Johan. After tricking Sang Chul, the two, Se-ran and her mother, ran out of the house. Sang Chul foolishly believed Se-ran, and actually went to cause trouble for Da-young. In the end, Johan took action, and taught this bastard a lesson. Because he was delayed by Sang Chul, when Da-young and Johan arrived, the two, Se-ran and her mother, had taken the bag. Not only that, Mi-sun also found the memory card containing the evidence of Se-ran's crimes in the bag. The two, Se-ran and her mother, immediately burned the memory card. When Da-young and Johan arrived, it was too late. Returning home, Se-ran was immediately questioned by Hae-in. Se-ran lied that she went out to find her mother, wanting her to personally explain to Hae-in about the loss of her child that year. Before Hae-in could react, Da-young angrily returned. Da-young, carrying the bag in her hand, threw it hard at Se-ran, saying that she would definitely not let her go. Se-ran knew that Da-young didn't have any evidence, so she couldn't do anything to her. She was still arrogant as ever. The two of them argued and then started fighting. However, with Hae-in, who favored Da-young, by her side, Se-ran was no match for the two of them and could only take a beating. To expose Se-ran's true colors, Hae-in reminded Ji-hoon that Se-ran was a scammer and that the pregnancy could also be fake. But Ji-hoon had been bewitched by Se-ran. He believed that she was pregnant with his child. Moreover, he and Se-ran would go for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. So he didn't believe Hae-in's words. Se-ran took advantage of the fact that no one was around to secretly bring food to Mi-sun. Their actions were discovered by Hae-in. Although Hae-in could call the police to arrest Mi-sun on charges of human trafficking, she didn't want to easily forgive these two evil women. Therefore, she told Johan that Mi-sun was hiding in the dog cage. Johan immediately discussed it with Da-young, deciding to use their own tricks against them. Johan deliberately stood near the dog cage and made a phone call. He analyzed in detail the place where Chairman Wang hid his safe and the location where the key was hidden. Mi-sun was overjoyed after hearing these words, completely unaware that it was a trap for her. Mi-sun recounted what she had heard from Johan to Se-ran. Se-ran decided to install a tracking device on Chairman Wang's car. As long as she got his money, she and Mi-sun would flee far away. At the same time, Da-young guessed that Chairman Wang and Se-ran had a relationship of mutual benefit. To investigate clearly, she used photos of Chairman Wang's secretary having an affair to threaten him, forcing him to meet her. Da-young advised the secretary to face reality. Chairman Wang not only manipulated the stock market and seized the assets of other shareholders, but also took action against his own nephew. Even the person who took the blame for him didn't escape his clutches. So, the secretary could also be killed after being used. She hoped that the secretary would turn back soon. Seeing the secretary still hesitant, Da-young took out the evidence of Chairman Wang's crimes. At this time, the secretary learned that Chairman Wang had planned for him to take the blame for a long time. Regretting too late, the secretary revealed the location where Chairman Wang hid his money to Da-young. Da-young and Johan went to the location that the secretary had mentioned, but the key in Da-young's hand not only didn't open the door, but also triggered the alarm. At this time, Chairman Wang was making a phone call, wanting to use gold to bribe a high-ranking official. But he didn't know that his conversation had been recorded by Mi-sun, who was hiding in the dog cage. Mi-sun played the recording for Se-ran to hear. Se-ran guessed that today, Chairman Wang would definitely go to the place where he hid the gold to retrieve it. But now, she was pretending to be pregnant, so it wasn't convenient for her to follow him. So, she tricked Sang Chul again, arranging to meet him at Bongyu to discuss business. The housekeeper knew that the two were accomplices. If they met, nothing good would come of it. So she immediately reported the news to Da-young. Knowing the deal, Da-young made sure to leave her phone and access card where they were easy to spot. Then she made up an excuse to go find Se-ran to settle the score. Sang Chul followed the pre-arranged plan. When no one was around, he secretly went into the room to get the access card. Se-ran was overjoyed. She had no idea that Da-young and Johan were waiting to see their dog-eat-dog show. Seeing Chairman Wang getting ready to go out, Se-ran made sure to prepare drinks and a lunchbox for him. Chairman Wang didn't suspect a thing. He picked up the glass and drank it all. After Chairman Wang left, Se-ran lifted his fingerprints off the glass. She also secretly attached a tracking device to the lunchbox. With everything prepared, Se-ran and Sang Chul used the tracker to get to the designated location. But all they saw was Chairman Wang's car and the lunchbox inside. However, Sang Chul quickly spotted Chairman Wang. The two hurriedly followed him to the secret stash of money. At the same time, Da-young was online, exposing Chairman Wang's illegal stock market manipulation. Se-ran and Sang Chul secretly went into Chairman Wang's safe. Seeing countless gold bars and cash in front of them, the two were overwhelmed. Se-ran knew that they couldn't take all of this money at once. She decided to take action slowly, letting go of small fish to catch big ones. The greedy Sang Chul secretly took a few gold bars. Returning home, Sang Chul bragged to his mother about the treasure they had just obtained, imagining a luxurious and extravagant life in the future. But they didn't know that before they had entered the safe, Da-young and Johan had been there once. Johan had photographed the evidence of Chairman Wang hiding illegal assets and cleared out the safe. Then, they used fake props to fool them. So the gold that Chairman Wang and Sang Chul had taken was all fake props used in movies. Hae-in also participated in Johan and Da-young's revenge plan. Her main goal was to expose Se-ran's true colors. Very quickly, Se-ran received an invitation to participate in a TV cooking show. Se-ran immediately reported the news to Mi-sun, imagining that she would become famous and gain both fame and fortune. On the other hand, Chairman Wang received a call from a high-ranking official. He thought that the other party was calling to thank him for the gold he had given. Unexpectedly, the other party criticized him for using fake gold to deceive him. Chairman Wang was thunderstruck. He hurriedly opened the surveillance camera of the safe to check. Before that, Johan had deleted the video recording of him and Da-young appearing in the safe. So, Chairman Wang only saw the scene of Se-ran and Sang Chul entering the safe. He immediately guessed that it was the two of them who had played tricks. But before he could react, the prosecutor's office arrived with an arrest warrant, officially arresting him to investigate the crime of illegal stock market manipulation. In the critical moment, Chairman Wang wanted the secretary to take the blame for him. But the secretary was no longer under his control. At the same time, Se-ran, while participating in the TV show, received a message from Mi-sun. At this time, she learned that the gold in the safe was all fake. To find out the truth, Mi Sun and Sang Chul went near the location, where the safe was hidden to assess the situation, but discovered that the place had been sealed off by the police. Sang Chul and his mother went to find Se Ran to settle the score, thinking that she had secretly stolen the gold from the safe. Se Ran recalled the entire incident and understood that she had fallen into De Jong and Johan's trap. So she immediately went to Bong Yu to find De Jong to take revenge. De Jong didn't bother with Se Ran, who was angry and crazy. Se Ran still wanted to cause trouble at Bong Yu, but De Jong didn't give her the chance. She listed all the crimes that the two, Se Ran and her mother, had committed. To retaliate, Se Ran played her trump card, saying that not only her mother and she, but De Jong's own mother had also taken action against her. Se Ran's words made De Jong suspicious. Anna asked De Jong to take her to play with He In. Although De Jong had divorced Chairman Wang, and there had been many unpleasant things between her and He In the past, her daughter's request made her very embarrassed. Under the persuasion of the Bong Yu restaurant owner, she had to grit her teeth and take Anna to He In's office. Anna flipped through He In's sketchbook, pointed to a picture, and said that this picture was exactly the same as the picture that Da Jong drew. However, compared to the picture of the teddy bear, the note next to it attracted Da Jong's attention more. Looking at the content on the note, Da Jong realized that it was the letter that He In had written to her daughter when she couldn't face her. This made De Jong recall the things that had happened a few days ago. That day, He In had called her by her name from when she was a child. Her eyes were full of complicated emotions. At the end of the letter, He In had written her daughter's name with all her love. That name was Go Un. Seeing that name, Da Jong understood everything. She couldn't believe that the mother she had worked so hard to find was He In, the person she had always considered her rival in love. In that moment, she couldn't accept this cruel truth. At the same time, Se Ran pretended to be pregnant to deceive Ji Hoon. Ji Hoon, who had never looked at her before, was now willing to massage her feet for her. But Se Ran's comfortable life ended when Chairman Wang was released from prison. Chairman Wang angrily slapped Se Ran, then took out the photo of her in the safe, questioning whether she had swapped the gold for fake props. Se Ran recounted the entire incident to Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang was furious, not sure if he should believe her or not. When He In got back to the company, she found out that Da Jong had brought Anna there. Seeing the note on the desk, she had a bad feeling. She quickly called Johan, suspecting that Da Jong knew about their relationship. De Jong went back to Bong Yu and told her grandma that He In was her real mom. The owner of the Bong Yu restaurant was also super surprised, not realizing He In was her former daughter-in-law. De Jong doesn't plan to accept He In as her mother. Johan advised her to calm down. At that moment, De Jong realized Johan had known about this for a long time. Johan told Da Jong everything that happened. De Jong mistakenly thought He In didn't want to acknowledge her as her daughter, so she did something stupid like jumping into the river. She resented He In even more. Johan told He In that De Jong knew she was her real mom. Since things had gotten to this point, He In could only acknowledge De Jong as her daughter if she wanted to salvage anything. He In was worried and scared, not knowing if Da Jong would accept her or not. Meanwhile, Se Ran and Mi Sun bribed an employee at Bong Yu, putting poisonous herbs in the soup, causing customers to get sick and pass out. De Jong took the customers to the hospital. From what the doctor said, she found out the customers had eaten poisonous mushrooms. Da Jong immediately told Johan. He In, standing nearby, heard everything. He In and Johan both suspected Se Ran and Mi Sun were behind it. To get revenge on those evil two, He In armed herself completely. Holding 2 cans of insecticide, she sprayed them straight into the dog cage. Mi Sun choked on the fumes and could barely breathe but didn't dare make a sound. Smelling the fumes, Se Ran came out of the room. He In told her that she had just sprayed insecticide on the balcony. She knew that after she left, Se Ran would definitely go save Mi Sun, but she casually walked away. As a result, Se Ran managed to save Mi Sun in time. Other than venting her anger, He In didn't achieve her goal of punishing the bad guys. Mi Sun narrowly escaped death, but didn't realize a camera had been installed in the dog cage to monitor them. Because of the poisoning incident, Bong Yu restaurant was forced to close while they investigated. De Jong suspected Se Ran was behind it, but because she didn't have any proof, she could only yell at Se Ran and couldn't do anything else. Johan advised He In to take the initiative to acknowledge De Jong as her daughter. He In knelt down and apologized to De Jong, hoping she would forgive her and give her a chance. De Jong blamed He In for abandoning her and her father years ago, causing her to endure so much hardship. He In explained that she no longer remembered what happened back then, but De Jong didn't believe her. She was still bitter towards He In for all the hurt she caused. He In was so heartbroken that she suddenly fainted, Seeing this, Da Young softened a little and leaned down to check on Hae-in. Se-ran brought the stolen soy sauce to Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang tasted it and then threw it in Se-ran's face, yelling at her for daring to trick him with fake stuff. At that moment, Se-ran realized she had fallen into the Bong Yu restaurant owner's trap. But facing Chairman Wang's anger, she could only endure it and didn't dare fight back. After waking up, Hae-in told the Bong Yu restaurant owner about everything that had happened to her. Years ago, she and Deok-soo got together because of love, but they eventually divorced because of mutual suspicion, leading to their daughter being kidnapped by that evil woman, Mi-sun. The Bong Yu restaurant owner understood how Hae-in felt. Although she didn't urge Da Young to forgive Hae-in, she hoped they could reconcile. That way, after she passed away, Da Young wouldn't be alone anymore. At her grandma's request, Da Young went to see Hae-in. Hearing Hae-in's regrets, Da Young learned that Mi-sun was the one who handed her over to human traffickers more than 20 years ago. Seeing Hae-in crying and regretting everything, the resentment in Da Young's heart gradually disappeared. The sacred connection of blood made her unable to stop herself from calling Hae-in back as she was about to leave. The two hugged each other, finally recognizing each other as mother and daughter. Se-ran had done a lot of bad things, creating bad karma, but she had also prepared an escape route for herself and Mi-sun. She had long ago spent a large sum of money to buy a lot of diamonds overseas. She discussed with Mi-sun that if there was no other way, they would sell the diamonds and go live abroad. But the two didn't know that Hae-in had installed a listening device in Mi-sun's dog cage. Hearing about the diamonds, Hae-in immediately told Johan and Da Young. Da Young hadn't made Se-ran and Mi-sun pay for their actions yet, and she wasn't going to let them get away so easily. So she discussed with Johan how to block Se-ran's escape route. Under Se-ran's arrangements, the diamonds were transported to the transaction location through a secret channel. After confirming the location and password for the transaction, Se-ran and Mi-sun were overjoyed, feeling like the enormous fortune was right in front of them. But they celebrated too soon, because their every move was being monitored by Johan. To ruin Se-ran's plan, Johan and the others planned carefully. Soon after, Da Young and Hae-in disguised themselves according to the description in Se-ran's recording, preparing to go to the transaction location. Knowing that Se-ran was also preparing to act, Johan asked his assistant to find a way to hinder the two. The assistant managed to stall them for a few minutes, allowing Da Young and Hae-in to arrive at the transaction location first. To continue stalling, Johan suddenly appeared, threatening to call the police and arrest Mi-sun for child trafficking. Mi-sun desperately bit Johan's hand, allowing the two to escape, but they were still a step behind. When they arrived at the transaction location, Da Young had already gotten the diamonds. Knowing that someone had stolen the goods, Se-ran was shocked. She immediately guessed that her conversation with Mi-sun had been overheard. Se-ran angrily went to find Da Young to settle the score, demanding that she return the diamonds. Da Young sarcastically called Se-ran a thief, first kidnapping her grandma, then secretly stealing her assets. Unable to get the diamonds back, Se-ran attacked Da Young. In the nick of time, the Bong Yu restaurant owner appeared, protecting Da Young and asking the staff to kick Se-ran out. Se-ran and Mi-sun lost their hope of escaping abroad. Returning to the Wang family home, Se-ran recalled everything, suspecting that Hae-in had secretly helped Da Young to fight against her. To retaliate against Hae-in and Da Young, despite Mi-sun's objections, Se-ran posted news online that Chairman Wang and Johan were fighting over a woman, falsely accusing Da Young of two-timing. This news quickly spread. When Johan got to the office, everyone was whispering and pointing at him. A friend told him about the news that had been spreading online. Da Young still didn't know what was going on. After investigating, she confirmed that the employee in her store was the one who caused the food poisoning incident. To expose the person behind it, Da Young pretended to call the police. The employee panicked and immediately confessed that Mi-sun had ordered her to do it. Se-ran still didn't realize that she and Mi-sun had been cornered by Da Young. Seeing the news on the internet spreading, she felt satisfied with her handiwork. But right then, Ji-hoon suggested taking her to the doctor for a prenatal checkup. Afraid her secret would be exposed, Se-ran refused, wanting to go by herself. But Ji-hoon was really looking forward to the baby in Se-ran's belly, and he wanted to be involved in everything related to the child. Se-ran couldn't refuse, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. Unexpectedly, before they could leave, Johan came back, furious, asking Se-ran if she had spread that news. Se-ran pretended to be innocent, saying she didn't know anything. Johan knew Se-ran wouldn't confess without evidence, and he warned her that she would pay this time. After Johan left, Se-ran put on an act in front of Ji-hoon, pretending to be upset and saying that Johan had misunderstood her. Because of Johan's appearance, Ji-hoon didn't suggest taking Se-ran to the doctor anymore, inadvertently helping her escape the situation. Do-young was verbally abused and attacked by extras hired by Se-ran. Fortunately, Johan showed up in time to help her escape the storm of public opinion. Se-ran was very pleased to see Do-young getting hurt. She bragged to Mi-sun about how she was getting revenge on Do-young, but their conversation was transmitted to Hae-in through the listening device. Hae-in immediately told Do-young about Se-ran's actions. To get revenge on Se-ran, Do-young and Hae-in worked together to put on a show. They asked Hae-in's driver to pretend to be a producer and call Se-ran, lying that they wanted to cast her in a movie. Se-ran believed it, and when she heard the salary was $1 billion, she was even more excited and rushed to share the good news with Mi-sun. The two were gloating, thinking their day of changing their lives had arrived, unaware that this was a trap set by Do-young. Before officially signing the contract, Do-young organized a fan meeting for Se-ran. To elevate her status, Se-ran still lied that she was the granddaughter of the Bong-yu restaurant owner. But on the big screen behind her, the DNA test results appeared. Then, the Bong-yu restaurant owner appeared on the screen, exposing the truth that Se-ran had forged the test results and impersonated her granddaughter. The Bong-yu restaurant owner also said that after being exposed, Se-ran had tried to harm her, criticizing Se-ran as a dangerous criminal. At this point, Se-ran realized she had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. Do-young slowly walked onto the stage, continuing to expose Se-ran's crimes. She even asked Johan to play the recording of Se-ran, admitting her past crimes. Finally, Do-young played her trump card, which was the recording of Se-ran admitting that she pushed her off the cliff. Everyone was furious and threw eggs at Se-ran to punish her. Isolated, Se-ran finally had to pay for what she had done. Back home, Se-ran tried to explain to Ji-hoon, saying that everything that had happened was Do-young framing her. But Ji-hoon no longer believed her. He was even worried that the baby would inherit the bad traits of its mother. To know about the baby's health, Ji-hoon asked Se-ran to take out her prenatal record. He wanted to see the details of each checkup. Se-ran couldn't refuse, so she lied that she had left the prenatal record at the hospital last time. Ji-hoon was half convinced, warning Se-ran not to play any tricks. After Ji-hoon left, Se-ran panicked and rushed to find Mi-sun to discuss what to do. Little did she know, Hae-in overheard this earth-shattering secret. Hae-in immediately told Do-young. Do-young decided to use this deadly secret to get revenge on Se-ran. Se-ran disguised herself and went to a street transaction, where she got a prenatal record from the contact. But she didn't understand why the person she was dealing with was armed to the teeth, and she also didn't know that Hae-in was watching her from a distance. Se-ran took the fake prenatal record to Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon was completely fooled, and he promised to take good care of Se-ran and the baby. Se-ran took this opportunity to put on an act, stroking her belly and pretending to say to the baby that it had a very responsible father. Chairman Wang was very dissatisfied that Ji-hoon was just staying home. But Ji-hoon said he had to be a responsible father. Just as Chairman Wang didn't know what to say, Hae-in walked in and exposed Se-ran's lie. Hae-in told Ji-hoon and Chairman Wang that Se-ran wasn't pregnant at all. It was all a lie from beginning to end. Se-ran panicked and tried to calm down, warning Hae-in not to talk nonsense. Hae-in didn't want to say much more, and she immediately gave evidence to Ji-hoon. It was a screenshot of the conversation where Se-ran tried to buy a prenatal record, and a video Hae-in had just recorded of her trading with the contact. Se-ran still wanted to deny it. Hae-in then took out a pregnancy test and demanded she take it right away. At this point, Se-ran couldn't make up any more stories. She had to kneel down and apologize, hoping Ji-hoon would forgive her. But Ji-hoon hated her so much he wanted to kill her. He angrily slapped Se-ran and kicked her out of the house. Se-ran and Mi-sun were like rats running across the street, hated by everyone. With nowhere to go and to get revenge, they decided to kidnap Anna. Doing so would not only punish Do-young, but also get ransom money, helping them change their lives. Soon after, the two divided the work and kidnapped Anna from Bong-yu. When she got the ransom call, Do-young found out her daughter had been kidnapped. Although the caller used a voice changer, everyone knew that only Se-ran could do something so evil. Afraid Se-ran would hurt her daughter, Do-young didn't dare call the police, and she could only follow their demands and prepare the ransom money. Se-ran took Anna to an abandoned factory area. But because the weather was too cold, Anna got a fever and passed out. To ensure the safety of the hostage, Se-ran had to go down the mountain to buy fever medicine. However, she saw Do-young and Johan searching halfway up the mountain. To avoid being discovered, Se-ran decided to leave immediately. However, the noise she made was heard by Do-young. The two immediately started fighting. Da-young was no match for Se-ran. After a few rounds, Se-ran managed to escape and returned to the factory. She left Anna and ran away with Mi-sun. Johan and Da-young didn't chase Se-ran and Mi-sun, but rushed Anna, who was unconscious, to the hospital. Because of an infection, Anna remained unconscious. This made Da-young hate Se-ran and Mi-sun even more. Se-ran had been exposed by Ji-hoon's family, but Sang-chul and his mother still didn't know, and they both thought Se-ran was pregnant with Sang-chul's baby. Se-ran took advantage of this to deceive them, deliberately putting on a show with Mi-sun in front of Sang-chul and his mother, lying that everything she ate was for the baby. Seeing Sang-chul touched, Se-ran seized the opportunity to ask to stay there until she gave birth. Seeing Sang-chul hesitate, she pretended to say that if Sang-chul didn't agree, she would leave immediately. Sang-chul's mother knew Se-ran was cunning and told Sang-chul to kick her out. But the foolish Sang-chul believed Se-ran, saying he had to take responsibility as a father and let the child be born in an environment full of love. Se-ran and her mother achieved their goal and flattered Sang-chul, making him very happy. Although Anna woke up, she was traumatized by the kidnapping, and she even scratched her own arms. Da-young and Johan were heartbroken and could only stay by her side day and night to take care of her. At the same time, Chairman Wang found out that Johan was the one who reported him for manipulating the stock market. He questioned Johan about why he did it. Johan chose to confront him directly, sarcastically calling Chairman Wang a petty person who stole his father's assets. At this point, Chairman Wang learned that Johan had investigated the secret of how he swallowed Johan's father's assets years ago. Chairman Wang wanted to justify himself, but Johan declared that one day he would take back everything that belonged to him, making Chairman Wang lose his reputation and pay for his actions. Chairman Wang obviously wasn't going to sit still and be tied up. After Johan left, he ordered someone to take care of Johan, sending him to hell to reunite with his father. Then, Chairman Wang told Ji-hoon about the feud between him and Johan, asking him to break off ties with Johan and work with him to deal with Johan. Soon after, Da-young received a phone call, learning that Johan had been in a car accident and was being treated in the hospital. Da-young rushed to the hospital, where she unexpectedly saw Johan running towards her, unharmed. Johan explained that Ji-hoon had borrowed his car, and while driving, he lost control and crashed into the guardrail, causing the accident. The police relied on the car to determine that the victim was Johan, leading to the confusion. Upon hearing the news, Chairman Wang rushed to the hospital. He didn't believe Johan, suspecting that he had done something to Ji-hoon. Chairman Wang believed that Johan was deliberately harming Ji-hoon, and that he had clearly tampered with the car to harm Johan. But he didn't expect that after he told Ji-hoon about the feud between him and Johan, Ji-hoon would become suspicious of him, and even find an excuse to borrow Johan's car. Ji-hoon watched the car's dashcam, wanting to find evidence that he was betraying his father. But not only did he not find any evidence, he also had a serious accident because the car's brakes failed. Chairman Wang warned Johan that if anything happened to Ji-hoon, he wouldn't let him off the hook. Da-young spoke up to defend Johan, saying that Ji-hoon's life was still uncertain. Everyone was very worried, and there was no reason to blame Johan. The surgery ended, and the doctor informed everyone that Ji-hoon had a spinal injury and would likely be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Chairman Wang nearly fainted when he heard this shocking news. Johan also blamed himself, saying that if he hadn't lent Ji-hoon the car, this wouldn't have happened. Da-young didn't understand why Johan's car suddenly malfunctioned, and she suspected that someone had tampered with the car to harm Johan. The police came to investigate the cause of the accident, asking Johan why he knew the brakes were faulty but didn't fix them in time, and why there was no memory card in the dashcam. Johan couldn't answer, and he became even more suspicious that someone had tampered with his car. The first person he suspected was Chairman Wang. After waking up, Ji-hoon discovered that he couldn't feel his legs. He couldn't accept this harsh reality and cried like crazy in bed. Chairman Wang had to tell him about the injuries caused by the accident. Seeing Ji-hoon in pain, Hae angrily scolded Chairman Wang, saying he got what he deserved. He wanted to harm Johan, but didn't expect to harm his own son. Chairman Wang still wanted to deny it, but the facts were right in front of him, and he couldn't deny it anymore. Neither of them knew that this conversation had been overheard by Ji-hoon. When Ji-hoon questioned his father, Johan and Da-young had just arrived. As a result, Chairman Wang's actions were completely exposed. Ji-hoon was devastated and heartbroken, not expecting that his father was a cold-blooded killer. Overwhelmed with pain and despair, Ji-hoon no longer wanted to live. Dragging his legs, which had lost all sensation, he went to the rooftop, wanting to end his life. Not seeing Ji-hoon in his hospital room, and hearing a nurse say that he wanted to go out for some fresh air. Johan had a bad feeling. He quickly ran to the rooftop, calling out to Ji-hoon, who was about to jump. Ji-hoon threatened Johan to stop, or he would jump immediately. To ignite Ji-hoon's will to live, Johan deliberately provoked him, saying that even if he died, no one would be sad for him. People would only remember that he was the one who drove the car that killed Se-ran's daughter. Johan's words didn't work. Ji-hoon still wanted to die. Seeing Ji-hoon turn around, Johan quickly ran over and pulled him back. Johan hugged Ji-hoon, who was sobbing, blaming himself for getting him involved. Johan told Hae-in that Ji-hoon had been about to do something stupid. Hae-in angrily scolded Chairman Wang for creating bad karma, and that he was now facing the consequences. Hearing these words, Chairman Wang also felt very uncomfortable. Chairman Wang kept trying to meet the secretary, who was being protected by Johan. He finally found him. At the same time, Johan also found evidence that Chairman Wang was planning to harm him. However, this circumstantial evidence wasn't enough to convict Chairman Wang. Therefore, Chairman Wang was very arrogant, not regarding Johan as anything. After Johan left, Chairman Wang secretly planned to deal with him again. Unexpectedly, this call was overheard by Hae-in. Hae-in immediately sent a message to Johan, telling him that Chairman Wang had found the secretary and was preparing to act against him. Thanks to the tracking device on the secretary, Johan managed to rescue him from Chairman Wang's men in time. Before counterattacking, Johan told Ji-hoon the truth about Chairman Wang seizing assets from his father. He bluntly declared that he wasn't robbing, but taking back what rightfully belonged to him. Johan told Ji-hoon that Chairman Wang had worked under his father. One day, his father's car's brakes failed, causing an accident and killing him. Overnight, all of his father's assets fell into Chairman Wang's hands, and he was sent to live in America. For many years, he had been investigating the truth. Although there was no conclusive evidence, through Chairman Wang's means of seizing assets, he was certain that he was the mastermind behind his father's death. Ji-hoon verbally defended Chairman Wang, but in his heart, he already believed Johan. The Bong-yu restaurant owner looked at a photo of Deok-soo, remembering her son and shedding tears. Hae-in hurried to comfort her. Unexpectedly, Hae-in's appearance angered the Bong-yu restaurant owner. She believed that if Hae-in hadn't left back then, Deok-soo wouldn't have died, and Do-young wouldn't have had to endure so much hardship. Hae-in tearfully explained that she and Deok-soo's friend didn't have an affair, but no matter how she explained, Deok-soo wouldn't believe her, and she had to divorce him. Se-ran and her mother relied on Sang-chul's home. The four of them spent their days eating and doing nothing, and even eating became difficult. Hearing that someone had quit their job as a maid at Chairman Wang's house, Se-ran urged Sang-chul's mother to apply for the job, saying that the salary was high and the benefits were good. Sang-chul's mother believed it, unaware that Se-ran wanted to use her to find out news about Ji-hoon. Sang-chul's mother successfully got a job as a maid for the Wang family. Seeing Ji-hoon in a wheelchair, she immediately told Se-ran. Se-ran was shocked. At first, she wanted to use Ji-hoon to change her life, but now he had become useless. To change his circumstances and save money for his child, Sang-chul shamelessly went to Bong-yu to find Do-young. He wanted to take Anna back, using this as an excuse to demand money from Do-young, but his actions frightened Anna. Seeing Anna crying and running away, Do-young angrily slapped Sang-chul, then started hitting him. To achieve his goal, Sang-chul stubbornly argued, but was kicked away by the butler who ran up. Back home, Ji-hoon still had faith in his father, praying that he wasn't a cold-blooded, cruel person. To prove his father's innocence, he went to find his documents, seeing if there was any evidence that he harmed Johan's family. Hearing Ji-hoon questioning him, Chairman Wang angrily slapped him. In his anger, he admitted that he had harmed Johan, unintentionally causing Ji-hoon's injuries. This conversation between the two of them was overheard by Sang-chul's mother. At this time, Hae-in also returned home. Hae-in wanted to kick Sang-chul's mother out, because her family was the reason Do-young had to endure so much unhappiness. Every time she saw Sang-chul's mother, she remembered the injustices Do-young had suffered. Sang-chul's mother begged, saying that if she lost her job, she wouldn't have money to support herself. She knelt down, asking Hae-in to let her stay. Hae-in felt a moment of pity and had to take a viper into her bosom, inviting trouble into her home. Chairman Wang resented Johan for damaging the relationship between him and Ji-hoon, so he decided to take action against him. But he didn't expect the secretary to take the initiative to apologize to him. To test whether the secretary was sincere, Chairman Wang ordered him to take care of Johan. The secretary immediately agreed. But Chairman Wang was still uneasy, and he asked his subordinates to secretly monitor the secretary. If they found anything unusual, they should eliminate him. Johann was unaware of Chairman Wang's cruel plot. He had found a shareholder who had started the company with his father, and revealed the secret of Chairman Wang seizing the company's assets. The shareholders then declared that they would stand with Johann and work with him to take back the company. Wanting to take advantage of Ji-hoon's misfortune to show off, Si-ran returned to the Wang family home on her own. Seeing Si-ran return, Sang-chul's mother suspected that the baby in her belly was Ji-hoon's. Si-ran deceived Sang-chul's mother, saying that she had come to apply for a job as a maid because she wanted her child to have a better life. Si-ran's appearance made Ji-hoon very uncomfortable, but her acting was too good. Just a few tears made Ji-hoon feel sorry for her. Johann was working with the secretary to overthrow Chairman Wang, but didn't know that the secretary had betrayed him. Today, Johann received a phone call from the secretary, who said he wanted to give him documents about Chairman Wang's shell company overseas. Johann believed it. After telling his assistant, he immediately went to the meeting location. But Johann didn't expect that as soon as he got out of the car, he was surrounded by a group of people led by the secretary. Johann was outnumbered and brutally beaten before being kidnapped and forced into a car. Seeing them leave, someone hiding in the shadows watching immediately called Chairman Wang to report the situation. Chairman Wang was overjoyed, and he ordered his subordinates to continue monitoring them. De-young couldn't contact Johann for a long time, and she had a bad feeling. Searching everywhere without finding him, she took out her phone to check Johann's location, then immediately went to the designated location. But when she arrived, she only found Johann's phone and blood on the ground. De-young guessed that Chairman Wang had taken action against Johann. To save Johann, she didn't hesitate to kneel down and ask Chairman Wang to spare him. Chairman Wang wasn't moved at all, believing that this was the end for a traitor like Johann. The butler reminded De-young that the secretary might know something. De-young immediately went to find the secretary, asking him where Chairman Wang might be holding Johann. The secretary played dumb. Clearly he had kidnapped Johann but lied to De-young that he didn't know anything. Just then, De-young received a phone call from Hae-in. Hae-in said that her driver had discovered a clue. De-young immediately left. The secretary immediately became restless. To avoid any trouble, he decided to take action against Johann immediately. Hae-in returned home. Sang-chul's mother told her that the secretary had turned against them and was working with Chairman Wang to harm Johann. It turned out that yesterday, when she saw De-young kneeling down and begging Chairman Wang, Sang-chul's mother felt sorry for her and wanted to help her. Hae-in immediately told De-young. De-young immediately went to find the secretary to confront him, but unexpectedly was captured by his subordinates. Finally, De-young reunited with Johann, who was seriously injured, but they were both controlled by the bad guys. Unable to escape, Chairman Wang ordered the secretary to get rid of them. Soon after, Johann and De-young were pushed into a car. If the machine above them came down, they would be crushed to a pulp. Just as the machine started working, and Johann and De-young were in danger, Hae-in and the driver arrived in time. The driver immediately started fighting with them. Hae-in discovered that De-young was locked in the car. Seeing the machine pressing down on the roof of the car, Hae-in was in extreme pain. Hae-in broke down, crying miserably, believing that De-young and Johann couldn't survive. Then, the butler helped them both step out. It turned out that the butler had relied on De-young's tracking bracelet to find this place. But she didn't act rashly. She secretly hid in the shadows, using the time when the driver was fighting them to press the alarm, then rescue Johann and De-young. The butler asked Hae-in to take De-young and Johann away first, while she joined the fight, fighting alongside the driver. But they were outnumbered. Soon after, the two of them were forced into a disadvantageous position. At this time, Johann and De-young also rushed in to fight them. Even so, a few of them were no match for the bad guys. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the police arrived in time, and they abandoned the chase, turned and ran away. Learning that the plan had failed, Chairman Wang was furious and went crazy. This call was overheard by Ji-hoon. Chairman Wang said that he did all this for Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon had seen through his father's true face long ago. He angrily criticized him for using means to seize Johann's family's assets, and he didn't deserve to have any of it. Exposed, Chairman Wang still refused to admit his crimes. He wanted to use lies to protect the image of a father in Ji-hoon's heart. De-young, Johann, and the others returned safely to Bong-yu. But thinking about how her daughter almost lost her life, Hae-in was scared. She questioned Chairman Wang why he was so heartless, not even sparing his own grandson. Chairman Wang refused to admit his guilt. He argued that he didn't do those things. Seeing that he was determined not to admit his crimes, Hae-in coldly declared that she would definitely report it to the police for investigation. To demand justice for De Jong and Johan, the Bong Yu restaurant owner personally went to find Chairman Wang, demanding that he terminate the contract. Chairman Wang used every means to salvage the situation, but seeing that the Bong Yu restaurant owner wasn't moved at all, he didn't hide his true face anymore. He deliberately provoked the Bong Yu restaurant owner, saying that before dying, Deok-soo had come to him. After 20 years, Deok-soo found out that his wife had married him, and his assets were stolen by him, mocking Deok-soo for being so clueless. At this time, the Bong Yu restaurant owner realized that it was this hypocrite who bribed Man Seok to fabricate the affair between him and Hae-in, and then stole her son's factory. She rushed to hit Chairman Wang, but because she was too angry, her old illness relapsed. The Bong Yu restaurant owner had learned the truth of what happened. Johan's investigation also had a new development. He discovered that Man Seok didn't die from the fire, but was hit on the head before he died. Then he inhaled toxic fumes, leading to his death. So the killer's goal was to frame Deok-soo, and after he was arrested, they would take this opportunity to swallow his factory. De Jong, Johan, and Hae-in all knew that only Chairman Wang could do something so cruel. After recovering, the Bong Yu restaurant owner told De Jong the truth of what happened years ago. De Jong was furious and immediately went to find Chairman Wang to settle the score. At the same time, under Se-ran's encouragement, Ji-hoon had accepted her, and even made her his secretary. Seeing an opportunity, Se-ran knelt down in front of Chairman Wang, saying that she wanted to help Ji-hoon inherit the family business. Chairman Wang always wanted his son to recover, so he had to temporarily keep Se-ran around. While the family was eating, Da-young barged in, criticizing Chairman Wang for using any means to achieve his goals, even harming her father. Chairman Wang refused to admit it, but seeing Ji-hoon questioning him, he quickly pulled Da-young into his office. Da-young knew that he was afraid Ji-hoon would find out about his crimes, but she still followed him into the office. Da-young scolded Chairman Wang for doing so many evil things and now facing the consequences, causing Ji-hoon to become disabled. This touched a sore spot for Chairman Wang, and he angrily tried to hit Da-young. But fortunately, Johan appeared in time and stopped him. At this point, Chairman Wang didn't hide his true face anymore. He admitted that 25 years ago, he bribed Man Seok to fabricate the affair, causing Deok-soo and Hae-in to divorce. Then, he took action against Man Seok, framing Deok-soo for murder. After Deok-soo went to prison, he stole the factory. Chairman Wang mocked De Jong's family as fools. Deok-soo didn't know anything until he died, and the two women married him one after another. De Jong cried miserably, unable to accept this cruel truth. To deal with Chairman Wang, Johan believed that they first had to steal all his assets. De Jong suddenly remembered the photo she saw on Chairman Wang's desk. She guessed that he wanted to transfer money overseas, and the safest way was to invest in a casino. They could use this to ruin his plan. Chairman Wang had investigated the investor's background, deciding to contact them immediately to transfer the money. But right then, he received news that the investor had come to Bong Yu for a meal. Afraid that Johan and the others would ruin his good deed, he ordered people to monitor them closely. But he didn't know that this was just a feint by Johan. Johan's plan was to have De Jong pretend to be the investor, and trick Chairman Wang out of all his assets. Sure enough, De Jong fooled Chairman Wang's men. The next day, she went to the Wang Group as the investor. Chairman Wang didn't recognize her. On the contrary, he welcomed De Jong very warmly. Chairman Wang tried his best to introduce his investment plan to the fake investor, De Jong. To make it seem real and create psychological pressure for Chairman Wang, De Jong deliberately yawned, pretending not to be interested. Just as Chairman Wang was worried, Johan suddenly barged in, deliberately ruining the signing between him and the investor. Wanting to cooperate with the investor, Chairman Wang ordered the secretary to kick Johan out. Because of this, he wanted to sign the contract even more. To show his sincerity, he gave the investor an antique vase. De Jong pretended to like the vase very much, asking the butler to tell Chairman Wang that she had seen his sincerity and would consider cooperating with him. Chairman Wang was overjoyed, but the conditions that Da Jong set made him a little hesitant. To obtain the right to invest, Chairman Wang had to prove his strength, using the company's real estate and stocks as collateral. Ji-hoon believed that even if they took out the stocks, they wouldn't lose anything. They just needed to complete the investment before the shareholders' meeting and get the stocks back. Chairman Wang felt that Ji-hoon made sense, so he agreed to Da Jong's conditions. Se-ran overheard their conversation. Se-ran was secretly pleased. As long as Ji-hoon could become chairman, she would have a chance to turn the tables. To gain Chairman Wang's trust, Se-ran decided to redeem herself. Soon after, she seized an opportunity. she saw He in talking to a man at a cafe. But she didn't know that the man was the one who helped Chairman Wang steal Deok-su's company. Si-ran sent photos of He in meeting the man to Chairman Wang. Chairman Wang felt that she was somewhat useful. The Bongyu restaurant owner still wanted to terminate the cooperation with the Wang Group, but Chairman Wang used the contract as an excuse, refusing to agree. Today, Johan told the Bongyu restaurant owner that she could use the law to resolve it. The Bongyu restaurant owner immediately handed this matter over to Johan, asking him to terminate the contract with Chairman Wang no matter what. On the other side, Sang Chul, who did nothing all day, won the lottery jackpot. He was overjoyed and ran to tell his mother. Hearing this news, Si-ran urged Sang Chul to bring the money to invest with Chairman Wang, saying that this time he would definitely get huge profits. Sang Chul, greedy for money, believed Si-ran, dreaming of making money. To ensure everything went smoothly before the investment, Chairman Wang ordered the doctor to increase He In's medication dosage. It turned out that He In had to go to the hospital for regular infusions because she wanted to quickly restore her memory. But to control He In, Chairman Wang bribed the doctor, tampering with the medication to prevent her from restoring her memory. Seeing Chairman Wang sinking deeper and deeper into the mud, Da Yung and Johan were also about to close the net. On the groundbreaking ceremony, Da Yung came to attend and cut the ribbon as an investor. Chairman Wang was confident that everything was under his control, unaware that he had fallen into a trap. Si-ran told Mi-sun that she had urged Sang Chul to bring money to invest. She was prepared for both scenarios. If Ji-hoon refused to come back to her, she would switch to Sang Chul. If Ji-hoon recovered and forgave her, she would immediately dump Sang Chul. Unfortunately, her plan was ruined very quickly. Sang Chul's mother accidentally overheard the conversation between Si-ran and Ji-hoon, so she found out that Si-ran wasn't pregnant. Thinking about how she and her son had been deceived by this evil woman, Sang Chul's mother wanted to tear her apart. But the urgent thing now was to tell Sang Chul. Sang Chul and his mother were furious. Si-ran still didn't know what was going on. She brought home the high-quality beef that Ji-hoon gave her to show off. As soon as she stepped through the door, Sang Chul's mother splashed dirty water on her face. Si-ran didn't understand why Sang Chul's mother was treating her like this. Criticizing her for treating a pregnant woman like that was too much. Seeing that Si-ran was still pretending to be pregnant, Sang Chul angrily slapped her. At this time, Si-ran realized that her lie had been exposed. She still wanted to cover it up, saying that this was just a misunderstanding. But Sang Chul's mother didn't bother listening to her explanation, grabbed her hair, and beat her to vent her anger. Mi-sun came back. Seeing her daughter being bullied, she rushed forward to push Sang Chul's mother away, scolding them for bullying a pregnant woman, saying heaven wouldn't forgive them. Si-ran wanted to remind her mother that the situation had been exposed, but the arrogant Mi-sun rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight. To make Mi-sun understand the situation, Sang Chul exposed the secret of Si-ran, pretending to be pregnant. Mi-sun, who had been arrogant just now, immediately shut up. Sang Chul's mother kicked the two shameless women out of her house immediately. With nowhere to go, Mi-sun stubbornly sat on the chair, refusing to leave. Sang Chul and his mother pulled her arms and hugged her legs, at all costs to kick them out. Da Yung received news that Chairman Wang wanted to go to the site for a practical survey. Johan panicked because it was all a scam that he had set up for Chairman Wang. If he went to the site, their plan would be exposed immediately. To prevent Chairman Wang, Johan ordered the construction manager to complain to Chairman Wang, saying that the project lacked startup funds. The workers didn't listen. They were collectively striking, and the project was stalled. At this time, the butler called Chairman Wang as the investor, questioning why the project was so delayed, demanding that he pay the entire investment amount at once so that everything could proceed smoothly. Chairman Wang was surprised. It wasn't written like that in the contract. The butler spoke loudly, not giving in, saying that Chairman Wang hadn't started construction on time, violating the contract. Finally, she put pressure on him, giving Chairman Wang 2 days to prepare the money. Otherwise, his investment rights would be revoked. Helpless, Chairman Wang had to use his secret funds. Soon after, Johan received news that the money had been transferred. Everyone was overjoyed to hear the news. After so much effort, Chairman Wang had finally taken the bait. Achieving their goal, Da Yung and Johan decided to take the next step of the plan. Soon after, the secretary hurriedly told Chairman Wang that the construction side had run away with the money. Moreover, he had investigated that the construction company was just a shell company. Chairman Wang couldn't believe it and went to the site to see the situation. Seeing the empty land in front of him, He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Even worse, the investor De Jong also came to the site. She immediately doubted Chairman Wang's intention to cooperate, deciding to withdraw the investment rights under the terms of the contract violation. To prevent He In from ruining his big investment event, Chairman Wang ordered the doctor to increase the dosage of medication for He In. But just as the doctor was injecting the medicine, He In suddenly woke up and noticed something was wrong. At this point, Chairman Wang didn't hide it anymore. He said he wanted to make He In lose her memory like 20 years ago, willing to be by her side. It turned out that Chairman Wang was facing a big problem. The contractor ran away with the money. The Bongyu restaurant owner wanted to terminate the contract, and even the secret of him manipulating the stock market was being investigated. Chairman Wang was cornered. He could only control He In, who held the most shares in the group. Johan and the others saw Chairman Wang falling into a dead end, so they waited for the day of the shareholders' meeting to join He In and the old shareholders to deliver a fatal blow. But right then, He In received a phone call from the doctor. The doctor asked about her headaches as usual, asking her to come to the hospital to continue treatment. He In thought the doctor was very responsible, but she didn't know that he had been bribed by Chairman Wang. On the other side, Se Ran and her mother shamelessly refused to leave Sang Chul's house, even after being kicked out. They even brazenly demanded that Sang Chul give them half of his lottery winnings. Se Ran even used her feminine wiles, saying that she truly loved Sang Chul. But Sang Chul, who had been deceived many times, no longer believed her. He In revealed a secret to Ji Hoon. Years ago, to marry He In, Chairman Wang had deliberately set a trap, falsely accusing his wife of having an affair. To prevent future trouble, he even used Ji Hoon to threaten her, forcing his wife to go abroad, forbidding her from contacting Ji Hoon. Ji Hoon had always thought that his mother had abandoned him. He didn't expect that it was all a plot by his father. This made him hate him even more. He In was hospitalized to treat her headaches. Chairman Wang also didn't hide the secrets of the past anymore. Years ago, to marry He In, he deliberately caused a car accident and used drugs to make her lose her memory. Hearing the truth, He In was extremely angry. But because of the drugs, she fainted. The annual shareholders meeting officially began. Johan accused Chairman Wang of embezzling public funds and arbitrarily building a resort in front of the shareholders. Chairman Wang criticized Johan for slandering him, but he didn't expect that the chief of staff, who had always been loyal to him, had joined Johan. He even took out secret books as evidence, proving that what Johan said was true. Chairman Wang still wanted to deny it, but Johan didn't give him a chance. He immediately played a recording of the conversation between him, the chief of staff, and the secretary. The content of their conversation was how to hide the resort investment project, avoiding being discovered by the shareholders. At this time, Chairman Wang was shocked to realize that the secretary had betrayed him. Seeing this, the secretary didn't hide it anymore. He bluntly said that from the day Chairman Wang wanted to frame him and kill him, the relationship between the two had ended. His helping Chairman Wang deal with Johan before was just a deceptive tactic that he and Johan had put on for Chairman Wang. At this point, Chairman Wang was sure to lose. But things didn't stop there. Johan's men continued to point out that Chairman Wang was the mastermind behind Ji Hoon's hit and run accident and the assassination attempt on Johan. Chairman Wang struggled, arguing that it was all Johan framing him. But at this time, Da Jung pushed He In, who was originally unconscious, to the meeting. Se Ran, who had secretly come to see the situation, also appeared here. Da Jung announced that she had reported to the police that Chairman Wang had bribed Man Seok's killer. The police were investigating this case. He In continued to accuse Chairman Wang of bribing the doctor, tampering with the medicine, causing her to lose her memory. Chairman Wang still stubbornly argued that Johan, Da Jung, and the others had conspired to frame him. Seeing that Chairman Wang wouldn't admit his guilt even when he was about to die, the chief of staff exposed the truth of what happened years ago. Chairman Wang, to steal the factory from Deok Su, used a plan to make Man Seok and Deok Su turn against each other, and then sent someone to kill Man Seok. With clear evidence right in front of them, everyone could see Chairman Wang's true face. At this time, Se Ran found out that the enemy who killed her father wasn't Deok Su, but Chairman Wang. This shocking truth made it impossible for her to accept, and it turned all her revenge efforts into a joke. Chairman Wang's true face was exposed, and the shareholders meeting immediately dismissed him from his position. The Bongyu restaurant owner, who held the most shares, proposed that Johan, the son of the late chairman, take over as the new chairman of the group. This proposal was supported by all the shareholders. Chairman Wang was in a dilemma, but he still wanted to struggle one last time. Se Ran hid on the stairs, still unable to accept the truth that the enemy who killed her father was Chairman Wang. She couldn't believe she had been seeking revenge on the wrong person for so many years, but even now, she refused to admit her mistakes, saying that when she was 5 years old, she heard Deok-su kill her father with her own ears. Do-young couldn't bear it anymore and exposed Se-ran's true motive. She was just using revenge as an excuse for her ambition for wealth and fame. Exposed, Se-ran still wanted to justify herself. Seeing that she wouldn't admit her guilt even when she was about to die, Do-young took the evidence of Se-ran killing her father that she found from the aerial videographer. With clear evidence, Se-ran couldn't deny it anymore. But she begged Do-young for more time to avenge her father. Do-young no longer trusted this habitual liar. Seeing this, Se-ran pushed her away and ran away in a panic. After escaping Do-young, Se-ran called Mi-sun, telling her that the person who killed her father wasn't Deok-su, but Chairman Wang. After listening, Mi-sun felt that this was very strange, but she didn't realize that Se-ran had ignited the flame of revenge again. Sang-chul watched the news on TV, learning that Chairman Wang's investment had failed. Under Se-ran's encouragement, he had taken all his lottery winnings to invest. Now he had lost everything. This made him regret it very much. To atone for his mistakes, Ji-hoon decided to surrender to the police, exposing the truth that his father had harmed his mother, and he declared that he was disowning him. Chairman Wang lost his power, wealth, and family, becoming penniless. At this moment, he received a call from Se-ran. Se-ran told him that Ji-hoon was planning to end everything on the rooftop. Chairman Wang hurried to the rooftop, but he only saw Se-ran holding a stick there. Se-ran exposed him as the person who killed her father, demanding that he pay for it with his life. Chairman Wang mocked Se-ran for not knowing her limitations, saying that her father died because of greed. Se-ran was angry and raised the stick to hit Chairman Wang hard. Chairman Wang grabbed Se-ran's neck to resist. At this time, Johan and Do-young brought the police. Seeing Chairman Wang distracted, Se-ran pulled him and jumped off the rooftop, taking her enemy down with her. Chairman Wang died on the spot. Se-ran was taken to the hospital, but she didn't make it. She died. The two evil people had to pay for what they had done. After taking care of his father's funeral, Ji-hoon went to the police station to surrender. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison and 4 years of probation. Sang-chul was sentenced to 1 year in prison for concealing crimes and theft. But because of his good remorseful attitude, his sentence was suspended. Mi-sun, who had done many bad things, was also punished according to the law. Because of Se-ran's death, she was agitated and went crazy. Even the director of the orphanage who went to prison with her felt disgusted by her. Do-young's family's hard times were over, and they finally found happiness. Hae-in became the manager of Bong-yu. The Bong-yu restaurant owner enjoyed her blessings, living a peaceful life in her final days. Johan proposed to Do-young again, and they held a wedding with the blessings of their relatives and friends. From then on, they lived a happy life together. That is the end of the drama. Thank you for your support. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel for more dramas. Goodbye and see you next time.